Yaba legalize Okada. na yekoto abano tumina ambedi ensem entimi ambaso emse mra yeka asasem no yenua no mo say there be ya the accidents ba say na bompo omo share ne say instead of say ombe legalize okada no yes say omo beje mo moto no ni amamo cars enye sa na ekai na cars no mo sakai edane 419 etie nyina ye dem say sab aben bibi on beke bia eye atro na me jina shaman ha menim say 16 regions nyina mo association na nke ya say okada fo nyina embe hia wa shaman ha anka obi enya kwan po nante ewo kroma enso mo amabe me famo so na me de sa akwenye yi aka kire mu union say what regions ho nyina say from a shaman may declare say 2024 manifesto ye dia try to mubium say ye be legalize okada 7th January 2025 say yes why ewa independence square wia na mo say mo fa ahodie enso aba na ne wo ho ne say Abraham ifi aban mu 2016 na unemployment rate 8.5% and Ghana unemployment rate under Baumiani Akufo-Addo afro akodru 14.7%. Na nya mepe akire ne say anka okada ejuma ni ho a anka mabunu be 1.something million amuye okada ejuma e wo Ghana ha anka moso mukoka unemployment rate na anka by now unemployment rate no edru be 25%. Na woko East Africa okada wo ho omo legalizing omo regulating obi aye na ejuma kaba enti yebeti bi legalizing and regulating ye ma obi etimi aye ejuma no in safety and security enti ano me sa hyemobo say nyame adom ye ba ye be legalizing na ye were riding instructors be brave enti ebema National Road Safety Committee enya sa riding instructors no normal by region by region ni abema mu training send the wasa wo from motorcycle no if you say obi nkwa enati wechi no enti on beba be training mo how to ride in safety na mesremo ye legalizing so a e was say emra eda kwan gu bia musumu diso if you say nipa wo de na atena wechi no ono so owo ma owo kunu owo yire enti ni safety ehia o enti na moto ye okada safety safely to your doorstep meboa enti ye ba ma mo training no afa license no so mo amuni license ye ba boa mo no nya license na me pese me jina ha na me kai omo kaka say motorcycle phones so are road users. Say motorcycle we nima e was say udwin e fa ne say car na wo wenim because they are also road users. And so driver be brave on who say motorcycle we nima na say aden na motorcycle ho twe motorcycle and bicycle. Bicycles ride at the side of the road. Motorcycles are road users like the cars that drive. Maybe a motorcycle, be riding a motorcycle. And your safety is my concern because your safety is my safety. And I was here educated drivers no so say if there's a motorcycle in front of you, it has a right to be there in front of you. Now, another thing, any insurance. You legalize here, you need insurance for no better nasi. Send you bet me CSC more insurance no. Send a bay a BBS here. Na a cover one will ride an in right now. So okay say with the motor no yeah Okada insurance yeah mau insurance cover. Because according to the law, it is with the far passenger, commercial use. And so you legalize here. Now a chase when you are say move to me for passenger. And also we have special insurance package. Emma with the passenger no. Send a bay BBS here. Now a chase when insurance cover. Apart from that, more license plate. You have more different color license plate. So your Okada rider, you better register or bike no for fraud. When you see blue license plate, you know. Private motorcycles may use blue license plate, you know. Okada motorcycles may use different color license plates. So that baby I be who motor nibia, you said this is a licensed commercial bike operator. So, mobile reflective jacket. Send a beya, obia, obebia, obe who say, this is a motorcycle rider coming. And I just share reflective plate. Send a police way, share reflective jersey vest, you know. Mobile send a beya, najo, monam bebia, obia be who say, there's a rider ahead of them. And today now, yes, share yadibaba. Send a player a bebo muhobai. I feel you will be different because security is so here. I feel nipa bebre edi omuhwa beshem to say Okada riders. And I omodi motorcycle ni edi bone. Bebre ya kronfo. And so you register the genuine commercial motor operators are. You better have details name bibia. And to BBS here, you better be able to say they be way on kahon. And it is san your man also, you the better horse and a bear bibia be. Now, as them there woho, and they say, now saying many companies me no akasa. Now, omo babe ye. Assembly plants for electric motorbikes. Etiano, Uchia, obey and work and pay high purchase now Uchiaka kra. Nasa moto no and non petrol. Ombe charge battery na to ho. Eti alright there now battery be wa. O call baby a exchange of batteries. Now you battery at the auto charge near my battery for no to be break baby kakra na what 2 hours so when you ma hu hia pa enti mesremo say ye ba near regulate ya near legalize ya ye be pese ye no mo be ye ba ho na mo so mo check mo ho. Mo members are omunim brano so no atwe omo aso se na be ya yenu ye ho se ye legalize ye safety and be the number one thing enti mudru traffic light ye legalize mo mudru traffic light a ubejina beta ho se mudru traffic light a mo hwe na ka biamba na mafam enti mo amoye sa no ye legalize ya o se mujai most of them to say all road users. And where the madam was saying, when you may hear pa, baby be brave or what? Walk can't coho. I can this and yes, Okada for what? anka wonya ka bia ede wo kɔ saa ekurase no baby bebre wo ho a ekwan na sei nti kafo no se omo nkɔ okada nkwa na obenya se ode wo bekɔ baby a wo kɔ enti mo adwuma a mo ye no esombo ehia enti na NDC ye tamo echi a yaka se ba nyame adom ye be legalize mo adwuma no se na be ya police for ebe jamo atata omo tata mo biom enti miniamo police wo mate ye ba ye be legalize omo enti mu ho omo atata omo biom afenso senyame adom na ba se ye kwan foforo a wokọ ekuro bebre a omo ye kwan ketwa e wo nchen tamale mpo wokọ tamale a ekwan a ye wo tamale no ye yi kwan ama motofo enti nyame adom na e ba se emre bi a ye kwan foforo bia ye bedwa kwan kakra se na be ya okada fo ni motofo ebetimi afaso 2020 your manifesto mu your trogu hopefe say
the NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir, the nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past. The NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir, the nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past.
This is from Mickey Atta, and it says,
my visionary president, what measures is your government going to put in place to better the conditions of service of the suffering Ghanaian teacher? I've said that several of the difficulties and challenges that our teachers face, especially for rural teachers, one is accommodation. And so one of the things we're going to do is that in designing any school at the basic level,
and mankind cannot escape the constant threat of war. Africa therefore appealed to the United Nations to live up to its reputation as the greatest bastion of world peace, and demands that a meeting of this year's United Nations session should be devoted to the problem of colonialism in Africa. Furthermore, the United Nations should make a firm declaration calling upon the colonial powers to quit Africa by the 31st of December 1960. Freedom fighters also, assembled in this historic conference, must also call upon all the colonial powers to withdraw from Africa by the same date. It is in their interest and the interest of world peace that this should be so. It is folly. It is folly for the colonialists to think that they can hold back forever the progress of history. The process of change is inherent in the interplay of social, economic, and political forces. It is true that these can be hindered and impeded and even bent to different purposes, but not forever.
Secondary level, that design must include accommodation for teachers, so that when teachers are posted to school, they don't have to live in an adjoining town and have to take transport to go to and from work. Already they face an issue with the adequacy of their salaries, and so it makes it even more difficult if they have to pay transport to and from work. We'll have other incentives which will encourage teachers who go and serve in the rural areas. And when I spoke with the teachers' unions, we agreed that finally we'll do the mapping out of which schools are considered rural schools, and teachers who agree to serve in those schools will get a 20% allowance of basic salary as an incentive for them agreeing to serve in rural schools. We also talked about cancellation of teachers' licensure exams, so that when teachers come out of school, their final exam in training school will be the process for licensing them, so that they don't have to come back and take another exam. We've also discussed with the teachers about their promotion and the constraint that is created when they get to the position of deputy director, and that is an issue that we're willing to sit down with the teachers and resolve. In many cases, I've been asked about other issues to do with premiums and other allowances and so on and so forth, and I've been constrained to respond because we know the crisis in which we find our country, the mess in which our economy is. One thing I've promised you is that I'll promise you a leaner government, will have fewer ministers, will cut government expenditure, so that any savings that we make, we can use it to better the lives of hard-working teachers and other professionals. Thank you, Mickey, for that question. This is from Mickey Atta, and it says, my visionary president, what measures is your government going to put in place to better the conditions of service of the suffering Ghanaian teacher? I've said that several of the difficulties and challenges that our teachers face, especially for rural teachers. One is accommodation. And so one of the things we're going to do is that in designing any school at the basic level or at the secondary level, that design must include accommodation for teachers. So that when teachers are posted to school, they don't have to live in an adjoining town and have to take transport to go to and from work. Already. And then I have Kwabena, who says, did I hear the former president talk about restoring licenses of collapsed banks? Yes, you did, Kofi. I said that we're going to go through the processes that led to the collapse of the banks. And for the cases in which those closures were unjustified, we would restore the licenses. We are looking at a tiered banking system. One of the reasons for the closure of these banks was that they could not raise the capital reserve ratio that the Bank of Ghana had asked for, which was 400 million Ghana cedis. Now the point I make is that we should have a tiered banking system where you have the big banks who should have a reserve ratio.
Many sani akechuni amena so ni Professor Mills ke amake ke eba kwe no fe ne san of ya no koni wo wona minche anokwale ne by president ne ke landing beach committees ba ni na kan landing beaches committees okay fe politics mafia money chuni yenshona ebanye edomo koni ebote landing beach committee bi ni waka ke na kan gbile landing beach committee echuni ojogba ni ke premix ba ya landing beach committee de ejake amele manage fishermen ke manage canoe owners so ke ba keke aja mofia mona eko na kano ji outboard motors ke was subsidized work ba work ha chief fishermen ke landing beach committees keke aja ni many bana eko kunana na pay le few mene ehani kai wanyemi nyumo ajole, may God rest her soul. Wanyemi shariaite ekenye chuni wa Beni Minji president ni agbene mbanye sho na fe ni mofia monfo ake ni chumo efite amena premix landing beach committee say fe afite ame ake landing beach say chuni don ni ke premix ba ake ha party me keke ame hu aho aha fisher folk ke outboard motors ba
send me video we obom me pa cho mo wo ensawam any those areas no mon check mame sa video we say obom ensawam bridge obom ensawam bridge obom ensawam bridge and bridge no ne current situation e womuni the possibility say ade we be buagum akum nipa no very high and I know na juna me receive this video we. To be honest, me try senka me track nipa krom because I've never used this road minim area ho ye enti mo amunim wo no mo betimi aboa me na mo check ya mame ya be say draw authorities attention to it keke. I mean a good Samaritan be na onam na waye video no na or they are sending and I think a dangerous kakra mama ya ntwa ma embungumu nkunipa because you see and Ghana say no yeah very careless obi betimi aso anua with car akɔfa without thinking for a second say a death trap and a war sano almost say obum minim unimo oh okay unim area unim bridgeway
okay so honomono utimi fa ho obom road utimi fa the pa can say we kaswa okay yeah so uze ufri in some now so pese umpeso wa fa
pokuase
sa honomo na pese uwomu
oh okay
and fa that kaswa area utimi fa wa edp
oh okay nti wanna bridgeway oh okay me fa order nti me asem anyway all right thank you so executive producer na or chairman baby ade no and we a chopper ye money pa ho ban keke and so which means municipal be ase check mame municipal kra mo ase we know obia accuse obia for incompetence I decided ehu kakra ehu mom ya ntwen na ka biti enko enkum nipa na ya share on social media making unnecessary noise. This is the time, this is the hour. Yan shena yan fix it. Ansah na asembeba aba. Grace the day tete wa shaman. Gather prosper. Okay, so gather, I think it's a gather anymore. Pop Sasu, our Temahabo for Edamwase. David Ampa Kosa is mentioned there, so I don't know they are there so link. And I make an minimum roadway. Inti modi munkoma na mamu ninti said the minimum either minim sa area. So way say way obum pacho agree memorial you know way obum and Sawam Bridge. All right, so thank you, Mr. Producer. Thank you so much. Live on Accra, 100.5 Citizen Show. Okay, so another issue, and my personal authorities check my aim. We are baby bia who follow show we know. Me pamcho kaso of your friend obom and Sawam say South Municipal. Okay, so South Municipal. And as I we were South. And the chief executive year on Mr. on check it MIA South Municipal and as a death trap way by 1 week time na say omon ko ho say omo be fix ya say obonfo no sha ase dede say motim ho gu mountains because ade way udi agro nipa miensa enai enum condemn Ansah ni ashansi ababa be dede very needless. And you must say when you have authorities, local authorities, then you must say see na se womo anya hwe na atorenchem sia but the kufado as usual onipa bewu yen sake obia the MCU say dio whatever obia amfa ho yeah akosiapia ewa shaman greetings to my mother Nana Amosiwa from Asinekropon Wawase Georgia City say Amasaman district, right? So Ga South and Amasaman district. All right. Okay. Authorities check. Another me person may bring it to authorities notice. They should check it for us. How much will be so Sunday me Agri Memorial High School. Me pacho me right. I am say the anyam na me try Savanah aviation mode share me some na me ko twa ya Rebecca mo ba che me no we anyam na me twa anyam me na me twa. Okay, so Lopez says, do we have human beings there? They are just watching on and waiting for a disaster to happen. Maunya says 1 week is too much, so this small portion to District Assembly cannot do it. Just hear radio announcement answer. That is Ghana for you. Yeah, I'm waiting. All right, so
whatever is happening here, the state of the tables, I think, is very, very, very bad. So, students, that's why we are still pushing that the little or the least amount that you can give to improve the situation, I think it will do something. Thank you so much for your attention. May God bless all of you. May God bless all of you for very good. May God bless all of you. Thank you. So we have our dining hall prefect here who also wants to say something concerning the situation at hand. So DHP.
And I'm saying it is students in Marcia want to do that. And I just in school, yeah, things in so far say I'm always to do it's a strength, just say, in one of the boy was a great. I'm doing that now, some people decide to not bed backs every year.
Okay.
Yes,
thank you. So, this is the DSP. Shito, yes. Shito has also spoken about the situation. Thank you so much, brothers and sisters. Whatever is happening here, the state of the tables, I think, is very, very, very bad. So, students, that's why we are still pushing that the little or the least amount that you can give to improve the situation, I think it will do something. Thank you so much for your attention. May God bless all of you. May God bless all of you for very good. May God bless all of you. Thank you. So we have our dining hall prefect here who also wants to say something concerning the situation at hand. So DHP.
Okay. And I'm saying
with the name, no, I suspect say be about Central Region, but minim if say the Agri Memorial School that we all know, it doesn't matter the location. What matters is what we are watching. It's so sad. It's really sad. Oshebe bia enkola edidia Mahmoud Bawumia ne kraman kra ebuomu no o man ne kraman enidi wo ho, and it's very, very sad. Christian Kojo, what else says you are doing a great job for Mother Ghana. God bless you, sir. God bless you back. Or you never go, just keep quiet. Your family said 4 more for Nana. It doesn't matter. Or you never go. It doesn't mean one day also Baba call school be. So it's better they speak up today. The fact say be true about Emma Akufo-Addo doesn't mean the person should just look on for stupidity to go on. All right, Bismarck Atta is here. Maghreb says the table and Tamamoto way are in the same ship. Okay, so Nimanche says there are 2 agris in Cape Coast. This one is the one right after Anomabo. Okay, so this one is right after Anomabo. So this one is Kwajiri Agri. Then they have Agri Memorial. Okay, so Pacho, that is the difference. Zelex Dwayne is here. Ibrahim Adam says fix the tuning. Pacho, Ibrahim, menya technician. It's not like they don't know. They know. It's something they know. I'm not part of management. I know they do anything. Okay, so Nutifafa says good job, Commander. I love you more. I love you more. Okay, so Nana Kofi in Kingsley will be Ansah. It's true. I was there 2 weeks ago. I don't know which one. Oka Ubum Diano Ana Oka Anomabo Ediano. Which is which? So let me know. All right. So another since the school is at Anomabo. It's different from the Agri Memorial. Okay, so we have the Agri Memorial, then we have the Kwabena Agri Senior High School, and this one here after Anomabo. Our Central Region. Central Region. John Jesse says this is so sad. Ni Ivan is here on our Facebook page, YouTube page. YouTube page. Yes, Citizen TV Ghana. Wait me ako now. What follow your Coffee Princess? Bobie played in. Don't go on leave. Oh, okay. All right. Nana Kofi menya. I'm say one mabu one. So I'm aware. I hope said they will attend to sa mess we. Osha baby uncle didi na obi be catch there was say enamene MPP NB kasa free SHS. Something the World Bank is telling you to review it. Also no review. The president himself has said it that it needs to be reviewed. And so still review here. You are just creating a bar system. Unana num gulandin, nakufado nana num gulandin, eco school. Say hadi ane ya enkanana num gulandin. Joma matia kuyansuna ne bako akosomo international. Ask anybody, they will tell you. Jomama naneba eko akosomo international. O as Saudi akwa go outside. Educhum asesan educhum baba akope. Or school abrochire. We do college, or school ewa abrochire educhum. Okay. So Daniel says they are even lucky to have tables. My daughter sits on the floor to learn all the time, complaining of back pains. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's go back to Obum. Now, then the one way different from the first one. Kind of bridge that Ebuno. Okay, all right, that's fine. This is here no this anyway. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. So yeah, let's go. Yanko. Yanko. All right, so Johnson Nelson is good afternoon, Commander. Yes, I know the bridge. It is on the way to Obum from Amasama.
So you go see this is the Discourse River. The road from Amasama to Lakin to Kojoashon, Obukwashi, and then Obum. The metal bridge. Look at this. You have complained to the government. Media men have come here to witness about the bridge, but still, no. It is very dangerous. Why school children are passing here, school buses are passing here, and Minister of Road and Highways have come here to survey, but still, they are not doing anything about it. Look at this. But still, you could see the bus. You could see the bus. Look at this. Look at this thing. They're very dangerous. You could see. People you see, Ghanaians, let's see the country that we are. We are not safe. We are not safe in this country at all. We are not safe. We are not safe in this country at all. They want somebody to die before. Very, very bad. Very, very bad. Something to happen before. Why? Which country are we? Let's see. Look at this. School children passing on this thing. One day. Look at this. So you go see this is the Discourse River. The road from Amasama to Lakin to Kojoashon, Obukwashi, and then Obum. The metal bridge. Look at this. You have complained to the government. Media men have come here to witness about the bridge, but still, no. It is very dangerous. Why school children are passing here, school buses are passing here, and Minister of Road and Highways have come here to survey, but still, they are not doing anything about it. Look at this. But still, you could see the bus. You could see the bus. Look at this. Look at this thing. They're very dangerous. You could see. Even you see, Ghanaians, let's see. Let's see the country that we are. We are not saying. We are not saying this.
Now, that damn paranormal the police were free sent police central. I said, damn parade, Jimmy San. No, why Jimmy? Ghana IGP, why Jimmy Pa? Yeah, Ansah, Minimba be or fire. Muja, you man, can the police for the Bomana. Since a modern Colana, my dear, way so. More municipal, more baby, and some Juma. Namu wo fie no biate say adia e koso ni. The worst thing they can do norm the police for aba obomo any other villages no ma ba bomo say ada ne nem anko adwuma. That's all. That's the worst thing Dampare can do. Obeti instruction say free lord coming any guard way num ni perform say ma directives. Ayi your friend say sa boy ya nan hu fin ya no nam ayi omo national organizer no I nanu misiano ke Saturday misiano kuma say o hwe manim so odwan ayi sa boy your friend say nana bi ma ayi o IGP instructions do this do that now dey actually into omo no omo obom any those areas, you know, they can decide say the whole 1, 2, 3 days. More municipal, more cars, more school, any obiajai. I mean, the worst thing. I say the worst thing is Omema police for Ababa Bumusa and Mwanko Juma. Beyond that, they can't do anything. And Omo Fabric way no so. Ekwa Juma. Equatorial school for uncle daddy no. Omunu nimu nyansa kra chen authorities no. How can you just risk your life like this? How? For all you know, municipal chief executive no. Onyasika budget ma. Yeah, sometimes look, the local authorities no, they are struggling. Police need to motor so there a year for hono. Oh, police ni no atimoto so no awa yafa MTT ni o wakwagira kwanim kwanti akwaji jiska o wakwaji jiska wie oduru awa yafa ho na ekro no onya dey ere na onye ono oya bridge and let me tell you Ghana for mutieme local authorities no they are struggling municipal and district assemblies no sikane nko Kenoforiata Akufuado Baumia Omo Wies Kanina Omo Wies Kanu. They have stolen all the monies. How many years now? Omuntia a friend say common fund. They don't pay. Omuntia common fund for almost 4 years and over. They are not paying common fund. Cross check from government office. Open information I am farmer. This is the reality. In the MCB, Anthony Baby now the question or the question qua. See, can it be your? They don't give them budget. They will come and read the budget in Parliament. No more chess cano or a slow no more D. We are DC oppressor near UAD. Yeah, Omba Pamo. In the Saja, also Benya 1 city bidiaton so anum so better fie kwade any kwanutum na etra office was at least ubenya a friend say esimu atna wanya fuwa kakra abu See, me say local authorities no me jai omo asem ka omo yes can was ro yes. How can you blame MC DC on no e dey no betimi aye e no tie akwa no a on say asenso bo ache ba o asai ko adwuma wei broni any even 2 days oh way any 2 days So they will just allow the bridge to deteriorate. Yeah, they will need huge sums of budget. Na omo etwabia ka ho. Nti we no se bia 100,000 Ghana na betimi aya wo twen amomo aye evaluation na kodru 500,000 no ordinary 300,000 aka ho. Ojiska no a undi odibe yo. Ubeba cantonments no ni abayo ate eye a restaurant na or kwa wabobra. I've been saying this. Me nipa mani mbre ni wo wiase ni nipa o ye your friend say onipa onya ska free politics mu nipa mani mbre ni da e wo wiase no. Nti so sia o na yeah Gabi woska asante bedi atu woska ya na mbuso am say until recently Gabi Bapre amenda asempa from the shirt. Ubaga 3 days you see that. Gabi. And I mean FX35 Infinity. Me sign contract with multimedia. Me am an anti-car car park to FX35 Infinity. Now Gabi Volvo. Say no be cramp you. Tia media for no omo boys no na Gabi woska avedia to woska wa woska me hwe omo sa mo mo badam sa anyway some mo kotofo fro afa no mo abanso nti mo nim Ghana the cry akoso Ghana you don't know anything. These are people who beg omo wiesika no then the local government local authorities they are struggling common funding ko bibia anko they have stolen all the monies. Could you believe that last week or the last 2 weeks 144 former MCs need DCs MMDCs almost almost quite campaign member because almost as Gracia Akem says can we they have stolen it. Onipa we sia no so no abobra how abobra say at least we met me catch me ba say for the past 20-25 years me sorry edware bia say me ko adwuma awmachi me ko studio awia me ko studio me obia nim say bobi adwuma oyeni. You have done nothing for Ghana. Very useless people. With me be wia koso na enra se nansane ne MPP ni bewa de one wuntumi kopre asantrenje adum bewa akoka se NDC corrupt na MPP de omo corruption no ohun bi da Akufo-Addo corruption ohun bi da owiase a omo ne koto Ghana we ban man from so omo pulling it down omo pulling that story we and now when any more why the names Akufo-Addo we are Kronfo so got it straight up who does it do why the names are Kronfo Ghana we for so to be pulling it down I'm pulling it down and later I'm just interview on Top Radio I meet you and I think Top Radio for free or more I don't know what happened but we are more on side the Babeto now where they pulling now we have more and me here Top Radio Ghana we I catch them say Akufo-Addo ne Gabi mo ya Kronfo e should be akumem Obi aya we ya dey say pulling down Obi aya we say Akufo-Addo Kronfo na dey tete why name say enipa no that is how he was born and trained and or a criminal why assistance getting na oh my yes can local say a form of course can be anyway I will this go and I know some point complaining ma obi say KM Ekrani even internal revenue IGF no mjiji no omo say be jikodi omo say kon so kwajidi say te kuma say to abomu ball crange me say yeah udru kejeti a areho eno tira MMDCC bebre amakwa amagalamse koso no mdidi samu meska tiane ne gangs ne ye wana ni amomu tu no mo breshe eno ntia sikango ajegu Oma say o man ajegu sankofo we ye Oma say o man tu funu a we mu bewu amiasa akwa state yi state funeral no but after this government especially Akufo-Addo Bawumia government obia obewu sa government me mu opposition Jomama be na dwene say obeye state burial ni ade mi do wan hwe ade besi nye
efuru be aza kwese zokrobo
an hwe ya e mabo be koso state house
wo ne kakra na yenya no sa kwa
akoye
se die no
ma say o ko opposition Akufo-Addo awu na wo be ka che say former president awu wo be fa ye sika e dia ye state barrier e wo kroma
na wasa je honsa
over na wo si ana here
dabi emaso yi
dabi
dabi emaso
bi oni na busuafo afa no mo mfa nkoye sa yi
eno kra ye kwa koje se nyo on dia
aye ni kra no ye be mo ma ye be chom so mu sinye ye ma ne tra 4 meter square
o se chi ni pegu awose ye twafunu no kra chi ma ye bot efunu no chi ma ma ne sori na enisuo fa ne ni ase ye ka cho so ba wiase biewu a o mewi o man sika
obi a wo contemporaries from Nyaho from Professor from Boatin obia bie na no oye kromfo obia bie na no wa contemporaries a wo no say of politics mu not a single person. Dr. Mwakoba Akufo-Addo is a criminal, we attack Kennedy Akufo-Addo is a criminal, we Akufo-Addo is a criminal. How into ngwa na wiase obia tawo
na mi nimo Kwabena ebia ye ne nya sika bi dan ala sika no omo de ton mo kra na ade sika wi bebrebe no
you know. So I don't pray no be ni me di nkomo and I said the idea and say let's impoverish the people.
Yes,
so oma bibi kakra bia
no wani aso
and this how can you go to Kumasi 200 Ghana cedis Nkrofo bo
mama kuma Nkrofo na Nkrofo nyuma won wo say businessman ni shia ba omian ba kwa no ogina ha o kasa no
obibiri
o ni bra no de kala o masa mema megina no wo gua nyuma
asa no. Well, you have destroyed everything
and me be go usho obi ani mabosan no de nam kroma.
So 200 Ghana or 200, and you see that is the reason why omutimi a drag journalist for us.
Oh yes. Say journalist
yeah, I come to know. It is 200, 500 da. Yeah. Neniaje. The na froze I to be ya or what I say joy you say. And I know Messiah Jansi is not or Gabi or na speed your day couldn't.
Oh, this will be able to go to show you. I don't or Gabi on home. Obi aba fa uzika
do kra nyama na kukukuku. How much? Gabi we. Gabi ya wasempa, Gabi basempa. Ni set fin pa.
I was sitting there 3 days
no mote. Na me ko jopra kokko no. No mo office wo your friends GBC lemu. Gabi we. Gabi ni Derek J. Derek. Yes. Ebe nya entokwa ewo studio ma Derek Busan said Gabi we need to know now need to know. Mom I don't like this nonsense. I don't like this nonsense my friend. Ba say free okono ha. Gabi we see what me age party aboso.
Gabi party na dey o.
Then you have these boys your friends say Samia Okune
I'm very couple.
Anthony Cabo ne
Abevanum.
Na me ewu na ba ko frɛ me adaya is obon person o mo bua me na me kwase me ma me ewu a wo so me oku a
wo be da bua me
wo be bia bua me
wo ba da be a wo be bua me
obi a wo na ntiba ayasempa me ma lord first side ko fi e pra me down
me ma me to fo
wo be bia bua me
ei there's a kromu apa
da yo dan ka me de nto ago chekire me ma me funu na me de ne ko
kokko na yesie na ade asase nye
Dabi ma nsie ma father can say ma president.
Dabi o na asase go nya na. Wo mo ye
de ka wi o man a destroy o man for man sika success can be akwa sie baby just like
ana mo yin kakra ma boys na boys ye ni di krokro oyo na hwe mo jimi. Wa wo sika ge betumi di ahwe wo ma wo ho atɔ wo ne wa busu atɔ no akodi oba akofo botom ana oyi ni sope ma ana wudi na chi
yes obia ye abaya djuma na se bibia
everyone dey come for in website
yeah kakra obedi but untimi nwia wo man
mo de omo nsam enu
brubro now the president the vice Kenoforiata Gabinum almost catching the state
any omo nko ba ku ye otua Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources when yan who say tam
Jinapo, yeah, we are sure we are not Jinapo toilets, no one walk for no the handkerchief at Catalano.
Yeah, between go.
Or the Catalano, so offer line, no, no, the Catalano. Nanado, as a sergeant of Falkland or yard, your for also you. No, or you see the friend name, Wait, now the Messiano, a plus 233 or here, and you know, here, and Saturday, you call you could watch a Kumase. Now, as a super chick as a man. See, on that's why it's not a test or catch will be say, as one chamu said you. Then the background by Premier say, and to me, as and so watching, or call we and chain or call we say, would up at Channel. I'm going to make a say, American, why are so much? And where from me who you see, you can't use just 4 years, 8 years to gather money. Baby, Obia your ministries 30 years. Oni. Chamber Hawk crowd Obia ya Juma for almost years. A teacher for Sika, Oba Hawk for one catch and say, South so ye billionaire and yet teacher Juma so ye. Can you imagine? Wow. Can you imagine? Really? Also your politician. Yes. Over so ye billionaire. Also your politician. Also your politician. Now we are minor. That's all. Now sa Guyana for president now. One of the Ottawa was so Ghana for years Cadabahon. Okay. Already who Woman crown on ye criminals say I mess what this can go on the money and this oh you food your mobile and over woman free on for momo or bet you yagani so I was a moment watching and more years get free Mukromodiaba and Rabaya Dumoho. Now there be heart attack it's so sad. Almost your mind is up for mine this Guyana. Sir, Metimia Yesica aye safe. Yeah, safe near the NAB. How? So let me we sika is safe near the not yet to who Kroma and go NAB safe no. How? Confor Bobena said, ye nisiko. What a guy is Cano Kroma ya. Ye chatters church at 12 year at home. Near Jiria Mossa. We are not back at BBN. You ask them why, and they tell you. So that the fact of the matter is that a form. A local authorities. Yes. They don't have money to run. There is nothing there. And yet the district, the municipal, and they don't have any money. There is nothing. Many DC, NMC, BN, Yasem, we are saying. Because I am very BM Reno. No, Mukran also brem so called DC for Naswa. Confor Salaya, Womo. Etam say Omoya Galam. So many Galam say. Bebia, Obia, Bebia, you to me to a good year, anyway, George Ubusam said, what is the status of Saw constituency? The point is, say no, we name say, easy, ISSR, a constituency, or my gazette as a constituency. Oh, my gazette, you see, I'll be a candidate, and they are made the market, Well, I hope so. I dear we see under democracy that the yankophobia omanya representation. Then I wonder me then would be outside could trace Kama institution. Yem fell a Democrat. I could father almost say the near money title be human rights at the end day because for me taxes and then he tries to do PR work just to cover up. Number actually. Anyway, Yankotema Committee 3, Yankotema Committee 3, Yanko and you see projects guru. There's a way and one yet. Or better way. OBC UGMC was a phantom project. Usha, Ejumaya, Mr. Dasuya, Tema Committee 3. Na, ya papa, na now do not cook for na Alaju, Dr. Baunya, Eba say, from 1992, in Bebu Watama, Atuamba Mama, Toma Bemonaye, with a factory, a fertilizer factory. Into fertilizer factory, ya papa, na now do not cook for any Baumia baby in El Committee 3. Organize and down wide. Any. No promise here, say. So we are a better and comfort 3,000 of the youth. Drivers home,
mason wom, electrician wom, plumbers wom, just a cleaners na bibia and my energy. They say yo. Never papa na do that for the catcher say. What 1 year baby adwuma no. Ghana for. You can say MPP. Any party also transform one. Obi Anjindi. And the minia, the other factory now. Your papa promise here 1 year. So maybe 3 years. Party very minia. Party 4 years are you coming? BBA no ekoso. BBA no ekoso. BBA say. Edwuma BBA no ekoso wa. Na emom omusi factory ni wie no. Inkitre, inkusie, ina ndwan, ina mponchi, ina sisi aya employ wa. Usha ade ekoso no. Imbebu na enye edwuma anyo na in one mom na enye edwuma na ya. Ntube hwe no BBA nkoso wa. Na so ye ba wo wa ye hu. Nkusia ye hu mo ho. Om no mo ye edwuma. Ye be se Ghana for say. Na na de dan kwaku fa do na MPP. Enye party aye trust them. Aha na come ka some start process no. Na fertilizer wo bia na ko ma mountain machines no wa na ka o mu bia na process na ka nye ma imbebu kwa no benye tuma across the country because they papa na do that go for the way say fertilizer no be spread it across the country. It's like obia benye tuma but majority be fit because any to amba na bia minia share processing machine na obe promise here say within 1 year any other be run. Minia, any Tiebe Ghana for any same pen and other than Kufa. Namum, Papa, Oyobia, Omukanu Quenche Ghana on a large Baumia, Obia to a mamma 28 good years, and that you don't damn. It's your best, Mumian to a Banama John, Ramani Mama. In any sini PCB or stand baby, Nagana and Twintumpo, Nagana America, because you have a poor cow 24-hour economy. Mumian so. Yes, Soma, Minjiri say papa Bobie review. Ahana. No man bebu watama yenye jumaye. Na wu na me yenwatre. Ni sadia Dr. Baumyadi omba meboy okwambia so. It mean any cannot be what is happening here. Tema 23. Na me cha ebia ye waste ni na ba. On me promise say on me bear fertilizer yenye jumaye. Na so any too much change, too much on money, mama. No matter us, Medamasi. Ghana for Michiamo, Medamasi. Usha, Ejumaya, Mr. Dasuya, every time I come to 3. Na, ya papa, na now do not cook for you. Na Alaju, Dr. Baumia, everybody say.
Therefore, more and I shall follow across the world. These are some of the issues. Enya we nkwa wonim ade a eye menwanwa solo na NDC no ano minim any other political parties I would say whether they are functioning movement or functioning movement for some de mo beka ho e wa Ashanti region Baumia went to Ashanti region oduru Ashanti region no ana Samuel okunum kwa high basis so ne kabuna eye budget no
skare gu o basis
ana omo kwa high basis ana omo de nkrofo begu na omo eti campaign si abonten chia omo ana
ano o
jump fair kejetia phase 2 esi kejetia wa enkwa kire that enclave no mu obi ani tua Baumia timi ko sia adwadifo jomama de enu mu eya na ni tua phase 2 no se oto na ni a enie wansi ho
no maja no
wa enye na sem o twemu wo suame interjejo no akọ magazine
nani amone ya nya heyo
amfa ho onambo ankra ena wura adwoso
ilan port
ekọ ewura kumase wantimi anka so mame nwura buankra na menhwe at the cry AC. One pampaso.
Adum
pampaso. Akofa bantama. Konfanochi siwo otumfo aye konfanochi save konfanochi project. Ono vice president no we said the otumfo kan ye no kwentino. We donate 1 million Ghana cedis that time. And he said, what Jimmy Abodam cry? Cabefo say, Adia otumfo no and kay a buying asade. But so otumfo ya, Mamin kosha damage no. Na mention how serious a damage in it here. Now what chamo baby a confanoche de sekai share from no. One here sekai nimpo.
Oh yeah, no behind it.
Sekai ne share one. One here. We chamo for bantma atiesi abrepo.
Go ahead campaign. Eko swami.
Eko gara. Oko.
We do our go shout to.
Ai di achire Canada Japan. Ene sa boys ni nyina omu di achire. Obi antimi ehunu nyansa nkanche so o miwura.
Omu nyira adwene lada. Adwene lada.
Yenwura. Oso okwa Asante region. Ukoduru Asante region 3 days no. Sir eye wenti na me say ekufo adokọ na me ba
metimi aye adwuma no na be so ni sa nyoma ne bi no ho asem na kwabra we no okọ Asante mantem no eye show of force e bien ko kire Ghana force me odomo enye mo no modwene mu ho na bi no mo free kro no mu ankasa ofo na pone omo ekeka wade na omo sa Asante ma hia enye t-shirt nti ono wo mfiri Asante mantem no no ba no wa me jira hwe ade no wae bi ono free kro no so se Asante de t-shirt ade hia ti one day free wale no hwan yi ba Asante me wa ba be kiro se me se amamo eto ono wo sia wo mo free nti ma ne how
de ono free ono
o se t-shirt na ti me mu
o papa free ono
o papa free wo nyane maami o papa free ono ah wo didi free o ye MP free ono wono se t-shirt ne hia Asante man.
Okay.
And me blame Bobie free wale ba. What must say? Ejime man nya nwanwa. Wo say Jimmy no do so ho. One more free one ba na adwene mu amre.
Yeah. I think you are.
Na say wo mo ko running mate ho. Yeah, just another me who say assistant school prefect who ya say school prefect na mu ada. Just omo ko na me say yes na just BN no say na wo mu ni dwuma bi.
Say BN no. Gabi akwala na Gabi akwala no
na what the other research institution. Now research is me who be that say after ye for a political party they are to dwa.
There you. Nanka oya research no. Ba ku na mo ye kire say ba omia belu.
Now we dey say asumesi and the better running mate.
Move 2024 election na de no mo aye no a. Actually mo say ba omia
o ma 4 times. Last one mo aye no. Onya we nya more than 13%. And am na ihunu. He Asante mantem de omko ye no. Enya bibia o. Omo wo so be lusu heavily.
Mojase
heavily. And until the eyes a young creative impression you go via abani. Baby adu no. And yes MPP nim so ko opposition. Now obeso lose with a respectable score line. I say obese oko opposition akaza kura minya say. Dabi. How me na yawe. Na gebede no bribe de ko do asofo so she asofo no make o 400
obi asend me is it true?
Oh yes o 400 cities na ama ngofo no kuro na
asofo me
oh yeah sa vigilance of we bi no mo gada se kumase no mko no mo yi o mo bebre na no mko so mbu hia no mo nhia o mo che ya na ngofo hurriedly party fo no also kola ne ko gina so esofo ni ama wa sorry title na ko gina mu sa no mo de ye o mo the same thing na keje tedwomfo ma no so no o mo ye so mo nhia no ti ye nya ma me fo bi a quickly wo ze kromfo yi abobo to ma fantom a mko hia o mo hotel ano ne so mu yi o mo to ma yi ma no na man na ba to ya aware of what is going to happen edi when na aba no e ma ne nya honwa e ma ne nya wo ya so wo yemfa ne se wakọ ya dada no ano aba na 7 December by 8 results so start say ba one here will collapse.
No, but you see, so my point is even if you know say ube lose there's life after go.
After we move in the but at least
Ja Anamon John Mahama. Yes. Debbie, I have been saying this. Yeah. John Mahama Kofi, even some of us thought, say, the Oyeno was not enough.
Yeah.
But for Akufo-Addo 8 years, and I mean, who say, hey, obit me the 4 years, ASA. What the president Mills, the other tone Chenya, and Savanah on one day, Abba. Now, John Mahama, after going to opposition, Nanimo Benyam, aye, Anamompa or 2 years.
I said, when you might be doing it.
Aha. And then I mean, John Mahama, Sabe, Nanimo Benyam, Ewa Dom, and Koda, and in Penifoniana, and him. So at least, Baumia, Miawani, Namunya Bibi say, me ni Kranwa, what Chinabi mi wofie, na John Mahama Banua Mua Mani ya, and Profobet Miaka say, me alternative.
Kwabena won yes, Adiano. On yet, say, money, I rabba me. No, your Paula quad a you, personal assistant. One could be a shim, near Nada, near man, so a deputy governor. Then near Nada, a woman, so a running mate. Then near Nada, party a woman who I have flag, but I do our dear Pana. What have you got to lose? Busang. So now the dear mamma on the silver platter say, what have you got to lose? We don't want time.
Nothing to be.
One now should I owe. When you know what time. And you move back to the Begumu, and Guame, a dear bread and broom, Kumi Pracosen and Miewum, demonstrations and Miemu, Kai Chifango Fosso, 1996 or Bequano, may make a home be. A dear, you pa apart from say, Beba party in one other be before a high table, Guana Mefu. To another dear, he got nothing to lose. Toluka when you become send more. I don't know who for so. Or heading Fiesua, baby Adruno, and now the Obe Mubio. I don't know Chakia was our man, Comas of Mano, Yazan, just about more by a president. 20 movie, you bet me a yard as a packing war for Warnum. It is out on Mano, but the woman is a warm one, a giginem. Or Mujiginem say, young machinations. Now, and Yama, a dear good baby for. I don't know, and they were going out to Chairman's.
Yes, the chairman said 3%.
How much it a running meter? And so on the chance, yes, baby, I draws and baby, you'll be free. We are away.
Yes, be an enforcement. We are Gabby. All our coach, Gabby, be a nice say. Chairman Sabusnia 3, a Duchumia 10%. Naponia 76.
I didn't know me upon who as I demand them with 76. Now maybe bomb pass on the bantam.
But Naponia 76. Anna Meboa, so we 1 report.
Vienna to me, I report.
I know that you are.
I might try 70, I might try 30%. And you command 76. Now, who tells a demand to Kumasi? No, no, Bene,
almost say, almost far, I am, sir, MPP, say constituency, say national, so be something almost far, say 5,000 executives. Now, 1 year from say pulling a use a day. Now, more here in England, not just a Utie party base, no, party base in the pa.
La party will be
now, Oko. Agogo. No for Agogo chairman. Now over the secretary. No for the organizer. Department. So no busomo. J 1000, J 2000. Nekase.
Ansah no be kan kroma emu dia mo.
Ekase epe baomia. Oje nekase baomia. MPP for do na egu Agogo hono. So the idea is say, o de yenye ne fix obi na baomia ye ko opposition na baomia kwa na de na paaba.
Now, the essence of this report, NSA, sir, yet the Oman institution, political party research, say, when the baby was your running mate, you what? Issues.
How?
Issues are go for we are bicycle, young conquer. No, what are we talking about?
And me read the idea from France News that there has been a blast somewhere in February. What area where they suspect terrorists?
What I say? wono ano no ayi na bi no so bi na no enteki
can be na no bi enwa
go na bi as a bank
there is almost that
that's a confusion go for
can be na
I been boninti what's that the investigative akoto bank ti na bi we na bi which one is
entu wo ya na akoyo nkrofo say e bank for na research
awadinya me
bi na ye be kan bi na ne sa me wi ase ase yo mama abeso ba ye be sesa edin kwase edin no
kwase edin we no de man look me no ka say wo apa west that say de okay de bia ye ku police for ne ade
me say wa enra sadansa no omukum security men
me no wo nya ho investigation
ya bi ya no ya nya ho research
wo se de oba be ye rally mate party e ko opposition mom wo no
as we are speaking baby omunya nsuo num taxi any ni areas omunya nsuo num bia na for nya research me ehunu say okay Ghana say no etimi cover this space nipa yemfa ne say bia 50% enya potable water
wonya
50 enya so these are the projections there be political party
kwa choose the running mate na no na Ghana here say what are you talking about
kwasiafo
just give me any do
kwasiafo o ka so me yankwasiafo a o mo say
don't touch over there
who did it ade na be o be there
dey why ya dey say wo ba betam yes
there be ade na be o be there gabi fun we there o na be
what are you talking about
institution at the BNI
mo di Ghana sikaye ya gote ya te say ya mo say dey NPP for say o mo pe na NPP for say o mo pe na focus
fama NPP for no mo
go che do pe
o bi fa o
won le fa o say o be o ba ko fa kufuo do na bra say running mate who cares
Dario, na BNI kra no, obi running mate, a political party running mate. Hey, what's
somebody? Na po no be na as the on come mwe
na po muntu nti na mo de
ba.
Sebe you abeba be pushi homosexual.
Ade so yi da ho.
Wono ana na po we ana nka o se enkola
sa katuna ma nkola be di won tru mu
yes napo ntrumuntu
ya no minimum a
napo ntrumuntu
anu kura di panu binimu kura still a nkola no de omo heje
napo ayi nidi
Matthew boku prebe
Matthew
right was asu kuta Matthew Bible mu
Matthew boku prempe trumuntu wono
or say hey
wait that's way what confirm we have running
no be you know who cares about
National Intelligence Bureau special report on MPP who cares
NPP
and you are using my taxes
to go and do the bogus thing
who use my taxes and they are survey I'm a political party me ya timi tax near the akwa BNI ya the BC facilities
now you say
now what for me misika. They should come and tell us sika say the MPP di ma wo mo
ah me ko ye
the foundation
we say you pushing of na post agenda no other
unim obi ka chairman no per say omo be akwa yi NDC di abeto so mo ye NDC di say be
na equalization
no na say you won crofo be
wo mo say on ba be for the move Alan ne run
even NDC kura no NDC run me te fa ho
na dabio political party na say kwakwa na sem wo de wo national BNI no what do you say?
Opoku Prempe, the Minister of Energy and member of...
How much percentage?
What's your percentage?
That I always say, "Children, watch out on the Benjamin Far way." Would we need to almost the best society? Someone,
Kwabena, Infana, Sanquas, I didn't know. I never know.
Na, what say, what Daje? Aqua, your research say, we na Ghana for a MPP for na Ghana for you now.
Tobo, oh, quite, would you make us be an eye, okay?
Oh, got it. Sango for woman is out.
Yeah, Matthew Poku Prempe Napo 76.
Oh, granny, you have a
10.6.
I put you.
I said, Chairman Sabusu 3.6.
So I go crab bonnet.
Fremont Pare, Chief of Staff. Mama, me no akotoko to say double no 3.34
omo no 3
enti ono no otaro say chairman sa ho
the bracket
jo say wusu
onu ju won bi
2.27 and I others near 4. Say like 4.57%.
Just na po edidietim
now say na po we ɛna yɛ gentiamai
ɛna bɛka sɛ ɔmo ntra 13% a ofisa no
napo wei ɛna yɛ nipa ɛwɔ MPP mu a
kɛsɛ ɔno na ɔmo pɛ no dodoɔ na pɛ no
wei napo wei napo wei
putu
napo wei ha napo deɛ wohia ne sɛ wode munya napo acha ɔbɛyɛ running mate acha 2 weeks ɔbɛka nkwasi asɔ
ɔbɛ da wode 2 weeks dada yɛ de bɛsɛ ne nsa na ɔma ne mike ɔbɛka sɛ mu no
ɔno ne papa ɔbɛkɔ akɔdi ne papa atɛm koraa wɔ badwam wei napo wei na a whole security institution
deɛ ɔde sika yɛ ni
ɛyɛ yɛfa yɛ sɛ MPP for running mate a preferred region Asante region enti obi
bɛgye jimie no say ohun say Bobie no monoma ofa onfa eno di no yemfa obi na po ho nanim no Asante
enti obi yɛ
na di to okofa na po no na me no mabusu ya Asante mantem no esa se friend na po ati akoto abama
na po ma me firi akyem
ono firi akyem o ne papa wudi ma Asante mantem se mo so a yedi na enade eni agade enti wani na akokɔ yi ni say ofiri Asante mantem no ono obi anim no ho
na ya tueska me say sa de we I don't know ya tueska na oman ekuo say me hwɛ so enema affecting crofo langards ekwa omo nkoya research
obeye de no
omo kan kyerɛ the way MPP langards ekum crofo ewo Ghana
wo kyase no mo fa
bia na fo nkoya research no mo fa matudwa ekwa ya ɛyɛ MPP langards ekum nkrɔfo wɔ nsase ho ɛwɔ kurom a ɔmo nkɔyɛ ɔmo nya research armed robbery
a ɛkɔ
rape ɔmo nya research na ɔmo fama to dwa. These are the things we want to discuss as a country.
ɔmo nya research ni ahɛ
wo fa ɔman institution ti sɛ BNI ɔmo mfa asɛm papa biara nyansa wɔ mu ma ɛma me amete microphone akyi en discuss uwia no abebu sam sɛ entimu de mu ni bibi papa biara discuss kwasia ma wo me taxes ɛma wo biara na hokora no wo fa ɔman sika yon kwasia biara di
na kwasia report bi obato
kwasia report we a
wa mata put tantan no de abeto sɛ yankan
why kwasia report we uwia no abebu sam sɛ entimu de mo so microphone mu a mu ni bibi papa bi aka
na wo bibi papa why you do wo oman sika de ma
yes media private
na why you do oman sika ma so ko bibi papa na nke yanka bi no ali aka say MPP for so mo penda po so what omo pa mo kon ko Kosmokaya who cares Kosmokaya who cares
omo pa ngwafa chebi hine
enu no ye omo sabo
omo atia obi
omo bejiro ne ya mo ko
obi amfa ho
na we ya asem wo so Ghana for 80 no,
as we speak now, BNI for amfa research on my say entos say ne kra efu Burkina
yes research no
Jane say ne kra then we know PFJ no ekwa say okay BNI for research report nie nanka Ghana radio nka wie ye no ne nyina ye discuss ye
obeye sa de na ye die
na ka fa nkwasi asem ba me discuss nkwasi asem
na kwabene
ono nkwasi asem ba me discuss nkwasi asem
nipa na oda BNI na no ankasa no wonim say 6 months time obetumi ay unemployed enti we nkwasi asem a wo ye ye ngo bo bi a chenjina twa ebetumi ahwe wini ne matena so ezanze ye bobo ba ne wie ne malusu a gise be penwe mtama men ka cho be mena obeye na so start ya tro handing over those at tro ntem because we enkosi aga because said them go prepare sa report we even within the MPP na kro mun kan dokre even within the
when me say and obi frame free kuma say ade ni to odwa no o say Ansah bonsu frefre party mpanimfo so mo agunanimu ase
na yo de me kra de mani age pa
za na fo agunanimu
we pani hunu pa
o se BNI fo agunanimu ase
am ma 3% woni chief of staff wo so ma 33 asamo ja mienu 33 o ma mo 3
uwi abebusa journalism no mun raise standard governance no say me standard kura o raise ya me raise journalism
standard of the man no and the mom
standard no raise ya no me standard no kwasi standard no raise na me so bi dim kwasi asem
journalism no papa na ye ye ni
yabi o ya nti say British for the American me so ma BBC
masa oba na ka odi asempa ba say ye court ya kwa research ye uza judge for answer no umudi nsem no magiska enye yi a ne hu say ye tumpo
BNI is a very serious
institution na wo de BNI no hensem hu na de kwa say running mate MBB for say when you penalty the Omansika akwakoye sa research
odi oto wa na yesi bia na fa akoye research say asantefo ni slimfo ni agbefo ho pa ni ditwe
na o me try say very simple
odi oto
the next you guys go for on to so
odi oto odi
na go by na wo ko fa free
odi mesi ati kroma na ọmọ abeka kire say bia na fa research say asantefo ni isrimfo ni agbefo ni nkranfo enfo pa me ma na editwe
wa me try won mo de ọmọ ye pa de ọmọ the results number pepe
ọmọ mfere
ọmọ ni mo
ye
ke de ọmọ di institutions
o de oti kroma ba
and go for
mesi oti kroma ọmọ kwa akoye sa research no de abase bia na for research ọmọ ye ni na ya ti kroma na ma mo say jai na ni braba
what's it there what's it there
say
na le obeti yes was mini woni yim asum
ma mo sa ade a wo ye asia ne say ade a wo mo ye asia ne say e de be hia pa na hia score north as we speak say emo no a ya na wo mo say emfuo no
milipede ne isane man
o ma ahyase wo ho
bia no a wo dwene ho
ye no nye ho
ai betumi di koma ba Ghana
dabi ye no nye ho
ko nnuane nya no ha na ho ne di free
ye no nye
hwese Burkina forecast o masi tomato factory e wo ho eni ti tomato so akọ atwe wo ha na ye ntumi nya solution
enye problem Pualugu
ko jem
$12 million
e chobi botom
wa wia almost sa chippings any cement na egu no ase akọ bia na enye ho research emi ehun Pualugu no se Pualugu no a ba omia kromfo no
wono na ka
omo ya ne sa no ho asma kwa sisei dabi
onye obetro about your moso omo pennapo
we nyina ase ne sei we nyina ase ne sei enti bia na fa akwa ya research ọmọ akọyọ research nti ọmọ ayọ research
dami no adin bẹẹ paa na ẹbọ ọmọ tí sọ ọmọ publish sáà di o
minim
tí ọmọ publish ọmọ ní agye
kọyọ yẹ sí sẹbọ àwọn bọ na obi ẹ na yọ.
sẹ napo na ẹ na sẹ napo no ọno no ọbẹ ma ọmọ tún nya 5% ẹwọ election ni nyina.
wọ́n nya 5% kura sọ ọmọ agye wọ́n mo sọlẹ̀.
ẹni ọmọ ọ̀kyẹ́ ọmọ bọ́tọ̀ mọ́ ẹ̀ ma sẹ́sì kẹ́yà.
don nfa mi taxes. that is my problem. And for me, taxes
of national institution, national investigation.
Don't use my taxes for such nonsense. Don't use my
investigation.
You do your internal research. You keep it to yourself.
In any case, I dear your friend running me, Kwabena. By appointment to flag bearer no. Or that's why sorry I know because I want to may you. I didn't know because I changed it to move here when I'm the 2 minutes from one because I'm flag bearer and someone.
Me am no kra.
Yeah, party bini.
Sa no mo go fa ma mi o KNUST. No mo go fa the picture ma me ne chi otumfo. Na yesu ma
wo na ma me ne so di ni trum.
E ko ni trum.
Ya video na nti Kumasi anu wa start ye presidential.
Na say wa chance na yesi ahemfu we friends as well ya jimi.
Yes, that video na je ma mi ni sa wa say. Na when you go for me the say your friend say your excellency is amfungwa.
And I'm catching as well ya kwase adiro a odon kuro e didu a. Ube kwate. Adi so kofo dum na lobema ayo oyi
na bobu
ai kofo president kofo ka ho.
The other so tv share bo lobe.
O tv share mu enko mu fie. Omuko afie na de papa
no na de bi o meme
kofo
nkwasiafo
aye president kofo na esa de no
oba ba tiche wa ne ma
ayo no o tihwi mu
ala o chichim ne wa
o tihwi mu still ni abre mu nkofa bi mra mieni enka ba bia wadi ka ko transfer no ka ye di
all the come from above
say na no ya ma me wuye ya me koi no mu bubu ani chie say ho a na me de
na ba na omu bu ani chia eno no
ko amaka chire list we say kofo ye na de amon
fo ko traba bi
ba jibi fo agudu
traba bi
obi a o say my obo my me mpe nti omo ye oba de amon mfe bi
na say me na no a wo de ogotu mampamrika o akofo me no nti bone o tu ma America ko yibo mi aya na me ma withdraw me me ma withdraw me
oka o man no
wala jinjim ni o ma
baby a guide we Akufo
ye mo ni ye mu ye terms of feel good
Akufo ka ho boni ekoso okrom anyina
Akufo be start charge fire
oka ho boni ekoso o man we bre baby o man
be start charge fire from the fire
oka ho Akufo
wa beni ye on eso so jagum
wa ye oka abonefo
o chance no wo pie
oka oni ayi ohini eno omode na po one your friend say Guyana ohini ena omode na po won to mo na lobby man na po de akromfo
na mo sambe cheni
akromfo ku nti yemfa ye na mra na omra no so mra akromfo ba ko onu ntrumuntu nti ko fa ntrumuntu no so fa no on confess kan fam am ka se ti kroma no ya jimi nti enkobo ayi bia na awiei na mafo ani abre yesi na pa na ekro unim kwa yase na omudi ye omotan ya ene okro parliament akwa idum so ano yes
ano mo release ma media for no ano mo ka kire MPs ni se so ba obi an ka se vice president ni nie go and watch yes and then the idea we no oh good
yes and the idea we
na said na po de so na yemre na po no compare be no be ye betua twekra wono kro ntimi convince no ono ankasa wono ni bedua no ntimi convince no
omo di boni o
and the okay understatement omo e di boni no kasa omo di boni a na to say boni bi na omo bo man no
omo say niema omo ha adwene pa
omo no shamina donkom
omo di boni
o say Kenya bisi na omo ni to be peja eno na me je Lord Paul Boache ebufu na de kasa say leadership ekobani say na afi de yedum pempeso a ya say that passport ehunya say page okromu a just ye ni pani okromu a na fe emperifu ato ya mom
PhD e ho mfa so
ada ha no de
PhD ho mfa so a enka sabe Gabi 8 million ma order say yanchi Frimpong Boatem
o me fa no quick
Gabi PhD ho mfa
David o me fa no quick na professor ye mre pa wo OSP office
PhD ho mfa so
professor otumi hwa akoma ho na fe wa ye mem
Gabi bedi atuo minu omo nyina the same level
straight
the same level but say wenum atimi for my control on my
na
PhD mfa so be na o PhD
na jampo ka say PhD fo ya me ahia ya ma ya yesere ni edi
say PhD ni be na okromu a wo se ne yonko ne samia oku
David abo for the couple
PhD ni be na okromu a wo ska eche yuji ahin
David no wonya sika ma na yere ka tra yen say ejapade eta hon me jeme de ai
Dabio PhD ni be na sesi a ye ka say ya bia na ye ka o woska change na po
David
MPP
David we ye kapre David
PhD ni be na woska change Samira wanwe gempa
David no ponso kura no esi bag we tua
ko say PhD ni be na okromu e ma me a national organizer omo so otu
otu I galam say your friend say ne brof wa chiache
menini wie so Kate Jamfu a PhD ni be na wo Ghana o Oscar chain
no David
PhD ni be na wo Ghana o Oscar chain kare de Japan
David it o tumi ka fon chiro bi
Ghana kro no nyina obobi wanya bi ani anu o ye dede
na won tumi kra do gina so ka trese wo ka pre wo
PhD ni be anu se anu abrabom no eyema no chain untu
David
abronya we ya ne se apro twitundra
wanya no hotam
PhD ni ben na okromu a na obi akoka say PhD Holland passport ye che PhD amusi entiase wonti ase kire me o dey from Akufo-Addo no mu ba Akufo-Addo ba atimi asi hotel $6 million PhD ni ben na Ghana ha within ne papa rule 8 years obetimi asi sa
Chamber of Credit we tanya wunya bi
ayi la
to da dan book o ba gedo
PhD ni ben
da bi ni ho
na wa Ghana ha also no betimi asi edan a Akufo-Addo ba asi $6 million
emuna nshom nam no wona
ehwa
eno okotra se ya se 1 city 15,000
yes where hotel no a restaurant is worth $6 million.
Aboko bi Madina aboko bi
PhD bay no PhD bay Ghana no because Dutch Holland passport and who you are PhD assessment
who better na won tiase better na won tiase na PhD ni no brands we didi okoma obi practical su didi na better na aka tiase won tiase
I didn't know what I say.
Ana PhD for the Okromano. Yamoma dane beggars. Ano mo pa.
Yati Kromwa. I John Kuma Yamin for the class. John Kuma. John Kuma Shachele. A free your friend is a circle. No about pyramid house as a Baba program. Yes. John Kuma.
Make I pa.
The last futuro.
Aye.
Now I could find more pen abono with Johnny Bame. No support to Alan.
Yes.
John Kuma.
Make I pa.
John Kuma.
Make I pa.
Now John Kuma. MPP about Bemu within 6 years. Now MPP for Kajida Ghana for so we know John Kuma ever $30 million at an account.
What are you talking about?
$30 million.
And I'll tell you, I've been for the
idea. Yakoba Bosio. Then so
I bribe Yamiana. Yameno say won't to be bribe because
you say Yamam Sanya.
We get one. 30 million egwon mo ya we say ye ko bo besia
yeah
en krata be to ha be mo trauma me hunimu the one we nyate answer the scam
John Kuma $30 million
egwo
edana $30 million
ai
$30 million
say obi ahwe bola so yi go yi ono no ne pass ye twi yi mu 1 million yen
sisi adapa o PhD
dabi obada pa ni bi.
Yes, good in pass.
Dos we yakra we bear 1 year and some days no who says
Jessica go about Bessiam.
Now, brother, me no me Jessica 100,000 free more better than young guy.
Whatever. This means we should be 20 cities. We go to charge after the time we grab Yamin Aquarium into the Busala. But this one bribe.
Now, the idea of 1 million plus euros plus Ghana city. Ira. Afe any na edi akire want to be hu na we obi na beka cho say omo maka nyira de town ma council ni omo pass ni omo polytanks ni yi no ye to be check
won't be check say
sika pa yakoje yes Bank of Ghana boka 60 billion yes ye tax wa ye hu so ni nyira wo mu nsem
iskara ko du wo mu nsem ni e ka PhD asema we say omo anka ni ye
wa anka ni Wana ngani wabumu be wakati se buye beni hunu na mukukuro
akufu adom mai SHS kro mo anwie
wonu be de no mo wie
wo mo nya skase tam
ana mo kire se ya nwenam suomu na
entinka omo mo kobo PhD ni bi mienhwe se PhD no ena manipa bob ya wo Ghana ha
David
enenke ye nyina ya se me PhD ni a wo abarem 8 years ya yeso we ni ho abamfaso ama Ghana treme
David
anyansafo wo mu nyina ya bo mo apam mo
ya mo buru woni
o frempom boate ya bono apam no ata Kennedy ya bono omo nimidie Dr. Amwakoba ya bono apam no
because so be Kenyan asem akire mo so mu mpenya asem
kwasi asem
e be wi o man sika na mu petie
finito
tebere ne tie wo asem
ye no ano mo yo
awura di nyame
ase awom gusu ya
asankofo yi batch we na gase ye wo mo da ba ko ana aso wo firi ma me ba ko yem
so hu ba bi om ko bobo mo ho ano a sa adwompo ne no
atise
e bo mo tim se ye be say o mind se Ghana
na nkofo akwabere omo ba bedi bone omo tu di bone na to paper so se frere japade book
ene me wone ye be state capture
yankom
state capture no
da wo mo tu di akuke ku krata so se ekwa won ye be wi o man no ani enya asofo ni won mo a imams ne yi a wo mo nim se sa krata yi da ana mo nyira o ba da mo sere o mo tu kan krenje o
mo nim
se mo ya kromfo
they know
mo ya kromfo Moya Cromford, you have to be chased out.
Omo ya wa sen crofo ni wi awo man no.
Ana omo te ho.
Yes. Omo nim.
Omo te ho.
Omo nim.
Na omo ba omo sa de omo sa to omo si e bomb pa ya ma mo nya.
Na no Pentecost.
Maku se de munyu ma.
Pentecost for so funny. Ekosia ba omianu a. The baby and America kron de Ghana any future cry. Catch any say, but we are only for me. The way I must see we are on mine, and yet, Tiagro, here. I've maintained this. I mean about him. White, won't go some. On Gahosa, Wakospre, baby, I do know, I have any. Oh, I have any. I'll go near you. Give the avenue. Now, what we are all cars, I was not the China Catin and you. Nanimuba no, I say, Pierre, no, they're cutting any. On Nimpasa, as some American, and yet that, and your fat, but may carry in Makwa magic. Of course, what can your man publicity? Because what can you? Nanimuba no, I say. Wait, as I say, we did on mine, but I'm did you on mine. I normally bet you, I saw one of what I say. Young for mercy can go to Amina. Why you also want to go a board of directors for that's like a today? And I reverend this, reverend that, reverend this, reverend that. Now 58 million. More can you mean? I saw when you can one. I catch him a corona mobile. Most of them, I really am Simuya Mebo, you are saying your corona. Or my can count. Or my can count. Yeah, maybe Chiomuka 1. What to me, you cannot tell thee. Would you say I don't do 15 baby and after the Baku, what done in the dim you? No, you could you try black what they are fire. What you find? Still, I didn't have go to. One mom de bia de ono kromfo kusibuati no de body di kusibuati se nim say ye Kwabena ayi didi ba ko de say criminal Kwabena buati o se de edimienu criminal edimienu no criminal na wono enra awrehosem na yasi na mo na ba ko to no e wo police for na mo no so police dey ajegu na mo ba ko to police for enti Victor Kusibuati na no to be sorry ko say when guess what them obi ya find out say ampa okura 210 numbers obi ya find out say okura 2 passports with different names different Ghana card is your pick fingerprint so on what basis no to be now abaka say we nim how yes, how can we trust voter register? No way. When in them krum ha. No, no. The country where I come from, the truth is ironic. Just like animal farm, justice mean inequity. So who go say the truth? Who go say the truth? Silence, Islamic leaders, silence, things and things, silence, traditional leaders, silence. So who could say the truth? True, justice. We are the workers of the call. Now I am no better. We are the workers of the call. One has I no better. Who go say the truth? True, justice. Who go say the truth? True, justice. Oh, you need it now, see what's happening. Now your friend and I come out. Only baby over can so at one point, over to everybody was afraid. To my quantity again, once my boy don't be one energy, but who go tell the truth? Nanai, or say me, Nanso be a person that can because everybody is afraid. I just afraid more in who could draw for you not done. Who go say the truth? True, justice. Obiaja konson so to grow your mansa to me bia ka kobrafo. Efo anyina ye. Efo. Wa anyina ye. Na so kutrata da una so bidia ba ko wa no keke. Afene fo be mane mo pia fo efo e. Ne cross on my mo. Ansah fue muaini,
Who go say the truth? Abaya the botetino. Yedi be nyande bi. Kachi sa with your mouth pipinuma. With your mind never shine like fire for sa. But who go tell the truth? Justice. Do you see silence? Even journalists silence. Oh, then who will say the truth? Justice. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. No matter how you testify. Justice. You say you wanna get rid of corruption. Someone want to help you. Now the person become your target. Justice. Jobless no they mean senseless. Poverty no they mean useless. One day them go resist. Justice.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
Remember you don't know. I mean, I know one day. I remember you. I need to know Ben may be here. And to for any out of four, and you'll be a penny to Tombia. And chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and the herbal shops beer. I was gonna have a beer. And that's a friend. I was 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Sankatwe FDA Fajatu. Kaise Tabia Takumye. Bembebia Takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Ghana for any abroche for Savanah Sase any Adain Tomwa Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Aye the game changer. Esanse bibia ono omediga enya ne ho ahotoso. Enti se eye wani swadi hunu se obeto asase ana efie de. Bomodian se one Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Ena beni sawoso. One and afa 2 expandable bedroom houses are. One town for kra. Afa one sase a e teacher manteno. Still one gusu a one ton. E ben police station no. One twitwa no 70 by 100 and a 35 by 100 full plot and a half plotter one more ton and the ama Ghana for any abroche for nyina one say we building materials was site will be able to nya bi e dia ye na djuma enti Ghana for any abroche for so wo hwe anim say obeto asase ana efie de with flexible payment terms no obetumi nya bi e Royal Chapter Property Group Limited frewomo our +233 256 515 862 Ana +233 591 010 337 Ana +233 256 700 831 Ana +44 750 887 1235 Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Start a new chapter in your life.
Incoming President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, flag bearer, Zuma National Democratic Congress. Also, in Chemo Bibera, or say democracy. Sara LKM Manigana Ma, Grata Shishene economy, what it's wapans. In education system, I was say. Friends and family governments are all called the current administration in Ahocher, Mecha hardship, all called a shepherdin, Afraba, Bibera, us Ghana, yes, the Ahocher na dos. You know, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say, when you are our everything crap to we. Erica Bob, they are build the Ghana together. Asamoah chef you wine you there. Buona support in the campaign for 2024 election. JM 2024. Asamoah chef you wine you there. When Sabaka do you see good governance card in it? Good governance card in your card. And you was there support JM 2024 campaign. Good governance card. What did you do? And Tima Wusi Kanyama Waho Zidibo Tuman. Now so agile was one saw one pedal watch good governance card. When it's Sikaya 40, 30, 10 citizens so. About about short code star 248 star says hash. Now also ascend was it. Good governance card. After that, Johnson support to JM 2024. About a friend 0534 000 261 and now 0531 033 503 and now 050 982 3400. You can on internet to do www.ndcgoodgovernancecard.com. Mayan Kambo, they am build a Ghana together with John Dramani Mahama. Nyamisha.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. GoTV. Love it.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum bia benemua. Kanim tutu ya na minkuma bua sese die. Betu esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules onzoe. E mane meme nyina akoko yade. Sisi yade amama nya yem timotete womo no. Yedro no. Manum bi amama de me ho. Give us core capsules. Misuse mo ye din. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh, yeah. Hey, give us no. A man need ya bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules boom nom dia. Na eni jeni ahwodeno. Wa brudo. Give us P capsules. And meme wadi if you do what you do kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. A painful abata one more menu for one kwada woni if you do me nunka ho. E wo drugstore beer motofonko give us herbal center. Teshi mobile. And na Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050-68-51135. FD Aje Edwedi Nkratui Atu.
Tusumika Emma bills was here. If you say, Asumga Wunya Wayam, Bosia Bonshaya Hoodie, Educhum, Obi Biawe, and it made dear Biara Woody. Bills will be Bimao. Won't hear Susu, won't hear Awa. Nanya will hear no national ID card. Ain't it to Mika Frayam was 0302-200-390 and now 0596-920-833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batan. Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills microcredits Jumediemu. Bills Uposia Boho Adamfo. Kai say Jumedie Ishaka Crown.
Say the Mako who our Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. No, the whole credit me. Say a new team Momania Award. A word bestie. Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, the Case, and as a Moya, the Encanon to them.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. A son I want to say, near Kro Etuno, near Encan Awanum, Obana Bemo Power, and Yarwankaye.
Mansima Mikase, and the Spana Cod Moekayeno. Greenfield Adarumenti, and was our Solejan and also APM.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should show the Pebiani Moankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nunga Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. There was 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop. I believe.
FM 100.5.
Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furu kube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakachira katabin say you what you can say
All right, so that was it live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Wednesday afternoon, we are back here. My main car man for CMG Scratch there. Star 413 hash. And you check 5 million. Men transit. Bomodian say obey activity u phone no. After the maybe mamu di peche. Obia be di peche. All right. So which one? Come 7 cities 7 minutes no na dey my answer which one are dey my. But oh a question no. So any question? Okay, so that is the 5 minutes. All right. Okay, so Yanko, quick. Yanko, Parliament now, and we'll discuss about state capture. But Mamo, what transpired? Parliament.
The Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, have been load shedding power in the last couple of weeks. Hence, the power outage experienced by many consumers across the country. If the answer is no, why the power outage then? Thank you very much.
Yeah, respectfully, let me invite the minister to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been scheduled to answer this question, urgent question, 3 times on this floor, and 3 times I've been here. And 3 times the questioner had not been available, or Parliament had not been able to allow me to answer the question. So the question, Mr. Speaker, has to be seen in the context that it is over 2 months ago, a question as an urgent question. Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed to answer as the utility did advise. We are pleased to provide the following response to the urgent question. No, ECG is not undertaking load shedding as at the time the question was asked. Mr. Speaker, consumers were experiencing outages due to a number of factors. That included localized outages due to overload on lines and transformers. Mr. Speaker, there are certain areas in this country that all of a sudden the number of people resident or the businesses that have accumulated, especially I can give an example of parts of East Legon, which was a purely residential area, now has become one of the major business districts, increasing power consumption, thereby hampering the existing lines there. So the transformers and the lines have to be updated. Outages to upgrade the capacity of overloaded lines and transformers. SEMPA, Mr. Speaker, at the time the questioner put the question, SEMPA had an emergency valve leak, which meant a complete shutdown, losing immediately 340 megawatts. That also contributed. And then, last but not the least, plant maintenance on Amandi power plant was also ongoing at the same time. The emergency outages, sometimes also requested by a grid company, had contributed. So, there was a myriad of factors that unfortunately had happened that were causing power outages in different parts at different times. Mr. Speaker, the reason why ECG went further to say that they were not load shedding, because most of those instances were not planned, and so they couldn't have come out with a program to say that they were load shedding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, that is so. Mr. Speaker, the minister just told this House that there's no load shedding. So let me find out from him if he's aware that the company in question, the ECG, put out an official letter indicating that there will be some load shedding for a couple of weeks. They put out an official letter if it's aware.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm in your hands. This question was not asked. I prefaced by saying it was in March 30, and those incidences were not. But I also admit that what you are saying might merit an explanation. But Mr. Speaker, for the awareness of doubt, that was not an explanation at that time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear what the running mate said. Oh, sorry, what the Minister for Energy said. He said that his answer related to the time.
I asked the question very well. Ask the question. No, well, I'll come to you. The owner of the question, you are now here. Yes.
Speaker, let me commend the minister to start off that he gave a preamble to the question. But the question was filed long ago, and yet he gave a preamble and then went ahead to answer the question. I'm quite curious. And then when I listened to him, he enumerated changes.
If the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, have been load shedding power in the last couple of weeks, hence the power outage experienced by many consumers across the country. If the answer is no.
All right, so the whole issue is about whether we are in energy crisis or not. And the energy minister, as usual, in your problem with her, so problem no me lose 40 megawatts. In your problem with her, so problem no be na jomama enya no. Eya jomama a man kofa a Mary plant a buy. You know, na po edidiate na po you know demonstration or eya say you dum kania one day kra then no. So na po I or say na po justify as energy minister why power outages abba. To onone akufado they can justify. Yeah, they can justify. But obin to me ain't justify why. Yeah. We must be. We must find ourselves in doing so. But no dear. On the akufado dear. Omne ya de shenti. Omo justification is legitimate. But 10 years enye legitimate. So that is where we are now as a country. Young flow straight enko issues.
Wow.
Anyway.
This demonstration is not to topple the government. This demonstration is to indicate to Ghanaians the insensitivity of John Mahama's government. The insensitivity of John Mahama's government. This is not to topple government. We don't advocate for a regime change this way. We are going to vote next year and we are going to vote them out massively. That is good governance. That is partisanship. We are going to democratically remove John Mahama from power. Not do this demonstration. But the demonstration is to demonstrate to John Mahama and Ghanaians that what is going on is bad. If you are feeling the heat, if you are feeling the heat, like Ghanaians are feeling the heat, if you are buying electricity and they are having it for free, if your salary, you are spending 60% of your salary on electricity bills, then you understand what I'm suffering. Yeah. I am suffering. John Mahama is not suffering. How do you expect the members as a collective to speak on your behalf when you decided to give majority to such a bad government, NBC? Ghanaians should realize that their term matters. Your term matters. Your term matters. When you go and vote, you have to know that the consequences are ahead of you for the next 4 years. The term the Ghanaians gave to John Mahama has shown that they should never again people trust John Mahama.
The plan for the police service is that we must be able to police this demonstration without
by common people, and that's the hassle they are going through. They are sharing their individual experiences with each other, and you cannot control them.
This demonstration is not to topple the government. This demonstration is to indicate to Ghanaians.
Even in 2016 claims says auto electricity now say when young Kania say obi mismanage or minor. Today Napo is justifying why say yinya lies out. So that's it. Let me just leave this guy and move on. Pajo, former national chairman for PNC, and na ekronudin a title no ye emuye me du. Na ya emame brese mebo. But he is a traditional leader, and now he is aspiring to lead the PNC as a flag bearer, and that is Honorable Bernard Muna. We are joining in the studios. Then we have still Solomon Wusu from Afra Top Movement, a communication team member for Afra Top Movement for Change with us. We're hoping Listo and Anakusipoko will join us. But let me put a Japa document in the state capture. And then demonstration no nina fall under this topic. Yeah, ye be di state capture. Yemfa bibia, and now state institutions, state hotels under threat. Yeah, ye mama omanfo. So monfantu ampamcho na monya nteme mame anche mema mo hu me winners omanfo a omo wini CMG sika achede CMD sika achede. Okay, so ofa all right. So my main go through a Japadia document, no, your fab portion. Be na ya juma. Okay, so page I am mama pages ne emra. Mama pages ne emra. So offer a year point 1. Maybe I'm sure a Japadia document no near the back a year the state capture. Offer point 1. Economic and financial sector control. So the economy and financial systems constitute the nerves of every country. Indeed, political power and economic control are linked in such a way that any group that controls economic might of a nation essentially controls its political power. At the same time, political power is virtually a condition precedent to economic and financial power in our country and Africa as a whole. So this is the document Akufo-Addo, Staff Mafo, Gabi, Hakmo Swajiman, bedia tuo no mo fremo pare Baumiano mo the omo transe. In fact, Baumia the official document we mo omo be share mu keke as a conduit just to use him for our agenda. Okay, so paragraph 2. Our agenda for political dominance will hinge on our financial might, and that is why they are stealing a lot. They need money. With that, because Muntemiye, they apart from money, they don't have any respect in society. So they are trying to amass wealth, and they think getting so much money. So listen to them. Our agenda for political dominance will hinge on our financial might, and that is why even they have the guts to enter into NDC to control some of the people. Okay, so we therefore need overwhelming control of the key economic growth pillars. Overwhelming. Obino Kasano Kase overwhelming. It's not like anybody here just a control, but a massive one. In Tigabi Betwete, somewhere last 3 years that they will rule for 40 years. Among Fantiasi, no. It's not say Omoteso for 40 years. But they will make sure that any party in power, no, the money in their hands, no, they bet me a throw off year. It's either you agree to dine with them or they bring you down. Okay. So our agenda for political dominance will hinge on our financial might. We therefore need overwhelming control of the key economic growth pillars of Ghana. Such dominance would assure significant inflow of resources to finance our political blueprint. Again, control of key economic and financial sectors will give unparalleled leverage in the periods we may not have direct political authority. That is what I was talking about. Okay, so with economic power, we could manipulate the system to generate an unfavorable economic situation enough to make any government of the day not directly under our control to become unpopular. The importance of a significantly large and stable financial firepower to finance the execution of our political and economic control project cannot be overemphasized. So they have point 1 to phase 1 overview. The first phase of the economic and financial sector control was to be implemented in Nane's first term of office. As we get closer to the end of the first term, we have set the ball rolling regarding the objectives set out in our first document. There have been difficulties, largely due to some pitfalls in our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better had it not been for the greed of some of the non-Achim elite we had included as cover. Again, the way some CSOs obtain vital information easily about the Japa project has resulted in them wrong-footing us and emboldening the opposition to jump into fray. We should, however, find some ingenious ways to overcome the opposition. So, changes in the leadership of most supervisory institutions, particularly the Central Bank and the Securities and Exchange Commission, has allowed for other blueprints to be implemented. For example, the financial sector cleanup successfully eliminated most banks with hostile ownership. And as we speak, right now, no Mamenka T4, they are looking forward. So, Mubabegu, NDK, SIC, savings and loans, Omia 4. So data bank services has been playing the role of transaction advisor in major government deals, while the enterprise group is the main insurer of the government assets. So this about the state capture. Our international proxies are also playing their parts in accordance with our broad objectives. The insertion of Kelny GVG into the telecommunication space and the implementation of Unipass at Ghana's key entry ports are other notable successes of phase 1. The digitization of payment process through the implementation of the Ghana Quick Response Codes is progressing steadily and is getting impetus from the desire of banks to entrench digital banking in response to COVID-19. The Japan Royalty Special Purpose Vehicle implementation has been slowed by COVID-19, but is one that must not be allowed to fail. So notable setbacks occurred in the power sector as civil society and opposition NDC were able to galvanize enough public opinion against the renegotiated Ameri deal and the power distribution services takeover of the Electricity Company of Ghana. So it goes on and on and on and on. And there are other ones that analysis now will come back and analyze it. Ora Benabona Akwaba, so I join you in the studio. Okay, so my main catch the quick Juma Bimra. Hello.
Hello.
Aja.
Good evening.
Good evening, Aja.
Good evening.
What do you do? I bet also. Sikana bet also.
Oh,
oh, sorry. I thought you spoke to my producer earlier, so maybe my producer knew you can speak. But that is not a problem. So I learned you have won CMG Skachedia, right? How much?
Yes, 500.
You have 500 on your phone. Yes. Congrats. How much did you invest in the raffle?
Oh, I play 10 city.
10 city. Is this your first time or you have been doing it?
Oh yeah, I'll be playing.
You have been playing?
Yes.
So this is your first time of winning?
Yes.
Oh, so since when have you been playing this raffle?
Come again.
Since when have you been playing?
Which one have I been playing?
The raffle.
I don't get you.
Since when have you been playing the raffle, the draw?
Oh, I've been playing for a very long time now.
For how long now? A year?
2 weeks. No, not a year.
That is what I want to know.
Why should I be investing my money into a close account?
Okay, you started just 2 weeks ago, right?
Come again.
You started like 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Now you have how much you won on your phone? 500?
5
million. Okay. All right. So just stay with us. CMG's catch there. We do it from Mondays to Fridays, and in fact, Fridays are mega. Fridays we dash out 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. So just stay with CMG's catch there. And you'll be fine. You'll be the picture. You go chop. I can see you are happy.
Yeah.
At least you have 500 on your phone. You go fit buy light. You go fit pay your water bills and Charlie. If nothing at all, I go fit buy some 25 kilo rice, do some oil, then you get some frozen chicken atachi. That will be good for you. Masa, look. Of course.
You are saying what?
It's better using it to buy beer.
You are saying what you'd have done with the money.
Yes, it's better using the money to buy beer.
Which beer? Tankwa beer.
All right, thank you. Me ba cho ube tu join here CMG scratch there no. 5 cities. No process na star 413 hash. No starting process no. You are good to go. And no them and answer will call. So chairman, state capture and demonstration ukobi. State capture and the Kufado Bawumia.
First, 2 things I should mention. Aside Michia Minua Solomon Owusu.
Yeah.
Former MPP member. On person Monfa former Nankan former MPP member.
Your Excellency.
Nebufu any party no. And in some huna party no but sometimes in a banner say na ye movie ye ni ajepa. Was that time na na catch it almost say kwan na modi e fa no emboaye no. Na in term no modidi yen e won krom. But no things are falling into place. Omo na omo wo mu no. No omo catch it say nke nim dada nke boamo because ship no dey asenke dada. But we should be able to see how we will save the human beings. That is the rescue mission. Second, Ansah and Nra Mebabe joining protest no. Namewo Sankana.
Sankana.
Wow. And ye call Sankana na ye Kalibi Festival. Kalibi Festival. Sa festival probably, and when I was listening to the historians, Sankana record is that slave raiders no none omo intimate Sankana for. In other places, no, the slave raiders were able to conquer. They penetrated and they captured. But in Sankana, they were unable to penetrate. They suffered the heaviest defeat. And Sundiata Keita, I'm sure say Moamaya history kakra, Neba Samori Ture suffered the major defeat in their career of raiding people and their communities in Sankana. And when the remnants were running away, they got to Golu in the Sisala district. And Golu for also Etimi wall. And if you still go to Golu, our campaigns, Utimi who say, Omo slave defense wall. In that defense wall, no, almost Etimi Jina wall Nechi in order to repel the slave raiders. And the final battle was won in Sandema when Babatu, that the last of Sundiata Keita named Mamo, was defeated in Sandema, bringing an end. This is how. So, but for Sankana, it was like they were on a marauding crash. So the historians continue to remind us that they don't know the power of the people of Sankana. But if you go, there were natural defense system. Your friend is saying, Apim, is it your friend saying that be your friend had the saying Tokupine, my friend is saying Kotoko. In the rocks, no Kotoko no na omo war caves were say Ufi Sankana na Ujanea. They were very wild animals, omo man bay, but somehow the omunim obia Ufi Sankana ukodra no mo biama. Okay. Into Ukomwa, then they themselves will come and cover and seal the mouth of the rocks. Into opponent na bano, they don't see anybody. They see that the whole thing, one said the thing is like rock. And on one casano, then they release their pins, arrows.
I say arrows.
Then they were afflicting the people. How that became was, and then young Crawford so then Omunya opening, then they will shoot at the opponent. So the people did not get to see any person from Sankana no more. Professor Nana Jane Opuku Ajimai, Obaba Yeni PhD, decided to go into research and did her research thesis from Sankana and Golu. And that enabled her PhD thesis and later published here. So much that her publication attracted UNESCO to be interested in the slave caves of Sankana. Until this weekend, the Sankanana and other elders of the palace invited Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajimai and Omosino Ohima in Sankana.
Na Sankana Ohima.
Yeah. Pirima. One say Piri means rocks. Nama eye mame inti mother of rocks.
Mother of rocks.
Inti they have given her the heart of the rocks of Sankana to go out there and prosecute Bibia Obetimiaye. Of course, the Greater Accra Regional Minister is the Siambogona of Sankana, and he was enskined in 2019, and PLO Lumumba was enskined Tangwana of Africa in 2022. So we did that coronation, and you should watch the beautiful scene. Titus Esa na Mami Esa. I'm sure that later your producers will put it on the show for others to see. But evidently, here we are. This was Saturday, Sunday. Na yese me. Remember, demonstrators no ewa Accra.
Yeah.
And so there was no direct flight from Wa. When say normally on Tuesday, Monday. So there's no flight available. And I say I should take VIP bus. Normally it's 5 p.m. Then you are expected to get to Accra around 3 to 4 a.m. So we left Wa at 5 p.m. Bobie, unim dodge 1, hit 3 free. Dodge one. Yes. You dodge 1 and you hit 3 for free. And it's better not to dodge so that you just hit. Because dodgy back way, you know, there's no way you avoid the next 3 potholes. So from Wa, we are expected to be in Accra by 3 a.m. At 6 a.m., I feel Yedru Kumasi.
Hey.
Yeah.
From 5 p.m. to
6 a.m. I feel Yedru Kumasi. So in order to participate in the protest, I had to call the airport in Kumasi, jump out from the car, run to the airport to be on standby. Luckily, I was able to get the 720, your friend saying, Passion Air to Accra in order to come and participate in the protest. Yet, when the Minister for Roads was going to the Upper West region, Minister for Roads, he went by flight. How do you then get to see the deplorable nature of the roads so that you can work on it? As they say, Obia, overfull. Now see, go to the farm, then you go and do fishing. You are in the fish and at the sea. How will you be able to determine whether there is drought or not? You are not the minister responsible for aviation or transportation. You are minister responsible for roads. And for you, in order to ascertain the level of road development in this country, you should go by road to most of these places. So I want to urge Ansah Boachi, say, next time so Babeko in the Upper West region, he should go through what we have gone through. Fortunately, Onenekano will be V8, so he will be able to participate in the involuntary dance. The dodge 1, get 3 for free, hit 3 for free. Onyano sir, I'm sure sir, he will come and inform President Akufo-Addo, say, some people somewhere in the Upper West region, in the Savanah region, are in dire need of better routes now among young and them, so that the people can get development. And Bobie and Ramibesi from the airport, I went straight to the protest ground. And Metimiaka said, the turnout was mammoth. It was tumultuous. And
it was what?
Tumultuous. And I'm a bro from Nenya. Oh, Nenya Mesa.
I am Mesa, me woo.
Nenya Mesa. Me
oh, my work.
I don't know. I will overcome it, but wound the me who says here. Me who says here, a mouth. Because you need my fighting spirit.
Sure.
So, yes, see mo efi Labadi Beach. Walk through Nagana Fujina, who said the hotels are in shape apart from Lapam. They are doing some rework on it. But they are doing rework so that they can sell. They are doing rework on the hotel.
Not to operate.
Not for them to operate, so that they can now give it out to Obi.
Almost yes,
Atom. And yes, or Moton, Eddie Ache. Now, you see, all the way, there was no disturbance whatsoever. At the end, Mona Ghana for police. Mona Mokachire Obia say the protest will terminate at the Christ the King. And yes, sir. And Yamina Meka will be. Omwankasa in their release said that the protest will terminate at the Christ the King. And hereby, just in front of the Fiesta Residency. Baby, there is a junction before Obetimiako Christ the King.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, before the National Development Planning Commission on the right and Fiesta Residency is to the left.
Sure.
Now, you have barricaded the place. So the crowd, knowing very well that we have to get to Christ the King, were surging to come forward because Munamuka said Christ the King. So, fortunately, which is not normal and usual of me, I was one of the first persons to arrive at the scene, as if I knew that this commotion would come. Mekodru, when the crowd was pushing the barristers, I was one stopping the people, and they were listening to me. Commander, na Obia ATM. Then from nowhere, pepper spray.
Oh.
From nowhere, pepper spray. Direct
no
in my
provocation.
face. No provocation. Direct in my face, and of course, it went out. So other persons who were affected now started saying, so they started throwing water around that area. They were throwing. Me, I was affected by the pepper spray. No, I still did not want the thing to degenerate because when you say a planet that they should degenerate the very successful thing. So I started jumping. Me who say oh Baba to be I jumped and come to you. I was running everywhere, holding people and telling them, calm down. The distance between here and then your friend saying, Christ the King, no. And what they are. So if the police say we should not go there, it's not a problem. After all, the government officials too cannot even drive and come. It's all okay. The person would have also participated. Oh, there's here. So I don't have a problem. Since the Ghana Police Service is behaving like a law unto itself, we should allow them to do so. Masa, this foolishness of some police officers must stop. And the IGP must call his troops. The Diameka say if some of us also joined the security services, probably would have been COPs. What you say? Would have been COPs. They have no better qualifications than we do. They are not older than we are. In some of them are doing, no, they should know that we have grown beyond it. Some of us, our societal standing is far better than them. But they should know. Say, being a police officer today, you were a civilian before. You retire and you become a civilian. They will retire and become civilians. And if they are not careful, they will have no friends. With this kind of foolishness, because you are wearing, look, Ansah and Obaba, Greater Accra Regional Commander, no, some people have been there before.
Better people.
What do you say? Some people have been there before. So you rising there, go and check the number of people that you see. They are all XXXXS. They are no more there. Have you checked their fate and how they are surviving? You will not be in uniform forever.
Bernard, what makes you think any IGP and instructor?
So even IGP, who IGP? No? Go and check the number of people that have been IGPs before.
I don't got IGP. I don't Ghana.
Go and check.
I don't got to talk on street. You can.
What do you say?
Disagree.
What do you say? You are not the first to become IGP. And so no position is permanent. Some people sat there before you came. Yes, of course. So people should stop abusing their offices. Some ones of the police officers are of us. Yeah. They are just in uniform. And then when anytime you are trigger happy, you want to, because somebody is in power today, you want to use that to abuse citizens. Defied any logic. Will the police start investigating?
No.
Will they start investigating that the near pandemonium was caused by the police? Say, they are keeping quiet. I don't get it. But if the police are happy, say, does the police service generate revenue? Ghana Police Service, do they generate revenue? What you say? The Ghana Police doesn't generate revenue. So revenue must be generated from somewhere in order that the Ghana Police Service is paid. The army doesn't generate revenue. In fact, none of the security services generates revenue.
They are consumers of revenue.
You consume revenue. And some of the institutions that will generate that revenue for you to be paid are being sold. And citizens are rising to protect that. so that you being an expenditure, that expenditure will have a source that will support it. Because you are in uniform and the state has empowered you with pepper spray and what have you can just put it on people. Look at the number of casualties that we had. And in Kabua Bako, hit one policeman, you will see them issuing statements. And you know, I was right there with the Director General of Operations.
Okay, it's right.
Shraj, at the time that the commotion started, he was taken away far away from the commotion. When you were supposed to be the person issuing instructions so that the commotion will stop. Now would you want Johnny Akojina baby?
Oh, Chile.
Do you understand? Your people took you far. He was not near us. Commotion no subsided before they came. So you see how the world is. The persons that have been empowered to help the situation, rather they flee from the point. I was running. If you watch the videos, I was running left, right, and center, holding people. Take it easy. I did not run away from it.
The police security persons
were running away from it.
No, but Suraj and Ganese Osro, or Ganese Yasesha. I
mean, these things don't
help. So the Raj is not running away because he's afraid. He's running away because Lord come in no my friend. Lord come in yare for no that.
Or to all my
pro and so Dampaso my instructions.
All my
one friend from presidency. In this Raj no o jira be am ye prepram keke. And just be usro.
Why na own name Carlos von Brazil? Own him no. Say our deputy chief of staff.
Von Brazil.
Deputy chief of staff. Carlos von Brazil. Your friend Aduma boss man. Oh no.
Who do this uncle for? Which me sure more because you know them no. Now you say you don't want pay to me never year mu bibi.
I tell you.
I tell you.
But
I don't. Von Brazil say me Von Brazil. You know them so well that
no, I dare not for me and Ra. Von Brazil displayed. He displayed show of maturity. Because Obia Owo Hono. I mean, on himself Obia Nim. Obaye, I saw him. Oh, Honorable Yarga. What do you say? Fifi Kwete, Okujeto. No, they instruct from in there, then they come and play friendship. You could see that. You could see that. In fact, the first batch of people that they came.
You have never trusted them.
No, of course I don't trust them. But I'm saying that the first batch of people that came, minimum mumu. So I asked whether these are the people coming to receive the petition, and one of the police officers said yes. So Mekojina Ablakwa Ayarga, Mama Ayarga Mo, and I said, if these are the people who are coming to receive the petition, let's go back. It was after that and Carlos von Brazil Ebaye.
Come in the national service for the
Maza, I don't think that they are qualified national service. I tell you.
Only national service for the
Maza Diba I said, we mo ya from Mamo Dene. So later, and I'm going to Carlos von Brazil. Of course, and when he came, you know, the way he related, the public imagery was good. But I'm saying that. So what was the stupidity of the police in this action? That they have pepper spray, so they want to test the use of the pepper spray. And I make catch Commander Ahin. As a commander, look at the troops you have brought and look at the crowd that is here. If this crowd decide that they are going to surge on you, how many bombs will you throw?
You can't throw. You
think that in throwing the bombs, we will not be able to bring down some of your officers and take their shields and probably take away the guns? But can you imagine that when you are shooting at us and we also are able to take your guns, what it will mean? So stop that thing. You go for peacekeeping. You go for international training. And this is not the etiquette that you are taught. If this is how you are taught policing, I bet you come and sit at home. We are better than you. Oh, me near Brian a champion on TME.
And after a free demonstration at hotel, fantastic.
Me near Brian a champion on TME.
Oh, say the immune, ya dry.
I don't think that anybody hates you. But you hate yourself.
Why?
Brian Champo. And you know where see Rock City no hotel no. And you know that Marty say what busy internet styling it into a hotel no. And you know that Marty say Okakoto Royal Cozy Hotel, affectionately called Jabba Dubai no.
A Cozy Hotel
near Papa no Mokokun ya Ansah in the Upper West region.
Wow. Brian.
Yes. And nature say you are good to go.
Yeah.
Where is this greed coming from? Where is it coming from? Abba. Sometimes you look at it and I don't understand. Sincerely, I don't understand.
The greed,
the level of avarice, greed. Wait, look, and send be oha untiminka. But Brian Champong, at the time that he was said now Ministry of Interior, and he called Boo Nipa Bebre in the Ayawaso by-election. So okay.
The National Security Minister.
No, Minister of State at the Ministry of Interior. So, sir, there was a vow. Sam George and others were beaten. Obianim say NDC4. Ye Brian Champong as Minister for Agriculture. Omo to Abamano.
Oh, I know. That's someone now. But
Omo to Abamano. So that immediately after that, if you go and check the support Brian Champong gave to some of the NDC people to retain their primaries. So you have money. Now, say state hotels are not doing well. Must you buy them? Assuming they are not doing well, must you buy them?
But Oyawa said the president is incompetent to get it back on its feet.
This foolishness of say state assets are not doing well, they must be sold. Meaning baby if you buy
it. State capture. And I will discuss it.
Yes.
State capture.
I don't know baby if you buy it. Okay, Tema Oil Refinery.
So you don't know state capture.
Maybe. Only Tema Oil Refinery. Papa now yes CEO. Claimed that the company was not doing well. But the emolument continues to be on the rise. The company is not doing well, but your salary increased, your V8 and the specification increased, your allowances and your travels also increased.
That's because right. It is possible.
Of course.
It's possible to capture, and no one will stop.
So that it is possible it
is possible to capture. And Ghanaians, it is possible for Ghanaians to keep quiet.
Tor is deteriorating, but the CEO
was living large.
Yes. Skyrocketed.
Until yes, now we see. Now we are forming a company. Now coming to buy the Tema Oil Refinery that or no as CEO or say it was non-profitable.
Oh yes.
What is that case? Union for
into the Union for Minia Bernard Odromo,
the former CEO now wants to buy.
They want to buy Tema Oil Refinery.
In fact, company now.
The company 3 times. Omo you say na union aba. No mo say company no ma ko change no ma sign contract.
Some God would you of them all.
Answer no mo yumbi. Minyin say ya na, minyin say ya na, bobo. Minyin say.
Well, would you na.
I'm serious. And it's all same year mo ye. Look, it got to a time now seminar pro the Attorney General had to look at the agreement and cancel it and said stop the sale.
That time.
Ne bon. But Sasi you know, instantly nka sesi amenu ekase nka odafiase. Because it meant that he deliberately was running down Tema oil refinery in order to provide a platform to buy.
Do you know why on the fiasco?
It's possible.
Because it is possible that the president and vice president are behind.
But it's not far fetched. We are
possible. They are in cahoot.
China for your baby refinery. Why would I start refinery?
How do you think that when we have a refinery that is time tested? It's not profitable. Internet refinery business is not profitable. But you go and allow a private man to come and do a refinery. No, the tankers are bad to collapse your own local tankers. Deliberately, President Akufo-Addo, you appoint CEOs to the state hotels, so that these CEOs are behaving like the Tama Oil Refinery CEO, running down the hotel so they can sell unto themselves. In doing so, of 14 years, Okokwe Goldie, your friend said, Labadi Beach Hotel, they made losses only in 2 years. Into 12 out of 14, no, Labadi Beach Hotel made profits and accounted for dividends and gave money to the state of Ghana. That money, part of it was used to pay the foolish men in the police yesterday who were throwing tear gas. The profit from that place is enabling them to be paid their salaries.
Sir, private man be far. That's kind of maybe.
So the ability to appoint or to even get more police people will be reduced. So we are not doing this.
This is
what they are doing. So we are fighting so that some of these state institutions can continue to survive. Otherwise, Bobie, all the time you tell us, and daily graphic, almost GDP has grown by 4.7. Do you understand what it means to say GDP has grown? Your wealth has grown. Do you understand? Obia, your wealth has grown is the person who goes to borrow money.
Borrow money. Now your friends farming are you from Ukraine?
Me see, the person whose wealth has grown and is increasing is that person who goes to borrow money. You are borrowing 3 billion. They are giving you 350 million Ghana cedis. And then you are not able to dollars. You are not able to meet the conditions precedent so that you get 350 million. And yet your economy is growing. Who is controlling that wealth? Sometimes, you cannot say, then I say that the economics we went to school to learn, no, we are not applying. Because to apply, when you say gross domestic product has grown, what it means is that the wealth of the nation has grown. How come that the wealth of the nation has grown and sometimes you go and borrow to come and pay salaries?
It tells you, say, and you're not correct.
Ain't it? So I think that President Akufo-Addo, after a protest, will take steps to discontinue the state capture by handing over the hotels back to Senate to operate. Even that, TUC, Monsore, you are too docile. Kojoban, you are too so docile. Be active. The TUCs to start now asking that, look, instead of you constituting Senate to come and manage the hotels, we can manage the hotels. And let the TUC appoint their own people and see whether these hotels will suffer the kind of losses that they are suffering. State assets, we add on to, we don't dispose of. I give you 2 companies. Only Museums and Monument Board. They chose a young man to become the CEO of Museums and Monument Board. Meeting the interview be, or say Dana, on in Nadam for be a coy baby or mode mano. Say Uncle Ye Jumano, Omoko Druyan and Nadam for Nibisano say, does President Akufo-Addo hate you so much? Now, Bibia says, what are they bringing you here to come and do? His response was this: President knows my capacity, so he wants me to transform the place. Even as they have done some things that I think that is to twist our history. Uko the museums, and you go to the monuments, and you can see that when you empower an efficient person, he does a great job. So ni minu David Asante. Afak.
Yeah.
So ni David Asante. Yeah. David Asante was taken to Ghana Publishing Company. Okodri na ho eye time na ye fi was dusty. Everybody said, David Asante, ejuma bebre awa ye ama Afaki. Is that the reward President Akufo-Addo can give you, to go and throw you in the dust? Go and see Publishing Company of Ghana. Look at how beautiful it is. You see how beautiful it is? That young boy has transformed the publishing company into one of the nicest buildings. Wapentino, Wasisa Nyama Bebre, he has brought in new equipment. The company is flourishing. So the solution to state companies that are not doing well is that you look for energetic people who have a future and who have a vision. They will transform it, not to sell. Rock City Hotel is not making any profit.
Really?
By the evidence from Ghana Revenue Authority, Rock City Hotel is not making profit. Of course, they could be doing smart accounting, declaring losses, and therefore would not be able to pay taxes. And yes, sir. But Obianim say Rock City, as soon the only time Rock City is able to get 50% patronage is during the Easter. Beyond that, Oko Rock City and say they have less than 10% patronage. So, but they are paying electricity bill, they are paying water bill. The overhead will not reduce because the overhead will continue to rise. Swimming pool cleaning and detergents and in Yamano. Now, even water bill, no, a light bill, no, as whether a legal connection. Yeah, that's right. And also, me know you are doing in that question.
Now, so Rock City, no, but now, no, water and lighting, now, illegal.
In the face of all that, no, Rock City is not making profits. It has never declared dividends. It is money that they are putting in. And Rock City is interested in buying hotels that are doing well, so that Obitimi at the end cover the expenses of that place. Final submission. My name Bobie, but yeah, called school kakra. We read a book called Economics Without Tears. I think by Edward also.
Economics Without Tears. Not tears, stadium at you are Electoral.
Economics Without Tears. Yes. If you police forward, where are they going to receive their money? They should travel from Lora to Bolgatanga, and now they should travel from Lora to Tamale. Inti Bosumdiano. These are the people who travel to go and collect money. So you put up some of these places. Until the banks in Lora will not make profit, but banks in Tamale, in Kumasi, in Techima will make profit, so that you would use that to balance off or to offset. If you don't understand this basic economics, I recommend Economics Without Tears by Edward Osu. And that's it.
Okay. Chaze, boom, state capture.
Dear, Monday, I movement for change, ye launch a GTP, will move and pick. Invite him, Orana Chamante, invite him, say, Ombran one church, Economics Without Tears, Wakai, any state capture in Yano, Evekano. Man in Yamwa, because a buyer, Waba, was said that dear Japade book, on all the Ghana constitution, at baby. I don't know how to draw the constitution, how be a capture minor sanity. Now, Obekaya, a buy win the buyer at Chimota Forest. Says Captain, I am free, Senator Guao.
Yeah,
or buy Yan or dear call at Chimota Forest. ana baby ankofo bompaye no omo chefai ti hono o man beni won plot room ministers nyina omo plot room
na say you know and go through omo review
o ma chawi ho na ko review bibi asase ya chawi a se jo wo die wo chazo uzu die wo o ma cha asase ya wie ho na ko review bibi agufo do ni asase o be review die abujina po ni asase o be review die. And that was the beginning of the state capture. State capture me no to so. Obviously e kwa ko bia de bia friend e Japan royal e wo London. Ye mbie no krom ha o. Eno tino ya sesa $12 million. Say ye di kwa ko bie ye the company ne cost stock exchange. Na ko yira.
Saska na we.
Ayira wo mu botoma egu omo di. Omo chele
$12 million.
Omo di free. Omo di free. Na nkofo gunsa won prisoner okowi abode o owi abanche owi akoko owi ansuo wo dansa won prison ya wo sankofo ya wo mani $1 omo mpesidi na omo mu sa tuefo wo mo na esa so administer justice omo na atwa justice no so maye wo mo mafa man no. That was the second state capture. State capture yes ye baba yes sky train. Ye kwa kohwehwem se ye baba yes sky train. Many ye kwa hani memo sabano mo di $2 million. Yeah, do will ya ba. Me se kwa ye kwa ba ko for $2 million. Ya dane ne fantastic capture. Because for them no sika hye ho a ye tonyo mi se sika ne be me. Sika no ne be ma. E jo se ye chi sika ne free yesem. E no mama me ma dane ma okuruba because nipa be sore be se gu nimpa ene na ne table so no. Wontumi ntwa nti o ka se ye kasa kro wontumi nka bi. Wontumi nye sika kro ntofi wo no ba krom. Na be ne ne kufu do ba betwe manso. That is the state capture. Yet Kroma ana PDS electricity kakraka me nyinim kanea sankofo ya ekofaye e rane ne se nyompe omuye no sa de bre se ya monyimo ade
ya twika adodi
ya twedi e muske yenim bebi afa akodi o monchen ya ti ha Ken of Orientas will transfer 52 million Ghana cedi from Ghana Commercial Bank to an unknown account up to date. You do me account for Saskano. Who baby? You see, your transfers come from one account to an unknown account when they don't know. Menu me.
Skana yira.
Ayira. And the Kufado. Sikana yira. State capture. Me bano wanda na walking. You see, ye kwa ya Pualugu Dam. Na ya di irrigation na ye nuane ama na ba me nyina adibi odonkwa ko disika $12 million eno so ayira state capture menu mi eno ti ha ye se ye kwa ko gi tax wo sua tax homra tax bia obaji a ne bua de so obaji ne yenye
yeah
ye tuana SML wo so akoje 1 billion every year state capture and the SML for the capture say sika ne ma omo as you see, a call you and to find the corn ho. And I know American Libra if it are many didn't go on what say Musikanya, we are Guyana.
Really?
Guyana, a common knowledge. Said this administration, this president, and in the Bushia, or what captured the oil sector and all the sectors of Guyana. O minor Yenisika Umno, yet the call state captured the Bushia, say, or my dear terminal 1 and this you other. Baby, I don't first by fuck up routine. How many run is here? The Sikana bomb, Magda or Ghana government. State capture. Now the coming back down yet in the front and a real power brokers. Essentially, Kwabena. Now, Minister, ya dear bar, your hundi pambo, Sanko Foy, ya ought to be a more who tell more and Muya war. Yet, and you see a dear by very COVID. State capture Croya no young walk of her, Nayere propose a deal or the company at this airport, your friend Frontiers. No, what did Ghana Sika, $94 million. Now you see my buy Ghana government, only $5 or $6 million.
6.
And it's Ghana away. State capture, the air come was them. Ubuza, Guadma Menua, was the Onimu, Yabusa, Yafresiama, transport, Minimo, Yakobusa, Paul Admocha, Minimo, Yabusa president, because some Guanamocatrewa, I some in the Begiscano. Now when I'm go for Gunsawumwa, at the end of the you momo, there is no reason why also
there was a way. Now police ni yatimia fraud presidency culture say and crofo call demonstration kobu
now so
what Jimmy what
Bosomen cry yin say
Jimmy no be your my way say
that won't fit to tell father 1 month am was sure des no say hey mudi o ma lewu what this can call anything I say obia capture sector dia ma no two your brands what check ya challenge ho akodim adia na ye di ebiti no anya me so be check ya
adwuma ya di no
adwuma ya di me ye nimi ye was less than 6 months to go they be old man man apo uri aja ye be ho so ya bodam time ko me so me capture senate that is it man 6 or check here the two nyewum e de ka be fi
wa drop on no
wa fa for no na Kwabena ye de bia ye fa Labadi beach o Labadi beach adebia aboma se bim room beyond the hoda unless on person catch us Labadi beach hotel no o mo adebia bedidi no no o did free no free because debia be ko bia why ma e de na catch us e boka no more o dictate financial chase
the place is vibrant who has Patrick around
me see ni be hotel bien noa e fe anase mu debt is ahon ya ko Friday Saturdays ya ni anena ni afifa
ya mo fa bi wo fam
o be de se o be fam Kwabena ya mo fam nya sa kro no be bitimo
over ya fam emfa
o ma Djibouti o some catch agubo de no so ya
fam emfa
o be Djibouti o mo Djibouti no mako bie sandbox e wo pona no ho na kwasi ada ko na go
mo fa wan sa asini nyi
o ma won ko kwafo o ma ye bi o ma ye bi pa
o ma fa wan sa asini nyina
but Kwabena it to be so dangerous e be man go fo yi afom ho adi yes our man there will be no country because I been me hu say go fo is bi awi a na visa o ma me chance me wi amoro de omo de
ye ne na misuro no
no but you see
say Joma nya opportunity say Alan nya opportunity first 3 months 4 months 5 months no action among for do mo beji there will be no Ghana
dia ye ke tie kufo do yes o real alternative ba be no opportunity now what be this answer huni na ba two praises ana me ni mo do
what I mean is say after 3 months
after 3 kwa
na bibia
1 month ni po bebre
bibia be wi abi
masa
yeah
bibia be obia o area no capture because you go for we si bi a kire Ghana for say si bi wi sika ye tumi mema ya beti so no o manya om say tem o ko London Dubai ni America o live it say Jeff Bezos o mo no the rob shoulders it dey bi o here dollars na me no tia when was the last time $600 today bi say dey bo etiri so as depreciation of the dollar of the cedi mezu bi sika mi die cedi enunti na ejapade esomo yesi yaton ye ko hwe mu nso a wosi mewu ble en na busua so capture ni mo
yes
no kwa na meti asie no so fa ni wo se capture obi e capture Kwabena won capture na de koma ko fie ya paki kwa tu ise ye wi de besie bi ezi adwuma no ma hye o sa ho ba o ye aban foforo na ba we ye court adom beko court ro o judges ne go o ma packing they say bim so the Ghanaian must rise up when mo ma ba be nyini aba be ka kire ye ma say papa no ma mobra
ni wa papa ye kronfo
complete kronfo Kwabena because o to opposition o mu ni baw why na wa buy we mu enne wo me na beti so opposition Assembly Parliament wa na wi agba be di Ansah na wa ko ye program no mu ba di e to di krom tumi to
na that time asempa from pyramid ya to nsa no ma kan se Kwabena twa
many chem ne se bi obi si o ba na be asie hon mo a Parliament is in session e bi ma ba be kire no ma nyibi atodi
o fa me de minnim wo mo se you know
na sam kofo ya sa be da wo mo ka kire se o mo ye ye first escafo amantamo a Betias yenye
Kofo time no crowd na nya abufu. Because Kofo say time no, ofo bi se crowd apraku. No aboni degrees da or ye adwuma abrochire. Ofa SK buaf no won chambers.
That is it.
In opposition. Ofa we ya won adwuma kakra bi o ye. Ofa we ya o ye say ha we guache ja kokra no ye
America o ye di pa kakra.
But when we there,
from zero,
and was your fall from top to down.
Company from 0 to hero. What would you be no?
Was your fall from top to down. From penny to Akola, any Yenimomo Chroma, and them. Oh, we live
your man, Chronosika, a pure activity. A pure activity. Not so we a security personnel. One, you know, what temper or Crowusibi, or no go, we young baby, Mansika, no instructors or control. Tear gas and as a pepper spray, a good innocent go for more year demonstration protect wildlife was to Jimmy now. One of my dear friend positive defiance. And not ever basusa. Then they were going on more capture. I got no card a man and give fish or more badaye or no by no they can give you Jabisham.
When you were your phone crack on when you what the Abeshamu. Wakana Wakon. I don't know. Oslo Asalam down. Also near Pyramid House.
Yes.
Name you never. Now Oslo nanti free MB on all cross Kwana ni watch me nuna Nenasi fee or cross got an uncle for the few.
Well,
Satan no sir a gas a stretch no so muja many.
Yes.
And there was innocent. I said, Chichi, a kiki, a slow jata, as a bossy so gold, as low.
Come away. One number we are Yisiko Kruma. Anna, one more to me, ya, or we are no more software, or Mamma Mosoko, say, be if we are be. I know more tape woman and to be a drinkasa. Because almost all because I know more release to tape, Maze, Ogakai, Yebeuto. How can we build a country like that? I better you try to tell my sir. Na me hu ye kwabna ye nyine ne so obi a wo ben in fear ye friends eduoso no 70 years no na ga wo ya be wu so because after 70 years ya can extra time to be a person ko heaven ti papa and the rock for the DBT ye nyina Ghana fo nyina papa na nyini on fa sika nya hwe oni taste say any taste afena aba menim the president no be mu a wa benya test adware wo wiem woni
what the crazy here
Genesis here
o tabe ma o mu book o ma attach a book Machiavellian and o ma other books o mu reading hu say uwu a asase wiase foforo ba bi o wa betimi adigine yes e wo mu trim e wa kwadu no
o mo fa no agodi ahini o ba foforo
o mo wo idea say enipa wu a wo nwu ye there is another world asase wo mu trim no
sankofo we pa kire ni penyansa but yet do mu say baby o mu sika ni konya obi anim eno ti Ghana fo no a mo so ana o mo ya defo ni obi anyo defo o mu nya no look edu baby na hia kufo do high no position rally crop kwa no Cape Coast no tumi go he sika no way now let's go or say that you don't know that you don't have funding and a buso ana wodi bia ma running mate flat bearer no a wono de on de oba akwade wanya no ho atam to ohia wa zo kwa na wadidi no or to the bottom 400 no the amount
well ayi no mo amfa nka ho item na tena joma amasie no ekufa do mana fa ho nyina
oh na say ye no na si mutala ka kasa asem yi wo TV3 mutala na ka kire mi o se de baba ba ko frɛ no attendidie na butala so tie ya for 15 minutes wo din na tema to say the papa be ye president am on your friend the first family you know o ho kwa so ko kapcha tem na 3 wafa o jimusika na we abaya sisa na after 1 month wa be president
na me na o frɛ me o me phone so edidi matem ada ban be sisa adana na me gira ofie kwa no
da se we die
ebra me enkonto kwa
no oni emugamo wo pie ya no yi wata
ebra
eyemugamu na me no
ba pani so firi mampon ye nyina ye fie be ka mo nkirimu ama kroni be se
aduane mo se e friend restaurant there say
suppose
all had about change go go di free look okwa sama ni baby bebra o say ba sisa toilet ye capture
yo
adabai no ebesesa no I'm telling you it's a Ghana for na ebe capture Japan nkofo awia take it from me na Timothy Forest aye nyansie no aye wo sasa da on pan no ye be hwe mo ma besimu dan sasa da ho ye nyina so e Ghana for enu ti eye tirimpo a omode ba ya na ni se koye se o ma Japan ye ba.
But let me ask you this, me hunu wo baby me ye won adwuma I'm yet to establish that you say ya omo ebugu yi baby ana remonacha you know
trade fair yes
some of the company be on the BC apartments.
Oh yes,
private apartment
and then to me the panang kasano ni sika also reason aya den amano.
Are you sure?
Oh yes, a private apartment and yet trade fair be and you be developing. Take it from me. Why need trade fair?
Because me call baby mra anaju na Lebanese ni bi ne China ni di nkomo then I overheard
and yet trade fair bia no mba besie a apartment ana nipa no kra na equity a sika also raise no problems abaho ana kan sensem na wo sa trade fair no entokwa ni okan ala nya wo ho no wo be na mana bo mu a wo be ba woni ma say sika no ngofo bi e de to mo nkwa na omo de to ne nkwa na
omo the trade fair ya apartment
arizana kwe obi enu oba be trade fair say ye ba be si do na wo no trade be no mo ye han mo ba be e ho fair wa obi enu ta ma wo ye njenyi na wo refi say baby a psychiatric hospital we asylum da hoyi asylum yi psychiatric yi ye tumi ye say ye nkonko yi hospital for ne doctors
see no ye so ma afa
half o mo say o mo na bodam for ne kwa kotera ye be fa half no ma fa
yes ye came for that.
Oh yes ya apartment ye mfo man say capture ediwe na wo na utim also ye Ghana ni you are a proud Ghanaian ni okay I'm a proud Ghanaian how proud Ghanaian mama 2x4 for we aba be say Japanese wo man ni nyina baba bi anim
na se mo sumo ka ho
ye ka ho kom na ye ka ho tell me ko wuntini ye ka ho tell me ko wuntini na wo so me wi aduma 2008 ye prevent ku for so be kan ni
na se me da me 2008 na me jam ho
ana ka se 2007 no na wo pere se ye dis ye ma ekufor do be frabera
meka ya mo se me ya kola bone
ana ye eno na no rala nchema nchira be ka se gi yetene around the house of clocker e ka sa die nensi hwe papa di no fe hwe de oba be Ghana
no but trade fair de na mo
enye trade fair nko he me se nyoma o ma ye okurum ha no na omo ya de omo ye ne se wa omo nim so be kasa ne ma obi ya ba here look na trade fair nko na oka ko busa ho 37 bia DVL fo yi wonye police fo we amuso makosi eda wo Kwabena no ho mu de de ho na ma mu why mu de dia ma mu DVL ho ba 37 ho nyina no o mu nyina be ko because you see police fo nyina ba be ko ho mu na sase ne o mu dia ebusu antemfa etimu kwa na mbese mu de da kire mu ka se mu na mo ni atia na
simple.
Hey, na yeti krom ha obianu a wo kasa aka kire mo se aye yie asofo hira echia mo a instead of so be bompa se nyame be kla mo nyina no ye bompa se nyame be mo adwene o ma adwene o mo san koso anwia bompa ya mo mo imam fo hia mo a de bia mo na mo organize prayers se mo ba ye adwuma mo be ka kire nya Allah se won class ankofu akrofo no mo se ye mo kwatete
o ma kofa na ntwia be gina wa de ko aguno so no ma akanche anu abu ahwe o mo se yakum atamfo
can you imagine
kwase ase wo
ma ni a mu wi o ma ni sika Kwabena yi wo mo no o ka mo nsam no a na duru ba bia o so reason
ayi fie no mbekwa na oyonko osmo nkofa snap bra na no nsabanfo gm
snap na
bia gm ya munyi no machi gira pa hwiem
asem nko
ya dia hwiem da bi om ko wi bi om famra hwiem
wo say ya fia o maje
omo boys bi om tete ahemfie o mo de enkukoti na ntweti omobra jimi da bi antomasi ne bua om na tem pia wa ye ni nyina
o ma pede envelope mano
wa ye ni nyina pia yesi ahemfie ni bi wo kura no a se boys no wan sese wo mu yi a okwaye ma won tena ni mu o tena chire enti de na nakasa o jeso no o sese no o sese boys no adwuma o mu ya no omu nya dwume papa bia kwase ya ka PhD asebase PhD ye Dutch enso nkola agu ahimfie omu nya dwume ko school ontimi ntwiro ndin yonima ayare na pia
wajeko
na pia
na de wo be pia
kwase asem nko ejimisem abodam sem
obetwa from adopakose anwumre
chai
suban ete ho ano
chai
dan here asem yi ba dia me koti akom de twa me sunu kwase ekuo bi wasante bate from Democratic Ashanti Youth Assembly adaya okuye to de esi asantefo ne akanfo so se o tataom
evon
te se wo mu ko fan kwase afo so wo mu hwe wo mu ma dwunu da kakra o
evon
yes wo mu ye nuanum fo esu pe business too much na ye ya boys ya ko jisika say oh ye organize press conference na chese ye dia counter demonstration hwe kwase
no okuye to ya so obu o mu so mu yipa eroro yazo kuja turo no obu obu so yi
wona wuti wo sika o se etumi di baba ya adwuma ye keje che phase 2 ye we ma wo bebu no a wuti kumase wuti asantimante mo hoto no ye di sika no baba betro obi akope 1000 Ghana cedis e the microphone si wa no be kase ye tata akanfo a na wo so waba be kasa nkwose semwe si yintie eje no a omo ye sa mioma no ba ni nyina ne se we ya akoduro momo nya ho hwe Ekufuado eno ana no o twasa
wonu ade ye mi hu pa Sunyane onse Sunyane airport na nche ono na school bi o
yes
omo to abu school na gu e de si hostel.
Can you imagine?
Yes. Oh, we have the video here.
Ebe you there hono me hu hotel no me hu
omo to school na gu e de si omo
Chese nkofu we pass there is no tomorrow. And it omu wi omo be gira Ghana for kon breaking the age and omu ye bibia say omu the electoral commission na kia ya nya chichim Ghana sa aba we to ye mistake wa ye start about 7 a.m. anopa by 7:30 na wono wakra Ghana wakra na nanom watwa na namo onse do we ye mistake sa aba we ye koto no we ye least mistake obeto na namo onse do because ebufo na wo system no kwabra enkofu bu omabufu no om so ka ya hwe omo enkosi 7 December I had the last time wa or opportunity so be panic so ukoye mistake o police station me 7 o'clock get start by 7:30 we first casualty we be fam ba so obituary ne no ko esa sa boni we can never go unpunished enti ubenya a whole security setup was say wono no de sikai o se de ya adepa no ye kwakwa ye who be the running mate ni nyina ka narrative because bonye na akoso no doso hwese education ministry enko so akotwa 84 million ama busy internet so on secondary schools internet abra internet
ni o matches can
na boso me bia ye say 11.1 million
matches
why adai how
matches can
na sa de fun we na mda so tipat we me na matrim
matches can di
to shiawa no to okon hodom wa o no ofre wa kwaso ampani o so ya bra office say the office papa bitim
na me kra de omumu bia ni wa from Akufo to Dawa kan se
o da kwa
o fere kra
o fere so do o ye da damfo
no Solomon akwade okotra PCFM no sa boy no your friend say
yeah no
dia yi Sajo atwitwa chaso usu mi aminu ya chaso usu sa time asempa ni ho mobro bi otimi be gina ni mu wa so pe asempa fe papa o be gina wa na no chaso usu afre mi papa panimu te se me
wono tu ma fujini
se mi hia no yi baabi ana dwunu mi hia no mrekuduka we ya mrekuduka mrekuduka we ya me kojina car park se me toka me yi misika me bottom sika Kwame despite that man no di 22 years mrekuduka here ni we start ala odi ala na che na ni hu fin sei na emrekuduka se me ukra envelope bi emrekuduka se o to wage me mfama me de am se na omu case bi se me area o me nkoda se takwa o me garam se o bibi ai lo me garam se me Ansah me se na odi aboba se envelope emrekuduka se me mfama na se so usu na de bro ai se mrekuduka me ka se ko sa tiso ana me se na me mrekuduka no me ne no business ben ye wa ben na wa ya manua David ye kodi adwaba ya me balance akam wa say adwaba no ye kodi adwaba yi na me balance akam we ka say wa ya type ho o be record o mu jimie David na me Misuse recording now e wa Ghana na cha so osu no mo begina sempa ni mo pa cha e pe be bia kasa and am sponsor fa na de ko mi free ana me testing me kumika fantastic sense kada e wa anyu e wo iwo da so uya wo e wo cha so osu wati kokwaji usika what is this and na mo to be for phone free obi o de beje kakra so so o wa ye o mo nyansa o ma ye ye nti o se bra beje kakra wa wia o man sei o mo ya we so o ma komade o mo nim se bi ni botum to mo hia o se beje kakra no nya nkwasoafo so di o mo cho hey wa ye mi yo ni tirimu yo obi awia sika o se ge de bo ho bra ya de hwew wa ubunfu wa yi kakra ma wa u president hey na ekroma ya bobo le mana now be who a soldier for the police for so omusha kwasafo yes sir hey na John Kumana na yire nam na soldier for 8 na guard wo mo enra wo ho me ba no one insurance company obi asende me o say Techiman irrigation land has also been sold off to Martin because e ho na woka enya onko tambale o ben hospital na asase ho nyina na de say taxi drivers or tamale ni anim de o we Habib dia we last we quarter tamale 31st December me quarter tamale ye ko program o mo na chere me o me na we Habib dia we Yendi Mustafa dia we na airtime so sad Techiman anyway I say at Kumasi. When you said the airport now, Akufo-Addo Commission is not still operating. No. Even 30%. Enti, we ena Asante hine ekotena ase. Ena omo commission ye no. Oze, we ena Asante hine ekotena ho. Ena omo commission ye. Sena na ko bi dia ni ye adwuma. Na na ko ye. E dia ye adwuma. Enye adwuma. Me refi ye adwuma. Dabi Bobie eya adwuma enye adwuma sena na koye dia eya adwuma Dabi me se enye adwuma eya adwuma na koye eya adwuma first flight from Germany Düsseldorf landed after that to Kaya landed Dabi oh na no mo koye be no am say na ko dia eya Dabi afedia o kasa no mba me se na ko bidia eya adwuma se ye nyina ye hu se na enti eya adwuma da se enye adwuma ena enye ho na me faaye na ko bidia eya adwuma o be se ya trick na na me se ena me ka no wo sa na bi na na ye na lie ye to be drama ko se na na lie o ma ye na na lie muna me pass me o na se o ma ye na lie me se eya adwuma enye adwuma wo be dey wo se enye adwuma Adia no me fa ho. O fa ho. O ba yo go tell prem se cha ko. When you Gani. Gani. Fi you go tell prem ko na say nya adwuma dey fine. Say e no. We dey metimi ato ticket na me no akọ. Me say nya adwuma. Mra nsa no abeka. Me say nya adwuma. Eya adwuma. Na na ko bi eya adwuma. Sa go for airport no. Matriko for go. Matriko go. Enra me ba no. Nana ko bi anya sha na nana je kakra na say nana message nana eya adwuma o ma treki no so mo awie o ma go treki na o ma treki na so mo awie eya adwuma nti ono so akotena ho me say eya adwuma e na o mo twa antro e na o mo fa plane ba ko besi ho e na obi ehun say o plane e besi ho
after that omapa
over society omele dwane
eya adwuma enye nanankwa na omo yesa o kai say Botema sports complex omo ko commission Botema sports complex we ya na Akufo-Addo omo see he should go into the volleyball other places now or see they have another assignment to work because ukoha even marking scramp omo ya
omo kofa say so many area oksa krobo area ohine bi edin ko commission school that see what say 1 year ngorade nkom now ohine ne say omumra be tutu school
William say
what commission you know
we are fucking
that's but
sorry
that's about we are go kubasero o share farmers o se na bom kotra hotel di dimme farmers le ba be come as be o se magazine the other time aso no da farmers
oh Bobie inti papa bi e share me and okay say I don't want to mention the name of the insurance company o se minua ye ba akra o ye ba betu ya John Kuma ne benefits adi ama ne yire na ye 2.5 million.
I see.
2.5
insurance
$1
million
millions
Ghana cedis
say cedis obi
me ko fa me
and that is the thing that they came the insurance company so mobile be your Ghana until now or to me say I should also come and do insurance. My response was that I don't steal. I said, when you say, and you mean John Kuma na we school the same year. And you mean they contesting Nooks elections. And you mean they were opposition. That time not Odi Alan Chirimantinchi. Between Alan Chirimantin and Onya award and Oko Maslock from Maslock, Dabenya Maslock. NEIP. We all know ni Okoye. Yes, this will be why you can in some bonnet, but when you some bonnet, no crack. You can't find and NIP na Okonya Sika and Oko contest the elections and O2 sitting MP.
Yeah.
Then from there, Namayeno, Deputy Finance Minister. Now all of a sudden, when Jessica na insurance company move up between 2.5 million at the money area. Because of that, every one of us must come and join the insurance company.
Who can wait insurance for?
Oh, master, I wait to me can send me a member.
Mamemo Wesuna Mensamra, Royal Chapter Property Group Limited say Ansah a war a teacher mante a bensawam. Sans Arsenal. Ena womoso womo ebo ho eban e de amawo o abrochire amano ne ba bia obi a wotime nka no mia wani emfasika nkomo obi no ochira emra ma mesu nchire Bobie Ansah womo twa ne 70 by 100 80 by 80 3500 70 by 50 na nembo no da fom eno mo 2 and 3 expandable bedroom houses e wo teacher mante asumdwe wo ho yeye bia ni ho kaakai koka da bi wo mo nsase no wo mo edi nsuo ko onka ne akọ no mo di market rose kama no longer the same. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited from 025 65 15 862 Meboso 025 65 15 862 Nanu Monkasa. A quick credit, and as I say from Bills Micro Credit. Quick credit, they say from Bills Micro Credit. 15 years in the system. Omwa bua papa. Na mamenka a Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. Car boyading, engine boyading. Bow engine ho by free overheating ho. We hear Seahorse. Bow radiator a tank no e ho ban. Na anwe na ache we hear Seahorse. Ma engine no so lifespan no enche a Seahorse. Afi fuel consumption when you for Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. was a car no besu nisu ni da from ede enye trata okọ ahomacho ba obi anto na ase eda from boko ai yeah no say okoto eye seahorse 50-50 engine coolant odi go engine mu a
eda from boko
ahomacho ba obi ante
I see
was so memu amanfo enko eye lubricant shops ahodo na mo nkwagyemo de from 0244 577 559 na sir ujia Tango Prime washing powder suniama maniama ninti memunye hwam ante nwan won say powder washing ayini bi wa wudi si aniama wi na onsachi ehwene hwane na onsam waawai akasha na mo de afra no atarmes ma wi am na tete me pa cho Tango Prime washing powder emotar no musa yehwam wuni sika de to perfume kra fasu niema enu ano no ento perfume wudem peche wona wo kro no frɛ ɛyɛ data paper mail ɛwɔ 0243 033 033 wɔn mo ase ɛyɛ top choco wusi nkɔdaa ne ntaadeɛ no afei de tie na wo ma wo mo aniema padi ɛnoa ne chocolate spread ya wo mo de aba chocolate spread ai ye de fabrudum uwam na de afam no aka tum no aka niao nkɔdaa no pɛ mpani pɛ 3-in-1 chocolate drink ya wo mo so yanko serious business kakra and every yan fanyum na nto for mo awosum hu bia trotro ekofie dance man for madam onyira say and every mate monka say si anama madam for trotro driver be testament say ne car no mu kire say I did right so nyame ya adoma Sunday Father's Day and minim na Augustine say I had the Fanta Bruta okay so watching us live from Upper West Region Nandom in their minds they thought we have been conquered, little did they know we are on top of their games under the umbrella. Okay, so I call Chimani Bintum is here with us on your Facebook page. We're now joining your YouTube page, Citizen TV Ghana. We are joining our Lottie Jones, our Assume Frederick Tector is here. Good work, bro. Good work. All right. So, but and then one year my back me be a metie free. Me pese ye tie Dr. Predu Kunadu Apreku kakra na ye tie from pom wate kakra na ye tie ade ni mo kakra na ye tie sly kakra ye wi na ye di asa no atra so kakra ko di bronyo ko di asa. All right, so got here Dr. Predu Kunadu Apreku on the judgment on the economy and he is an economist. He is an economist. So, and your mamu BBC, a friend is a show. All right. So, thank you from Laboni Street, Kakubako Street, and
as badly as some of us.
So Ghana's problem was what exactly?
Well, they may as I said, my job at ECOWAS. We visit every member countries 2 times in a year to collect data as badly as some of us.
So Ghana's problem was what exactly?
Well, they may, as I said, my job at ECOWAS, we visit every member countries 2 times in a year to collect data and we project what the economic outcomes are going to be. So, yes, we had some very good times in the administration of President Akufo-Addo in the first term. Second term, things started going wrong, and that is not surprising to me.
Why?
Because we we collect the data. We come to the country. I send my staff. They go to trade and industry. We look at our export. We go to the airport. We look at it. We look at government expenditures. We look at incomes and all the economic variables and prepare a projection of what is going to happen in that country.
So what did you discover was the real reason why we dipped so low economically?
Well, I think government expenditures went up significantly, and it's a major reason. And there were so many projects that...
Spent well? Expenditure went up, but spent well?
Well...
Because if expenditure can go up, if you spend in the right areas, you reap.
Well, it's not whether they are spent well. Did they go into the priority sector that will give us the greatest impact?
That's my question.
Yes.
Did they do that? That's the question I'm asking.
If you did that, you won't have the problems.
So they failed to apply the expenditure. No, I mean, we are diagnosing the problem. If you want to solve it as a president of this country,
yes, I'm ready.
And I'm asking you, if you don't diagnose a problem, you can't solve it. I'm asking you to diagnose it. You say that if you spend the resources, if you increase expenditure but spend the wrong areas, you're not going to get the returns that you require. That's obvious. So my question is, your government, and I say your government because you're a member of the New Patriotic Party, which is currently in power, spent it in the wrong areas.
But if we had done everything that is correct, we won't have the situation that we are in.
I mean, I'm curious. You don't disbelieve the president when he says this particular crisis is largely due to COVID and Ukraine.
I never said that. I said the impact may have... You see, when your economy is already fragile, something that may not even impact significantly in another country can devastate you.
Was that fragility because of mismanagement?
Well, the fragility comes from various reasons. Poorly targeting expenditures and therefore not getting the results.
That sounds to me like the proper definition of mismanagement.
Well, mismanagement is different from poor allocation as badly as some of us.
So Ghana's problem was what exactly?
Well, as I said, my job at ECOWAS, we visit every member countries 2 times in a year to collect data, and we project what the economic outcomes are going to be. So, yes, we had some very good times in the administration of
poor targeting, poor allocation of government expenditure. And yes, for somebody like Dr. Kwabena Apreku to struggle to tell us whether Adeneye Ansah enye government expenditure. The fact of the matter is that I'm breaking here now. Omo adisikano. Yes, Akufo-Addo name ba omia US kano. Sa no person worker. Dr. Apreku asma Akufo-Addo ne ba omia omo ye akromfo, they are thieves. Omo awie sika no. Finito. Bibia nimbio. Asembia ni ho. Bibia ni ho. Omo awie sika no. Sika no na opeso wo kase omo awia. Because almost spend it, but spending almost spending no. Unhunu baby ade ne wo. Say eha any spend any spend unhu ade kro. To omo wia ska no. Say what to office, what to trotro mu. Na say wutie Dr. Kwabena Apreku a oye MPP ni pani. O say Akufo-Addo ne ba omia omo wia ska no. Omuntu min kyerɛ baabi a sika no ɛwɔ expenditure kyerɛ sɛ sika wayi every Accra FM futuo mu na wakɔ yusu ɛna adwumawura ɛyɛ agongo busa sɛ sika no uyusu no for ɛdeɛ ne deɛ ɛna sɛ unhunu kyerɛ untumi nkyerɛ sɛ wawia wa disika no ana wa disika no HR Theo, and yes, management for Frasiaba. Oh. Anyway. So, some management is free. CMG footroom. That's a Jumeraba. And I say, also, oh, ye, if I am fan say 100 cities. A Jumeru say, Sikano, one time target at the crime mode a year. Then they can't tell a Jumeru say, ye discano, ye say. Omo discano, omo yes cano. Straight. So this is Dr. Kwabena Preku for you. You got here from Paul Boateng on a judgment on the economy.
If they want loans or something, they can do their business. But you, as the leader, should be clean and be prepared to leave power after 4 years. Do the right thing, and the people will see that maybe this is how we have to go. Set an example. You and your family. If they want loans or something, they can do their business. But you, as the leader, should be clean and be prepared to leave power after 4 years. Do the right thing, and the people will see that maybe this is how we have to go. Set an example. You and your family. Set an example.
So who are you going to vote for in 2024?
Me?
Yeah.
I have not decided yet.
You haven't decided?
No, because it's fluid now. But what I don't like is an attempt to buy votes. Force people in a certain direction. If you do that, it's a testimony to the weakness of the candidate that you are supporting.
Can MPP win the election?
Which one? Which
election? 2024.
Why not? But it will be difficult.
Because they overpromised and they've underdelivered.
That's a fact. But it will be difficult. But everything is possible. And you see, the NDC too is not giving me. That's why I wrote this letter. What shows that. Let me tell you something. When I was in government, we started. I said, look, the way this NDC has mismade the thing, underperformed and so on, we are going to work hard to help the president so that for 40 years, the NPP will be there and there will be no romantic ideas about the NDC again. And now look at where we are. People are talking about Muhammad and this thing. It shows you where, that's all my worry, I thought we'll work and there will be nobody will have any romantic ideas about Muhammad and NDC coming back. But now,
when you look at it, it's like there's a certain romanticization of the Muhammad era.
Yes.
Which tells you the way people perceive this government.
Yeah. So that is why there should be a change in the political parties, how they do their things. I'm sure there are very good people in the NDC. There are also very, very good people in the MPP. I think they should rebel and try to set up.
Do you think there are enough good people in the two parties to come together to form a third force?
If they want loans or something, they can do their business. But you, as the leader, should be clean and be prepared to leave power after 4 years. Do the right thing, and the people will see that maybe this is how we have to go. Set an example. You and your family. Set an example.
Professor Frepon Boateng and Masada na medem penifo we emiensa ato aso. Look at their body language, their demeanor, talking about a Kufuado Bawumia administration. Now I actually boy someone forget about PhD and hypocrisy as usual. No. MPP a yomo party. In the first place, you guys must understand that people like Dr. Kwabena Preku and Professor Frempong Boateng, MPP yomo party. They have never said it anywhere. So we are neutrals. You must accept that. They have never said it anywhere. MPP is their political party. Go to NDC, you will find the same people. They want to polish it. So that is not the issue. But Sawofa Obiti said Kredua Preku is more UP and MPP than Bawumia and Ekufado. Mimi nim Kredua Preku from Edubuahin era, SK Buafonom, and those people. Yesusano Moba campaign wa mampon. And because you fear for near MPP front, always we are with them. What do you say? Aha. So no any issue because from point what you are neutral. And they are MPP members. They said you must corporate flag bearership cry. We need and come at the Sabi J and Pepe. Aha. Now, this is the issue. But look at their body language. After 7-8 years of Akufo-Addo, and look, Frempong Boateng, waka omo project Akufo-Addo ho pa wa Ghana. Then listen to him carefully. Mo amoshe Facebook no share omo posture, omo demeanor. It should tell you something. Say, oye Ghana ni na akoto aba. Na say some penifo went mean can kyerɛ wo say MPP led by Bawumia is a better option. Then you must know that there is a problem. Now you got to anymore quick one.
Well, the performance may vary, and so you always have the opportunity to improve.
But as we speak,
and currently we are going through hardships within the country. So citizens are really going through that. And well, the performance may vary, and so you always have the opportunity to improve.
But as we speak,
and currently we are going through hardships within the country. So citizens are really going through that. And government has admitted. We are running an IMF program. My expectation is that by the time the second tranche is received and we enter next year, there should be a remarkable improvement in the performance of the economy. That recovery. And we will see that recovery if government is able to regularly meet its indebtedness payment.
You know what you know. You are a party member. Do you have the confidence that that will be done? To pave the way for breaking the A? Are you that confident?
Well, so far, since we had a IMF bailout agreement reached, we've already received the first tranche of 600 million. The second tranche is expected in November, maybe up to December, it should come in. And that should be able to give a relief to government in servicing its debt and in making sure that new projects, regular payments of projects which are ongoing and supplies and consultancy services can be met regularly.
Give me your quick verdict on the performance so far. Happy or unhappy?
Well, as it is now, I believe that most Ghanaians are unhappy.
You? Are you?
Me?
You're Ghanaian too. Are you happy or unhappy?
I'm in the category of unhappiness.
So you're unhappy with the performance of your government so far?
We're talking about now.
Yes, now.
Now.
Yes, now.
Maybe some time ago.
Yes, but now you're unhappy with the performance of your government.
And that is why we are saying that there should be that improvement with the prudent use of the IMF facility that will come in for the second tranche. And the third tranche is expected sometime next year, April or May. And by the time all these inflows should come in, that recovery of the economy, we should be seeing a remarkable improvement. Well, the performance may vary, and so you always have the opportunity to improve.
Then the last person I'm going to be trying to Amamo Sly, and who is now the Deputy Minister of Information, Sylvester Tete, right? On Deputy Minister of Information now, and on a verdict on one government.
24 elections, no. Any man be doing elections, no. Jobs and the state of our economy. 2016, yes, of course. But now we can say so why your economy no? Why you be and don't forget, former Vice President Bawumia will be at post 24 elections no. And your man be doing the elections no. And your jobs and the state of our economy.
2016,
yes, of course. But now we can say so why your economy no? Why you be and don't forget, former Vice President Bawumia will be at post till 2024 elections. Okay, NTB strong couldn't won the person, not say the new vision, but that's our vision of Nanado in there. You should give that vision to Nanado today. So, bet me advice about the name film. On country. On country. So, to me, on country. Any exposure out of secrecy. Any president and the head of the economic management. I'll bet me a one year based on experience. Me the audio pay me. The audio pay me the state of our economy. Yeah. Nanado who countries or the name buyer. Because of the experience in the economy. So if the economy is not going well, you put him aside. I think no no all the 8 years the economy. The experience. But the means 24 elections no. And your man be doing the elections no. And your jobs and the state of our economy. 2016, yes, of course. But now we can say so why your economy no? Why you be and don't forget, former Vice President Bawumia will be at post.
Sylvester Tete, Timi Abadin na to farmer into the 8 years economy. No, and Obusa, very fantastic question. Or say, the winning no farmer Akufo-Addo na onye ni ye. Bawumia se there be me pesa Ghana for 8 years na me ba na ma ba aba be ye ni ye. And in all na Bawumia edi Adani Ansah, Odome the car never mouth. The car never mouth. The car never mouth. Onipa uko position sa yeah. Uko position. Yes, but mepe a friend say Tete, Deputy Minister of Information. They say on also NDC campaign manager, on also Okahumbi. Campaign or Muguso Moye say 8 years. Yeah, let's go. So when and I dare you. They say campaign na Ansah. And you see, my man cast him in Kwame. Hold on, Paite. Hold on for me. John Geza about me as a very big joker. No one describing him say or a joker. But my man cast him in the moment my dear a day party in government last hour I didn't co opposition. Asa. Yeah, the moment I don't say party ni bonyum esa pe omko opposition. The aka do omo chere 2008 Akufo-Addo Asa. Oh, Kwame. But me and my side is so. Say 2008 na Misuse. 2008 na mo asempa. Na 2008 no. Na omunya hu mi ye papa. Ti omo ko ba bia ya na mko bi. Yeah. Beach. Yeah. 2008 na Kufuor num timi sa ade achi condom. Kwame, Google says here Ghana web other potas condom 2008 Kufuor num ko bo jams. Ewo Labadi Beach. Ewurade. Condoms. Okro ones. Cassava star a size there. Massa. Yeah, yes, Nado. And I want to acquire about socket. About checking me. Him 2016. Quite one 2016 said the end is for the boy. Oh, bloody young couple. One guy. Sure. Now 2016 a Neil Antivanta boy. What G Satawale you know G microphone. Mahama Pepper. Now MP to be true news I saw the show sir. Why Neil Ante. Yeah. Ansah 2016 Ansah. Any of the Munya say yo Munya say Asane ya Dawson. Wamudi Ansah no omne oka bibia na ndisi ni ajo so oka bibia na yeah womo saya ma general asedu nkati akura wompa enipa mu asa o sunyane dia sasa we hwe womo sabse enipa ya ne nipa hwade o team bam yako omko omko opposition me na mkachiro omko esa no a Ghana sunsum no ma wodane concert ahu na wo jin krofo ani ti ube chiri Ghana jin krofo ani sa abadabede ai sunsum no be mo chiri Ghana ayese bodamfo no na wo jin krofo ani mo be jimu ani sa na wakra na woko yeah so I says Ghana sunsum ni na dwen se be pamo a Emma wodo hu akire wodo hu jijajija anytime bia no se wo ko ba bi kura no na se crowd ni wa na on the way in 2020 okay let me give you a typical example 2020 say na MPP for Bonyum 2020 omo ye concert say a disco who bisa there be Amuko on the way Jomama are so relaxed and on now from Boko dealing with people one-on-one 2008 2008 Obuja Labadi Ebonyum no na Professor Mills numun nam one-on-one ni na Akufo-Addo to be a platform so where is your candidate your candidate to the one those from what is your candidate where is your candidate where is your candidate san obushu ni manifio on peja no call hospital 2008 ebi na e ma umia no ebi na e omo no ya Kwame me catch o won be bonyum saa ko December o de obehu o de to so many freaking paluta o de to won be bonyum saa yeah on se unu se ayi Shatawale nyum na de NDC call ayi opposition 2016 Mahama paper yo she adina sunsumo se on tiasia na un follow aya trend no a Mem Bobie awura kumasi a o shase adam who say omoko they are gone yeah I just said to myself oh okay now it's confirmed they are sunsumu for research wie astrologers go you know the science and ade yan kolego nya fe ni ekope 10 out of 20 people 3 said this 4 said that 3 say nothing ye dear daje ye the susum de no ana ehwe ti ye omko they are gone and 2016 Kwame JM no mu puli crowd bi wo em say Accra Sports Stadium ana Charles Meboa Accra Sports Stadium Chaze Accra Sports Stadium right 2016 either Accra Sports Stadium or na almost last rally ha chale crowd no me hu ye no oh Satana me wa ahoto me catch obi aso agbena we dey JM no ma fa ne fala agbena masa enipa sa wo ko opposition hu and say skania usika ebesa no ana say hu o say ukonya ska bumbi na say ebesa e ma yiwa ne tugu so where's the ma yiwa ne do achi sa Cape Coast me da say Dabi on nenye Cape Coast Accra Sports Stadium Keneto Accra Sports Stadium enye Cape Coast hwe Mrs. Accra no in Ghana history me hu bi da sada no na your friend say Ninante what to nyum sa no msa kwaya rapper Sena Edin Cray. Sure, mo. I was saying you boys, I was saying Accra Sports Stadium. Emma, Omuma, Nipa Krani be coffee. Ghana Sunsum, Pamuasa. Yeah. And oh, qua, Yanua, do see Kromo, the Wuchin, or the Wuchin, Sabos, or the Church and Crawfords, no, do I them. And one, that's all. So that's it. Amuguso esa, but Mamie way quick one very significant. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aya diebi and Kwame sa adewe mesra mo mamo em se decide Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Okwa Kwabre, right? Kumase Kwabre. Mama yentie asemo kachre omo eforma akwae ho. Andy Mules, but commander, the verdict was stolen. Bema, obi to opposition na be kase wa wiya wa bodam. Jai. Yanu kwa de NDC mu atwam wo ho mekeka sa ansem no masisi ni ba roba.
Mokwaina Sem they say the person member here Namini Ehu Mokwaina Sem they say the person member here Namini Ehu said ye be mo akwano amamina enti yema bedri wo ho but minim say kwan ne asem ne hia mo mesi me hye mo bo say ye be ye kwan no amamo enti won taiki the damwasi mo the MPP ye highest votes every Kwabre is enti ye damwasi pa me mo time iki me pedio mampenya mputu no ebekosro akosro me da no asi mo kwan na asem they say the person member hwe na meni ehu
Sir Kwabrefo wo de hwe Sir Kwabrefo wo de hwe voting pattern omoto abadodo pa de manana obese men country yes obese men country president so o makwan no say president anya ma wo mo a na se be yo mo ya pa Now 2024, on Betwa Baletia NPP.
No problem, no problem.
You do it.
I'm saying, people make those kind of threats. Me, they don't frighten me.
Okay.
It's somebody votes for you, somebody supports you. It's because they want you to do things for them. So I understand that. There's no need for people to go to my say. And I don't want to watch them. But of course, I'm here. And about decided to be to my NDC. I want them. I don't need myself. Will be in songs and in Timsu, baby. And they are the important thing is that we have a responsibility. I understand the responsibility. And we will deal with it.
Fantastic. Right. Now, the last time I was Bahano, now you're a candidate. And
as president.
As president.
That's right.
Now, maybe Opewa Sempa, no send a question way. Was so Baha as candidate. What can say? They will take a year. Sir, obey president, will ring feeder.
Sir, Kwabre for say or more better about my end this year. I almost asked him on Onion and such threats in Pusuno and Yanishe. Last Wednesday, Mikabi Bichremo, that they have a consultant from South Africa. And anytime Biano, I catch almost a baby about me, Abeko Bian, on behavior as an opposition leader, behave like an opposition leader. Into kwa kachire wo mo say this is purely opposition kasa me ba me ye amamo se moto aba ema me ba omia na me ba me ye amamo. So it tells you something. Ewo wo mutirimu no yankonko kanchire nkrofo no se ba omia na beye Akufo-Addo afeli Akufo-Addo anya de enti yankonko kanchire Ghana for before no na Akufo-Addo aka say Ghana for nye so gullible say obi agimi nti ofiri say Ghana for nyira agimi. So let's assume ba omi anim nyansa, then he believes that Ghana ni bi anim nyansa. It be a vice president, but so duru wa ya want to say opposition leader. Catcher almost say wo ba obeye e de ama wo mo. Enti ma men kwa abre na men kwa kanchiro mo say me ba meye e de ama wo mo. That is Baomia for you. Mabo Baomia, mabo Akufo-Addo. But Baomia we no. Then the reality dawned on him. Then he came face to face with the reality. How many businessmen could she? And the reason why Baomia was avoiding a group's meeting to share ya ni kumas no koy no wonam lor kwamu sa ye bass ni pamra ye rezi atmosphere no euphoria no nkosro oti ase no bia hunu se because the number of Baomia ko be share groups one on one and can some better can ya kra. Can some about me better no and can yet and in fact me na minim groups ni bi Kumasi na omo awiata so say about me ahia omo a they will insult him e woni panum. And at this point won't mean can kire bodyguards say omo mbu obia. No, they won't do it. The worst thing they will do is on beku krunipa na kwa akosi abonten. Yeah, at this point o government in Saka will be there will be a problem. Why he say, "Ewo kromu say, no asay nam with your entina sa that dia so for no it will stop on the convoy no. Okay, say before 2020 and combat nya isa. No. Among for ready who say time in nie. So they will provoke you. And me minim groups are no my imagine say Baomia yes, obey groups, they will insult him. And I think the national security picked the intel to acquire one okosia when group right? Okay, so Enra no meeting no. A businessman in Kumasi, businessman community o Kumasi and Baumia Shia Enra. Yenkotie one of the businessmen as small catch the Baumia. Just
Sunday, there were MPs, any ministers were Your Excellency. Musa MPs, ministers, I want to say Kumase. Apart from MPP by business gurus, I was a woman for true person who Obi at my wall. Yeah, all Canadian example. They say Obiaya or Bannetia. Bama beer in them. What fair Bama someone sorry, or beer to me sorry. Because they knew when they were. There were half the year in the year 1 7. There were baby or automation for 2 businesses. Everyone blow. The year a show enemy product. Is that water one of the best mineral water in Ghana? And so the people out there want to still and gather. From 2016, the machines and the tool in more is in there. Dog, electricity, I have a grain. Just a base, if you let me check, and if you have 20,000, and then you check 200 and something. Just a way one way, you know, electricity, a use dollar, who does a be the way we are. That's why all women are done in my way. It's in the show. I didn't hear me understand. Somebody died so sad. A baby muscle, I'm a mother, and to be my slap. You want to any support to the air. And you was a woman who ministers, no MPs, any party members. Ever who you are, Yasu ye are super fat, nobody am wire, and only a day. Because I never wait in MPP, or be able to say MPP are Santa Stronghold. But so real one, and the other course was Santa Manuel. What mean that you say MPP are Santa Stronghold? Because the beard is a woman, oh, Roma. And never be all right, it's not money MPs, no ministers. But I mean, I say MPP, but I'm friend of government. Who are over Fema, over Pafo. And the dog, and then something in an it's in the south. Say, that's our overpower. And even be I was also little to prep. Emma won't pay for some I know. A nipa be so. A nipa be no one. A son, politicians, and a program. If you may sell dog, so I know. Some way did I get the as a now the Uber power. Just set over 1 piece. Every minister just says you watch it. So the way that's that some program with MLB. And that's our Promotional. Sunday, there were MPs, any ministers were Your Excellency. Musa MPs, ministers, I want to say Kumase. Apart from MPP by
so reality ni asem ni me say Baumia oh efo baby amwa no se Baumia ya bema onya ye campaign no onya joma de ni bia oni groups esia na omu busa no questions na oyi ano Baumia ya bema onye bi Baumia ya bema also the social media said the Jomama here last week as the last 2 weeks, Sir was so in social media. A man from Rational Musana question. Kabaumia betina sumunsem. Where you Kumasi? Almost here Kumasi business community. Where Kumasi businessmen for no. Now Abu feel say Omunya kakrabi si serve more eye. Into Omu bet no. Would ya and common market from Siaye? Sir, a good form mano. Omo musika kwa banks are ashe. Nan ko omo group Kumasi Ashanti region pensioners. Nan ko omo no omo asia. Mesinka bomia. Onko asafo na omo ne eya omo printing press for no. Omo no omo nkosia. Kabaumia beti na sum se ne maame de owo ne maame wonim ne din enim wale de o chekere wale a adan nko beti obahun ni nyina se omo afa professor o kiretwi ene o kire ne twi sese ya baba enko beti kaya baba nko beti. This is the reality. Baumia so young people ni na wutiemia. This is the reality. Obia no otua enkaniaka otwa nsuo na 2016 otua 2000. Today he's paying 200,000 Ghana, 2 billion a month for light. Ya no kura wonya light no. Na onu nsembwa ekoso. Onu nsembwa ubetimi akọ schools. Ubetimi akọ school mu akwasesa nkola. Now the woman and them chrome no akọ boys bi o moto spa no asese o magu trotro mu na Samuel Kuni Anthony Kabonum o ti ase o mu na eyo presence se wo wi sika na egu edem na o mo se wajibi ntino se o mo gisika ni bidi enti o mo kwasesa nkrofo no o mo ayi friend say clown. Oh, no more do wasi krum chia womo. Now we say na pa. Ya no dey me ya. Obi anya ohwe. Na o ma ka che George Kwatin any PK saponom. Crowd nie. Why na we beat no? Because Ghana ni bia obi ti say PK sapon George Kwatin Farouk ne sa boys no. Ghana for bebrania teacher one 10 times. 10 times. Omu kra de omu yankwala afa no omu sha abrabwase o omu hu hwe obi ase. They don't know anything. Nothing. Obi a okra smart card et say sa MPP boys ni bia no. Or you equally intelligent like them. Enti sa omu twitwa omu yeso na normally drone atwa no ma kate no ebu o ma stretch no mo de ama ayopon kroma ne isaga no information ministry no mo friend say isaga ne force bia isaga no information ministry no friend say Fatima no mo de bia maslai tete na omo so afrefre boys no mo de ama omo mo nse into hey, the love is great, the love is deep. This is the reality. When Baumia met the business community, tells Nibi Kra were chira. What you with time? With time. You be boning in Amahomo. Tells Nibi were chira. Would team crop for businessmen questions on Busa Baumia, comments on ye. Next time, awa Muhammad no. Ubet mi akwasi sankrofo afri baabi o. Ubet mi akwasi sankrofo afri baabi. Ya no de obi anka hwe. Mese ba omi abema. Onu de on so the Facebook 10 minutes. Se me kwaku ba omi ama so me Facebook na amanfo abet na ho. A man for be some questions or better. Star 413 hash. And I may tell 1,000 Ghana, 2,000, 3,000. Me check 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. The most deplorable, the most deteriorated, the most rejected, and the most neglected district in the Ashanti region is Kwabena, especially Kwabena East. And as if that is not enough, Akufo-Addo end up insulting them. Insulting you and your chiefs, but because of tribalism, hypocrisy, hatred, selfish, and greedy, they will still go out in their numbers and vote for the criminals led by. You see, Hasif reigns. Most also no Montomobo. Baby, anyone a year rejected than North. Hasif Ufri North. But me akọ North a yakọ tie the wahemfo ensema ya omokafa emano. Kwame. But me anko Gonja bole. Ya nti de ohene ne kan. Ya hwe video no. Hasif ya ba me akọ sremu a munko tie. Esremu ye one of the places underdeveloped, and Juma and this ayani on North 8 years ni go and check some people at me and say Juma, but Baumia ako esremu a Hasif eya munko tie mo ahemfo no ye bodwa mo ya oyo tratra ponkoso esa ebo Baumia baso anenka Akufo-Addo eko esremu mo koka say on friend say abuna aba say abudani krono ne nkwase asem Akufo-Addo adi na okromu ayi oko esrem ama conference abudani o say abuna aba o say abudi ayi ya no nya tribal ya no nya tribal ya fra wo hine se o mesi aba omi amona baso a ye no no ye ya fra obi de no okobo na baso bia o se ye no no ye tribal ye no no nye. They are going around using state and Daniel said the man title be Akufo-Addo kromfo we criminal obi o destroy a whole country, a beautiful country like Ghana. Okosre ma omo ko send fugu. Say your friends Abu Daniel say Abu Diay. Just imagine say Akufo-Addo akwa Ashanti region na say ya kobono enkoso hene. Ya say akobono enkoso hene. Hasif nka mbepene. Say ebufo ne de ewo mumuti Ashanti for you we know. But just open up. Ayade amo ye enam eton krofo Kwabena minim se kromo for no anko they just bust people do makwa koguo me see the reality and the Kumasi businessmen no no share no and listen to Kumasi businessmen no comment and questions you never show the reality. The reality, yeah, cause Ashanti region. The reality. Start for 13#. What the 5 cities nature? A boom or a boom. 1 hour chrono. Remember 10 minutes. And then Friday. My name is Collins Kayasa 10 minutes. Me wait 10 minutes. There can be a conversation. And then me bien komonumu. Because Fridays from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Ya nyema bebre nyema koso. Tiene be bien komonumu. Me be bien komono. Ye panel no person me de fe bia. 0302208090. Your opinion. Tell me. Yenim komo. Yenim komo. Baby, a person de Fabia. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Eja? Hello?
Hello, Savanah Kwabena, Mr. Fitama.
Tema me pacho yo. Pacho ko siyanko.
Me pacho. Papa na se one person na mano no. Ya no so bisa. Ya lo kuta papa na ntem. Onse say u ba di o pada we bisa na wanyi o bana na ma. So o bana so de mo. Na o paka ke mo se ya bisa na mo. Mbajo sia bana na ye de ba anyi nse sia. Today sia na ye de ba mano. Ana seke. Wa wo ye me wo di sa. So wo di sa no abota. Mo ma ta abota ya. Ya de ka na mo de anu ye be de. Martin
Medas, Yanko Van da call on the line. Quick one, hello.
Hello, Bobie.
Yes, sir.
Yami
Adumo, your friend of refrain.
Yes, I club Frederick Kunkamasco. Mr. Bobie. Yeah, one man, ya make so. Me more shedding so. Now, me, ya Bobie. Papa, when you're on Namia, or to me, or say, I tell you, school. Hello, Jina, maybe I see that more people say about day. Young folks say you know. See, I said the man will don't get the best to be on the him. I'll tell you, to be a adequate care. Now, about the DIA so, master da. Come on, for now we are over the DIA so. And your papa will be PDS and him. I want to this car up to now, young baby. And you will only go for oil about Bobie. We was also good for oil now, the buy and a fool and your Tony saying. So, make like no pass this time of a son in Mahama debate. What did that 16 or what do you say? Not in debate. Yeah, after Mahama. That's it.
Mesumenda say ya na more position mu yi na phone twase hello.
Hello commander.
Yes sir.
Good afternoon.
Apomo
Boko
minia.
Yo kakra makanda President Mahama. Na handless no omon kanche so eyo nkatwi kakra. Bo for na do so dodo. Sadwa abozigi krampo of for secretary. Hwi no kwada mo Chitafo no so went to Brofo no also ohu hia nti no na 100 no na frɛ amon kan kyerɛ no that's it.
Mr. That's a good point, well noted. Hello. Okay, you're losing now. Hello.
Hello.
Pacho, Yanko.
Yeah, Bobie. It's
Pacho Boko.
Yeah, your friend Mike and Mr. Domi.
Yo, Domi for Yanko.
Only baby. In fact, yeah, you must say Yanko Pwanda Roma. And this baby. But MPP ni be where Madame Fupa or Kofobia. Wakatra me say, and Yentia Nana Kufuado, why appointed judges be brave and say, the NDC every 2024 election, the Beko Court, the court judges for no, Ombeji Assembly, Adiama, MPP 4. Into the best and penny form, so on be your homework ye.
Ajabema, when are your homework ye in a house of Kotuaba? Simple. Why? Court na Kotuaba, Uturia, Wadam for no, on Fanco, a year friends at the Hague. Why? When are your homework ye court na Kotuaba? And money and country or say, or some of the Beko quote into Kotuaba. Kona Kotuaba.
Abandi abetuo
enti to wo wasa de ne se obekọ akoto aba that's what they also on there or de beko international criminal court no fanko why okay all right so yemfa another caller. Hello yes sir.
Good afternoon Bobie.
Good afternoon sir. Pacho yanko
Bobie nyamisha nejo pauli Bobie in the middle of ho papa that been a yeti matters day in the mirror on the feed the mixer sorry by nature and then would be mammy I am in mammy doctor Nima nurse Nima and Matam Lake Hospital at Nakotum Woodham 77 Nakotum Woodham Adai, one way, and I don't mind you more, Anna. Bobie, Mobo, I just say, go for the Bembo, no bones had to wait. Mobo, I Ghana, Mamma, my sorry, your first is up by my son worker. They have come up and put with the yes, I Bobie never got now, you look up to the book, never saw. Bobie said, let us do Bobie Pato, and said, let the committee say, why send it? Why say, one more pop? Efa, Transeno, Bobwa, Secremo Free, you know, they are Costandia, Yaboko. So, I Costandia, Yaboko, and the
Matse, Medan say, my main fan, another caller. Hello,
Commander.
Yes, sir.
Calling in the midway PMO, I'm Mamoli.
You are Mamole for me and Quay.
Minia, who boy, my papa. And the time I was shedding so at the point she down. Mamitia, the Kaham, incoming member of Parliament to a book constituency, and honorable as you know, data car with my papa. Bobie, share over tape to see as our fact or say, our mea, and no could do a certain. I am on Sally. You knew when and about me again in opposition. And I know almost pro, no more say about Petunia Babani. From taxation to production. Paunakoya and a flat catcher, Konya as vice president. So what $2 say, clip, and not come up GP. Now GP general. President Mahama Musi or yet incompetent. On an impression, not dollar, only close to 4 cities. Not the come from 4 cities to 16. Their car, Momo say a percentage. Sir, from here, can afford catch your plane. Check Bobie, you cannot air anything. From here, only you to one house to another. Question pay a baby canon or best side can pay a opium. Question, single question pay. Only your past, no hold of MPP at Casako, on above free, over. No check question back who pay a baby canon. One of this 3 about no about the difference. In the petrol, you say, in the diesel, you say, in the Nippon was a you say, in the Kojona Kosha, in your mouth, who's factual, cement go back where you say, I don't put 1 try, you say. And then I'm going in the peace cancer, you do, Christian cancer, you do, because MPP and the idea. 7 December, the state versus MPP.
Let's make that say, my last 2 callers, now, hello.
Hello, Bobie.
Sir.
Dada George.
Dada Yanko.
Bobie, I'm saying, many of our Kasa, you are Mama Kasa. I am the bar. Then we can, Mama, Professor, I never does. Or my Professor, and I feel okay, Adia, campaign, New Engina, Adia, why you come on your son. Nick, I say, Monenia, my year, you go, Memuna, and why you didn't want to. Oh, we have the woman here. Woman here was see a Iba, one can't obey, but can your mamma yet Ghana or pick him or every Ghana in a bet? Woman to me, Casa, and this is me, what the roof on your mouth. That's the problem I have on this TV station, great being and kind DC. Oh, NDC TV stations, I won't come on some amount. The best and pay for a mobile TV station, who ye, Mamma, you are no yaba, Mamma, you are no yaba, Mamma, you are no yaba. Oh. The best of Mama, and Ibrimra, Namama, Casaya, Show, Yama, why I have Bodin, Kakra, the Mamma, and Sammy, many, our Ghana, every place.
Only a minute now, my main family last but 1 caller. Hello.
Hello, Nana.
Yes, oh.
Yes, madam.
Hey, yes, madam.
And also, the bank national Bobie, the flow of family, Catastrophe, Agna.
Pacha young Komame.
Me, I send one listen. Then I look at it, I mean, I hear you. It's a thing for Musha, our no something. Now, what's that thing I want Mahama, and I'm going to come now, come and say, Yamia, It is the one you I'm confirmed, sir. Yame is a one crazy. Yamahama, dear, Wababy. Yamen Kazi, no shabby. At the Kunduna, when I will be coming for you. A rather example about a sample, now almost come on that. You are watching the killer die. You're looking at the answer, Yami, that you would die. A yes, yeah, it used to be a mammy.
Mate, mammy.
Nati bank can form come and Makuma Tomian.
I mean,
if we bankrupt a mess of our father, one or my mother, nobody to throw our.
Kwam Kwachi.
The buyer, I bring my name is taking to. And I'm a bank and Timothy, I believe you have got the assassin and great.
Mate,
I'm a family party with no amount. Also, Miss Grandma, but I will come the personal argument.
Mate, Mate, Mama. And that's Mefa last caller na mede every live on Accra 100.5. Last caller. Hello.
Oh, Nana Kwabena.
Yes, sir. Pacho family.
Yeah, Bobie.
Yes, sir.
You know, the shedding.
Amen.
Na ye dikaino. Me bonfire say, "O mama, say ye boni pasan baby anko me pie me wana me wo no." Na minya bate so. Nyankopon insham. Na Bobie, asemba kwa mpesa me kan say, Ghana for so obia nya na adwen say, aba na woto no. Enye sa mahama no okoto ama no, okoto ama Ghana. Tana ye ba beji Ghana, mahama ba beji Ghana sio. Bobie baby ame wono so. My range only say me ye me won for 100. I met me convince you. Omukakoto amendisi. Eti baby obi bia wo bia at least who there men mean say we hear this ni say anasa minister bi say omra na meboa na kokko door to door. One kasa so pe Ghana here. Ukoma a wo kasa kire oma omu betie. Ama wetimi ato abana mamahama amahama aba begi Ghana for because me to aba me to mendisi ni. Me to ama Ghana say na Ghana obi ti be see hospital obi ti be see schools obi ti be ada ye kwan eti Bobie obi ti me a ukodo to udem kakaka ni nipa mi ensan kasa wonye nipa be 10 20 obi enye nipa be 10 20 eti mi nyomo kasa some be to mahama abani e enko second round enye din Bobie yakofo nshiraw ni adwuma pa wo yi
Mate me da say hana me dey me call in segment na ABC and a Friday afternoon live in Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Adwuma bebre ho a ese ye. Chaze akwaba menua.
Kawada bejoso.
Boko de. Ukra siba bi musa sa boko ni biu.
Because sanete nanu na.
Sa
sanete.
Yeah.
Oti hono. Microphone we are
inside. Yeah, inside.
That's Misuse for lunch.
Yeah, so
to me complaining. Just say I said that need be one Yankopon. So the nkwache.
Amen. Yeah. Erade ma mo beboa ye pe mo ma me krabra ye ba ni intimi nhia ye. Intimi nhia ye but you know as usual. Mo say that ye em say nyame no na beda mo ase ama me. It was so overwhelming. The support and everything. A shame cry. I mean, that's it. Chazi. Every day, yeah, me come in to join in Biano. Me kai mo say at least ministry no me wo enuanum bi. And yeah, no matter what. Omunja mo me ho kwai wa. Mampon kwai wa. Kwai wo bi free crying say obefa car. Atutomu ababa be gina wachi. Sebe ya wani entutu nka wonsem a ayade nya kese. So bro, thank you so much.
Thanks to God.
Thank you so much. Ma menti adwuma bi mfiri si amra.
That's fine.
Hello.
Hello.
Kai. Adi ameni na so misaka.
Misaka. Oh, nice.
Adi ameni na so misaka CMG achede.
Achede.
Adi ameni na so mensaka CMG achedie. Adi ameni na so pacha your friend say. Your friend say.
But your friend bless.
Bless. Who are you for?
But me wo media ko.
Na and who we need say? Who we need raffle say?
1,000.
10 million.
Yes.
Egu fonso. Oh yeah, sure. Bet me a screenshot and send here.
Oh.
10 million. What the 10 million? Which I say?
65 cities.
65 cities. And what the 10 million? Wow. Now tell us. I will say with 10 million about phones. No.
I was so surprised. But I still have the faith kind of yes, so there's no way it's possible. Somebody I'm very happy.
Yamin Nekosa. And then one can may check 10 million, may check 20 million, and a 30 million.
Okay.
And to try a bit, me as Yabumu amount.
Oh, and I'll
your 20 million or your 30 million or yeah. Nature. Do you hear say just enter *413#, then you are good to go. All right. Yamisha.
God bless you.
Congrats. Yeah, that's very. All right. So very much, Siska. Okay. So Bobie, you have the shock of your life again, like it happened to you in 2020 when Dr. Bawumia wins the 2024 election. You continue to be in your own fantasy world. The Belfast rapture. Ghanaian people can see beyond NDC propaganda and continue to reject them from Texas. But Berima, you see, the issue is not about shock. Be any. Even 2016, now I wasn't shocked. Because 2016, some of us felt NDC approach to help JM, so maybe we election not a bad. Then of course the 8-year cycle and everything was against Mahama. And you're shock, Me a shock say, and me one party state, me pe a state where we have other political parties. They put you on the toes. And Berima, me shock ne say Ghana for Tim Share Kufuadu and him to Abamano. And Berima, enka waste space we no what say Bobie. And Nema say ni na MPPIA within 8 years to Abama. Berima Oba Ghana. Ofatem na 3 adwoma amasi e no ya net wo say Kumasi airport phase 2 na no do atimi akwa bie ano wa commission but omunwie very ma onkrofo no nwie yo very shameful omunwie ade ya commission ni ase atutum. Can you imagine? Very fine time bro, me so I like you me pe nkrofo omo person let's jojo obi answer na adwene what be airport ya commission so ya tum we so it's not about the win, it's about me a win no betimi I Ghana here and I don't have why should I be shocked in a case 8 years ni 8 years Akufo-Addo win here me ni didn't yiri fie Gabi emprafwe omu no aduane ma me nkodi bi Asante bedi atuo omu restaurant nye onam kosra aduane me ne omu ni hwie ye wo wiase me e Ghana ni metem ba bi omu te omu ba bi so shock bia any ho but my worry is when I pay taxes na se nipa ni wia taxes no de kogu ba bi onfa nya adwuma then I have a problem. That's all. Anyway, so Charlie, Akwaba. Ubate cafe biafro. Then near Yakwaba near Baba Bibim. Yakwaba Bibim. There are issues, but Messia book must tape no. Eddie ama mobile, but maybe a biana bibia opese Otifri 111. Yeah.
Issues
yeah, yanko.
Issues there dozen. Me banami tinkomo. But I saw Dr. George Pra.
Winneba. Yeah.
Medical superintendent.
Yes. What happened?
Netense sit mameno. On accident.
Mhm.
I know you're involved in accident. And I already call hospital. According to reporter Mekanye from the Daily Satellite, as Omo Kelly from UTV.
Okay.
And according to Omo, I'm at the hospital for 2 months in here. Now, on your accident, Omo visa affecting our dream. And at this time, okay, come. That is a other patients, and I be sending beyond so I'm maintaining. Medical superintendent our di George Prano see or no one start to see yendi mameno did no have two ambulance mo muko drew krutia and I said I'm cano and no muja mameno to hono mamena da woman nebu
now why
9 you
now why who
oh see it is in the news, in the media, everybody.
No, when I make us say, or mom follow sorry, no, why who ya later who says, I'm in free hospital way.
According to I chrome her for like the
okay.
town folks.
Okay, hospital, okay, because 2 months there.
Yeah, 2 months.
Obviously, a promo for no call.
Yeah, hospitals are 2 months. Movie, I must say. Ubia ma and my men can be canning. Mako tu nego to say yura nipa mako tu obi mamiego to say yura, and you are not ashamed. Unfair, uni nipa hudo, and can doctor dear.
Matisa GMA Ghana Medical Association for issue statement or
among
I see.
I have not heard anything.
Not even the health ministry.
No, I'm just saying, Okoboy, I think that what by Nemana a shall say about the ministry honor, and what he has to be up and doing. Now, on media campaign,
wow, Bob Bolus,
now these are some of the things.
So, you
children and gender ministry, maintain Monka. They've not spoken about this one. Ministry of Health and Kasa encouraging for investigation by away. Which investigation do? Is it not true? So I mean no hospital hall. Is it not true? Say government hospital and one ambulance and with the swan go to Nuguye. So if it is true, one install 2 years. Based on the report that Memakai on the Daily Satellite, Dr. George Pra, or yes, medical superintendent. Winneba Government Hospital in Sandra Jumani. So, one more dama, wako school, akoya medical doctor, which means was young two being Pisibola. At least, so now Jumukana, there was a psychiatric hospital.
Yeah.
As ye, Mumfan in psychiatric hospital, no Munko stabilizer. You don't instruct that they should go and dump her like you are dumping refuse. Say, oh, mamma, oh, papa. You would be a bar. Will you be happy? Will you do that?
You see, but Charles, when him, ye didn't come away. Me who baby, our Ghana, say Ghana state institutions. Or more year, you more when you have some personal property.
Yes.
Because that is what I think.
But that is a feeling.
Like that's what I think. Yes, that's a work and pay because they see the president Nuan Kasano for minus and the personal property. Does things the way he wants it. President Nokra Yama Basa Basa Obia and Kashe. So because look, me de tutu the entire Mekasano. I was shocked. On Tuesday, me read the Ghana Armed Forces statement on the MPP candidate. No.
And
that is the most stupid statement, very foolish from Kwashi Ghana Armed Forces. Me who Ghana Armed Forces in that stupid state that. But when the CDS and his people feel, only a soldier from Dinkoma, only say CDS no. A young man say he controls Ghana army and like a property. That is the same thing with Dampare. Oko Ghana Police Service. They tell you Dampare is running Ghana Police Service to say on one fear Japadie. So I'm say atne ako baby and say I wonder how any reasonable sane doctor bet me at instruct say mumfa we mfi ankotone ntwene na o ha madwene.
Worrying situation. You see, it fits into the perception now, all kind of because so also be out there that continuously as if say only be or reno, only be obet me atiana. What it means is that a hadie obi anyamere. They are alpha and omega. I can do whatever I want to do, and nobody will say. And we trust me, and worrying. We say we no candidate for Nsawam. We you nina samo. We you know the narco trim because it is criminal. We are sanctioning death of the woman. But only a murder. Say we be produce say okra MPP kada. Trust me, nothing will happen. Gonna anyway. My second issue is a major no wa kwaba. Prices of commodities, tomatoes. Onion, garden eggs, pepper, yam, for costo. No boy your thing. Intina may find out dainty and now of mine to see Ghana. Ya sassy, arabo. Na ye bre. Na ye crab roof in Nigeria. Really? Nigeria forecast in the Diabroba Nima market. Maize and what have you. Yes. Onion and what these are the situations. Now me besides what is the problem? Focus on no every day. Commander, you were 20.7% of arable land in Ghana. Uncultivated land. Let me put it that way. 20.7%. Over the whole Africa, 60%. Africa, 60% of arable land. You to me the dog and the feed just 10 to 15%. Of the population. Meanwhile, China has 10% of arable land. China 10% and only 8.5%. It feed 18% of the world's population. Or 10%. 10%. Yeah, was say 18. Yeah, or 20.7. That is Ghana. 20.7. 20.7. Yes, as of 2022. Yeah, yeah, so she. In fine, she. You didn't go to some. You did 2 gallons. You did 2 gallons. Yeah, the world, Africa, it was 60%. But China, the only 10%, so 8.5%. It share 18% of the whole world population. Yet Ghana ha cramo. Everything you import to. Yeah, besides your focus your day when it comes to our Greek culture. Say we should tilt the soil. Are we ready to tilt the soil? Because so chance now we share major political parties are on nam tall. People are not telling us quite a bit faster. Tomatoes young crown fi Burkina Faso because you knew more weather conditions are the same. Misuse to her, we are not to we are boha, we are bohonum. How can Burkina Faso ye koto tomatoes fi Burkina Faso ni mali? Then yeah, as for mine. What is the problem? But almost tamale the tomatoes for. Though last year, 600, 1,005. It's not a 6,000 per box. No, I fantastic argument. I don't have problem. Kwabena na mefa. Ako tamale, ako for tomatoes na ba. Also, see Monday by Friday you are there. Lorry fair near saying. Oh, we need lorry fair. So we see my benanti. Who rest who make a crack. And then the Diwaba, Kwanya ya faso, and the Kotamale. You get it? The roads situation, mind we. These are the issue I can was him. That my mom for no move play I crack I tamalene you're saying and ne you're saying it used to be how much? About 220, 200 thereof 180 and ne you're saying that is the question you beside your home. And is that about say what tamale no boy for what tamale? Yeah, one kind
now air for sir.
Oh, that's 6,005 according to Muzi Joy figures of Fado. 6,000.
No, 6,000. 6,000. And I'm gonna say, more MPP communicators ne say, almost I could check it be 1,000, 5,000, 6,000.
What tamale?
What tamale?
Joy and Castle checking the no tamale.
Debbie.
So that analogy, no, a new comparison.
To almost so be our one crab, be our tamale. They say tamale na, but we had the analysis. Is it yet? Agbuglo Shibu.
Inti say Omeanka ya planting for food and jobs, rearing for export, any nasifo. Na ye fast to be with more. The question is what did we do to ourselves? Honorable Brian Champion, a Greek minister, then I will have a situation. The agric policy of Ghana what is our policy? Your policy needed. What is our Greek policy of this country?
Interestingly, our fellow, our colleague editor, Ernest
Ado,
yeah. ne Inquirer,
yeah.
Editorial be on food security, yeah. And let me just read maybe one or two paragraphs be to support and Koma Yedi and some office. Baby, I will be ano. Me pacho, as we here pa. Adia na ekoso na no hye. Out of matter say the agric minister is interested in buying hotels than formulating agric policies. Yeah. McCarthy, we don't have an agric minister, but rather a hotel minister. Okay, so the Inquirer, the chief editor Eric Ernest Ado. Or yeah, article be yes, I too. Or yeah, article be on food security.
Yeah.
On food security. So food security under threat with Brian Champion's picture here. And my member just first and second paragraph. No, so here comes the rains. The downpours of June have officially commenced the rainy season for the year. Yet many of the aggregators, that is sponsors, for the phase 2 of government's laudable initiative planting for food and jobs, PFJ2, have still not reported to their post. The Inquirer can report. That is the investigation. Now, aggregators are the ones who are to sponsor the project. That's individual farms with timely inputs to beneficial farmers on credit. All right, so planting this paperland starts by close of June to July, but since 20th May this year, when the aggregators received their appointment letters from the Ministry of Agriculture, many of them are yet to report to their assigned duty post. So it's likely that even in the rainy season, they are planting bekoso. You get it? Apart from individuals, omo any abrese, ebia opeso ye ni kuya kakra no te kotondi, but aban no they are not all no. Brian Champon and his team has decided that they won't do it. Or say in the Savanah region, for instance, the Inquirer scouts reported that it appears none of the aggregators have reported to their duty post, leaving the farmers stranded with their lands cleared and waiting to plant. To omoje eye enema free aban eho say seedlings ne sa neema no, then aban so wo the aggregators, the facilitators eya omo de ma omo enkane no na ebeka say akuafo krachefo akuafo krache na akwiafo crash for no me bre ye seedlings any manema. So coach, talking to my district director, it appears none of those posted to the Savanah region has reported. Can you bring this to the attention of the minister, Brian? My land, some 200 plus acre is virgin and needs to be developed. That's cleared and stamped before I can plant. But as I speak to you, the sponsor has not reported to the field. Unquote, one of the marooned farmers told this paper in Bole. So it feeds into what Savanah can say. Yeah,
these are the issues. Say Ukraine, and in its present state, export to wheat. Africa to BD. Ugaya to Bombo. Over more than 5,000 sanctions, and at the West, they are to Russia. So, but Russia economy is still strong. Among for talk, you see, among for the more value of natural resources or more, and a more harness. Yeah, they need a day. You need. See, you need to put your fertile land. So, then we move. You two need their brochure near Kobe be free, and now what we see.
The name of what you do,
they get it, but we are not thinking about how to do it because ministers, you don't know the cramo.
How?
Oh, I somehow make cano. And now why you how the dindi ukramo?
Mean cramo, but what kind of ministers?
Cradi bano, ukrabi. Ministers, you don't know. From girlfriends and a cramo, but engineer Chessy a bit to me a dog more Ghana. Local ones are your don hano, Yen Shemukina, and my yen ton ha because of my yen no more girlfriends and the demon feature neighbor. Pottery, a cocoa, yen to me go ha.
That's a pottery, dear goo.
Because a man for the cradiba. La Bianca no be craba. The year my own yebi wo ha.
La Bianca is no more.
That's a company no. The company in La Bianca. And I'm a de La Bianca.
Yes, sir.
A company that's in America. And the company is La Bianca. La Bianca the biggest importer of your friend the Kuku
frozen
food. Oh Ghana. You get it? I didn't know or no wa. Yeah, ma will be a man into me yebi wo Ghana ha. Now affecting the growth. That is the situation at your womb. It's a Bible policy, Papa. Do you get it? You bet discourages all these things. Now aboying. Now manipa akukwem. Ya manaya say I don't cry their punishment. You did 2 year team. You call your school. Who did some money? I say punishment. Engineering now you need a dodie. In fact,
we school now could do here.
You know, we hear me. And that mean, this are the situation you two with an idea because solutions are meant for proposing in an and your solutions are better you are dealing with your problem. Kwanda, solutions are meant for no more candy to moons for Heneno. If you take Ghana's problem, those solutions cannot solve our problem. We will need a proper analysis, diagnosis of your problem. There's a simple question. A DNT no mind to say Ghana, you crack tomatoes.
Say Bayre and ano last Wednesday, Bayre 4 ewo tamale. Bayre 4 ewo tamale say 200 Ghana cedis.
Okay. Until the fact car drew her, it will go.
Oh, yeah.
It will go 250 and more. Yeah. See, that is the situation. And that young age, your age is no more because everything is chemicalized. Ghanaians no longer eat organic food.
No.
the fertilizer will be beer, the name will be beer, and the repercussion. And the yari will corner BP, and doctors in this country are not able to find out why. Then another more the 90.
No, they know.
That you can't tell. You can't.
Just they know.
Useless institutions. They were time of COVID. Wouldn't have a poison about what man for Ghana. COVID. COVID by poison. AstraZeneca. The scientists of have established these are poisonous things and then money. Mudabe bought a for so a man from my body to thank God I didn't enjoy that foolishness. The young man from me one question because I knew it was nonsense. Remember in this studio, my catcher was saying vaccination. Yeah, you can't see a vaccinate you once you are vaccinated against something. Now, so catch them say me bought COVID. This me bought 2 jabs and no crowd and no assurance. Say me COVID. I told there wasn't vaccination, so I will not do it. And thank God I didn't join that stupidity. Man, family one could come.
Say Jaja for the Jaja for no.
You see, was scientific research institutions were Ghana ha. They say we buy a month to me and verify.
Charles, you are getting something wrong. They know. Omunim, they know.
Omunim.
Oh, Charles. Omunim. Yes. They know. They know. Even some of the medical officers, no, the doctors and those people, no, those companies, no, they AstraZeneca near the Adeneban, they even talk to them before. Not for say a president know him. On him, they know the president, Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, whoever, and you see. There are so many things about Africa. And Ghana, they know.
But that is the issue. Why must it be so?
No, you see, the negotiations that goes in, sometimes, street
you sacrifice your people.
Oh, far away. Then a Drew baby. Now, say. Baby, not government officials no omo different one be no the one
Sputnik.
Yeah, man for you who they say Argentina the normal one na nkrofo wo no omo ho ya no bi na omo
Johnson and
Johnson something.
Yeah, Johnson and Johnson.
Also a baba yeah.
And then Norso.
I'm see a Norso. I'm see a Norso. Man for you dey
Sputnik ni AstraZeneca there.
Ono mu jagu. They know. Or ade bi bia no they know. This COVID thing no. A yankrophobia to baby, they planned it, and almost a trickle ba Africa down. So African leaders, Ghana president, Akufo-Addo nim the entire Akufo-Addo way prime minister by how they COVID by onim. And panel on the bunker for munim. GMO Adriani to Okase Minia GMO no Sabia Brofono sorry and the Liberian system no. They love it and professor.
Why would they even accept this?
Can you imagine it?
Parliament.
Can you imagine it?
Members of parliament that transfer Bobo 1 year to.
Yes.
Oh.
And they share money.
Oh.
Can you imagine it? Say a whole learned people nipa 2-3 to me share say Charlie media gay fund this car or no one need to move when you gay. When you say when people they are advocating.
Yeah.
But they are omunyebia. Yes.
Omunyebia. Say
Onyebi or okunu now or advocate for but the money involved, if you hear the amount of money they get, Charles grew. So everything going on. Just a beer obiti say why you are men walk now to baby because
what the bad neck coming. Yeah.
And no one in him says the rate and crofo would Tim say no. Say no. They know everything they know. Bra Champon to us is here onimpa say Ghana food security a kaba because omo wiesika no omo di omo anye adwuma na say omo ye now just here call other countries compared duane eba they know they are aware omo nim bibia ya chaze the omni bibia. But mami boss catch the bako embraces here. Hello. Oh, Pacho Meluzuno. And just sad way. So one long crop so omo anyone come about and near my boy.
Yeah, but these are the things that it's affecting me directly. Me I me fat trotro. Me I me fa okada. We na me fele.
But the
mo ka GDP no. Mo fa plane no ma ka dollar no. Why say? Na ye todok no. Tomatoes nya ye no.
But Charles, Argentina, we have prices of petroleum products.
Yeah.
Air cost.
Yeah.
The forex is going up.
Yeah.
Rent is going up. Tariffs, air cost. Air cost. Food prices, air cost. Then they tell you that inflation figure is coming down. Where are they?
School nebia kwesinebi.
How?
We say bia binsinebi. Entino your understanding no different from obi understanding. Who check inflation yanko last year by this time. Yanko check prices. Name family to this year prices. That is the only thing that you can tell me say coffee.
Price of
commodities. You want to talk about inflation, you look at it's a year. And last year by this time, now milk you're saying. And net you're saying they calculate the percentage. They will say cost run a baffle.
I'm saying see inflation commodities no price no cost but inflation no casa figure no or baffle.
One control.
Oh, sir, Ghana a friend
selected items. Miti statistician. He tries over explaining, exempting Niaminu would did the beer.
No, you see,
what do I say? So, for example, no. Key, okay,
what's here no?
I don't know. I'm fine,
no, boy, actually,
economists were Ghana. They've never been able to produce solutions to our problem, economic challenges.
No.
Now what? Come in at my time.
He is not defending. No.
Me time. I mean, come on. Me person because it makes no sense. I am buying, and I'm telling you, Belakwa, a buy na say, Belakwa medium. Next charge near turn 11 cities pack today and 30 cities.
Depending on where you are buying it from.
Where are you buying yours?
Yeah, the way you say baby at 34.
That is what I'm saying. You can't tell me say who work of select items. One amount of power to select items.
No,
who has given them that power to select items? No. Items, they know select items. Anything I make us say, you see, when I started, I said those who are flying, they should be talking about dollar. Those of us who eat kenki and yam, we are talking about kenki and yam. Yeah, dear, that is what I will use to calculate my inflation. What I say, Obina or no, so yeah, no, calculating it there. That is what it is. This time, me more being by traveling will cancel won't tell me. Economists are organized will be a problem. The city is running. Dollar to city, and that safer is wealthier than city.
More than
wealthier. So that is the situation. So what again do you want to tell me? Me bre, me tell me bre, and you know it yourself. And go on be do anthem.
So what tell us and also I want anyway, open your Kwaba. Okay, so last job, and Friday when person may restrict him. If you're interested in Charles McCarthy's argument, you can come in. But what other issues you want to raise, you can raise. So let's go. We are having a conversation today.
Yes. Menam Kwansu Bano. Miti McCarthy. Miti Commander. Di kama minchi TFU. Na mini Charles Yeshiache. Bunu Commander, Communication Commander. we are Jumapa. Ogatin so yeshia ya che. Na wo hwe na me pa che no.
Obi say Burkina Faso can feed Ghana for 200 years free, and the Burkina base won't even feel it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Côte d'Ivoire.
No, but do you believe it?
Why wouldn't I believe me? But Côte d'Ivoire can include Ghana in its budget and will still do good. Even Togo can buy and operate our port efficiently.
Unem. Niana mo kafa ntoso. Me drew Jubilee House haya. Ehye before say na meni aha. Anka me frɛ me ma me loudspeaker. Obi a wo mo hwɛ mo nyina, you can attest to the fact say me frɛ me ma me. Mommy. Yeah. Me frɛ no.
O de frɛ no na me pick me bi sisia. CM just catch the hello.
Hello.
Mommy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam. What to say?
I say.
Your friend will say.
I feel me great.
Pass on, Ifa.
Me or University of Ghana.
Hey. What we need be?
But I.
Who we need say?
2,000 students.
Woo! 20 million.
But I.
No, you are lying.
Oh, I don't know. When I just
I beg you for no to say Pam.
No, it is so much on chocolate.
Oh, Charlie do.
I want to say, not to some way radio when you can try. And I just about 6 days. And I'm on the weekend.
And you to Ralph want to say? And you to say?
Yes, for 50 days.
Anyway, we need 20 million.
Aye.
Anyway. So where your friend is CMG Sika Achedie. And from Monday to Fridays, we do it. Ubedi di peche. Timika says CMG Sika Achedie, ubedi di peche. CMG Sika Achedie.
Ubedi di peche.
Thank you. Congrats. Yamisha Koswada ni entna. Accra FM, yes, Citizen Show, CMG Skache there. We are grateful.
Thank you.
All right, so and a message 30 million. And a message 30 million. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. One yen in Temo and Cha and a cancer will be in and flying Kosia. The next 20 minutes, Messia to match will be 30 million. Macha 10 million, macha 20. So we need ya what 20 no. Maybe boom 30 million. Now for the answer. Mama back. So Harun, now let's go.
Let me talk for about Ntusasem. It's true, sir. The communicators of NPP omunim near adia ombe defending. Because it appears that every now and then scandals many issues of economy it's overwhelming to the extent say omofaha na di weaba omosa omuchia na nenamha, and it is not propaganda that no omo defend it. It's about the reality of what Ghanaians are omo feel within the confines of the country called Ghana. Me friend me mami about Ntus. Me bisa no say, Mom, the business no. Okay. That's my mom's business. Oh, okay. Me bisa no how much is Ntus adaka. Okache obisa me say Ntus wo ho die. She asked me, say Ntus wo ho. To the extent say ubenya adaka ato membisano concerning a radio program. Membisano say mepe ntosa to every tamale because Accra ha ntosa ni ho yebenya bia to tamale ano ka say ntosa ni ho ntosa loka eya 2.5 250 Ghana cedis e wo tamale olonka ntosa lonka wo tamale Misa Bisano say Olonka sign na yebetimi dru adaka wo se nto so san baby wunya adaka na asese a ye bono because you can even that's what I'm coming. Yes, because adaka no different. Say obi ebe kachira wo say nto so adaka entamale 5,500 yam bisa nipa koro no say nto ehun bi na omoton 1,500.
And I want you, baby.
And yeah, on try baby, the farm gate and the marketer who bet me because me pass in Tamale and dot and toast. We don't grow tomatoes in Tamale. No. Every Burkina and on the Vrungo. But a mom just backyard near a water malady at least when you be. But not to that extent, say we bet me their commercial quantities. So say obi etin crime emo prices or arguing prices of tamale dia maybe can say nyambe tueli pakro no ka emayen mo aye fre tamale. I'm telling you because you are using tamale as your base market to rate near yeton and near yeto won crime. What kind of nonsense is that? Na Minya Makatin Timase, Misuse every day statistical department. They were overwhelmed by the attack of the media stations with the reality. Dear friend, no to Papa. I listened to him. Now I try to justify the 23% of the inflation rate. And I no say, Ukomalata. Ntos last year, not even last year, this year, beginning no, what me top 5 for 10 cities. 5 for 10 cities. See, one, no, there be 1 for 5 cities.
Missing about 2 for 10 cities.
For 10 cities. And you are telling us, say,
inflation is 23.
Nebanya na upatra no say last year, because that is what na oka. Say last year, how much was Ntos? And this year, how much is Ntosa yeto adakam? And then as at that time, the inflation rate as at that time was beyond 20%, 23%. So if today the inflation rate is 23%, he's trying to educate the daft at least we were somehow the economic background. Say you have to look at the distance from last year May to this year May. What is the margin? What is the increase, the speed rate of inflation? You cannot tell me. You can't say that because I am buying the food stuff to go home and eat. So if you are using your book and then your margins and your speed at which your inflation drops or hike here, and fire, it is about the pieces of Ntosa Anameto or 10 cities. And then the pieces of Ntos that I'm buying today. So today, onion is around in the past 760 cities, 750 cities, and that was somewhere April haya. Na Jenny sack of a Jenny na 750 cities. Just April. Today we are talking about 1,500 cities. So if you calculate the distance from April and then today, and then the amount involved, the increment, and you are telling me that the inflation rate is 23% based on last year and this year. I am saying, say, ABR, because he's been paid at the end of the month, because his foodstuffs are supplied for free to him at home, because so free, want your light bill, want your water bills, so he doesn't feel the reality. For which reason they can tell him to massage the figures and come and blindfold people who are in Accra and who are the learned.
Really?
Sanoka, my mother who gave birth to me said, Ntose nitamali. To the extent that you can get Adaka to buy Krano anyhow. Yes. So where did you get that figure from? 1,500 from where? Fine. It is left to everybody. I am not doing campaign. Make catch say if you are in government, continue to be in government, because I don't see how you will survive this when you leave power, unless of course you reason beyond me. Say where these people are taking us, it is not where I should belong, and come out. Let us save your life, because continuously, if it comes to Accra, say there's nowhere in Makwala, there's nowhere in Abubulushi, Kantamanto, and everywhere you can get food stuff to buy. Where are we headed as a country? Say the basic food items that you must involve them, you must add them. Those are the petty things that the prices are unbearable. So I want to mean talk. Jenny Ekosro, Ntos Ekosro, Kakadro Eniho, I mean, those things, where are we headed? Last
I can't
Saturday,
imagine in a rainy season Unya Kuntum.
This is Saturday. Saturday, the only thing I can say I bought and did not fail was Kuntumbre. And you be na call me call Agbogboloshi, me name yiri na call ye. I drove her there. Me koto nema je you can say Amasa my markets.
Okay.
Yes, I say free Amasa my market. Odi we brem, I got angry.
Now let's go.
Okro. They counted okro.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
20
7, 20 cities, 10 pieces.
20 cities, yeah.
Odo, now we see 20 cities.
Yeah. Me ba boy in the office.
Just imagine.
Me ne market. Even Enra. Me ne market. Ya to turn your money we no busa say daddy. So what is happening? Enra. Anopay me ba adwuma na mesi me ye aduane ama no so be ko gym. Ena o say ne menye abunabunu ema no.
Yes.
Ena me suma no say onkoto kontom ne wo junction ne so mra. I was shocked.
Yes. I think, sir, the only thing that I bought and did not feel it, na ye kontombre, 5 cities. Abra na ye turn 3 cities, 2 cities, 1 city 50 pesos. She say 5 cities per roll. And a roll, 1 roll no krano, and soon ni pa.
No krano to na ma samantia be wo 1 roll is in 10 cities.
Me say won't enti me soon me 1 roll 5 cities.
Okay, now I see even pepper has become expensive. 1 cup is 20 Ghana cedis.
Yes. I have to substitute chicken with wole, so that at least a bit more balance. So that is how far as a country we have come. Sir, you cannot be satisfied. Your own motherland, you have become a slave under the regime of this useless president, the so-called human rights activist. Commander, and no, I mean, say, Utie court and some echo.
Yeah.
Utie.
Yeah.
Who tape no, and I Utie tape no.
Okay, man, tape.
Mura ho enra. And I'm still wondering, as a state, as a country, where lies the justice and freedom of this country? That coat of arm now for freedom and justice.
And come here first round near San Coma, so that we don't mix it up. Why? Okay, all right. So quick comment here. Berima Kwasi says because most inflation drive in Ghana is because of speculation. So prices go up exponentially in Texas. Most farms are commercial and are by the roadsides for easy transportation access. Private banks give them good loans to cultivate large vast of land. So food inflation is kept lower. Maybe low over here. I think it is about time Ghana invests in large scale farming or commercial farming instead of subsistent farming. And this one is coming from Berima Kwesi, Texas, US of A. And Berima Kwesi, a strong MPP guy. Now, and Berima Kwesi, what you need to ask yourself is, what has happened to our PFJ?
Yeah.
PFJ is meant to give us, I mean, a wholesale of foodstuffs.
Yeah.
Expand the food basket. Exactly. That is the plan behind PFJ, that we can produce more, eat some, and even export some.
Yes.
Now, PFJ, the Sika Ako PFJ, extra even free SHS. But we can't eat some, we can't export some.
Yeah.
We are now importing, and what we are importing, we are buying it like as Yakobo or Wobosian.
Yeah.
That is the reality. So, media, Obekasa, Kasaye. All right. And of matter says, if contaminate costs, cost will say, yeah, you can get in Tosu when he buys 10 rolls to make parasols. Okay. It's sad. All right.
If you look at US, 5% of the population, just 5%, is feeding over 200 million people. 5% of the population in the US, the entire US. 5% population. What happens to Ghanaians? Bobie, can you tell me the percentage of Ghanaians that are deeply involved in commercial farming? We don't have them. So, as a graduate student from the University of Ghana or the development studies and agric economists, what would be my future as a student or as a graduate agric student? The agric schools now you in this country, Bobie, your baby are free. Mampong. Go there and see the number of agric students they chain out every year.
Yes.
They turn out to be either bankers or engineers. They have abandoned their profession because they have no role to play in the economy. They have created planting for food and jobs, and those the agenda was to create. It was just a political project. Let me call it this way: a political project to siphon money,
to steal us.
To steal us. That's what I'm saying. To steal our money. The year that planting for food and job was created, that year, do you know how much we were buying maize? That particular year in 2017, now you throw a bro 350 and 370 something. Today, maybe say eguana edasu yejuma. And how much is maize? Even at the farm gates, how much is maize sold? One bag of maize, how much is it sold? Today, who be the agric minister who is busily chasing hotels, buying hotels, and forget his mandate as a Greek minister. So who be son of baby or free? How much is maize sold? On to me catch.
Anyway,
on to me catch.
I'll come back to you now. A comment here, Alex. Bobie, since 2018 to 2024, Nana and Bawumia have spent 2.9 billion Ghana cedis on the so-called PFJ.
Yeah.
And yet the world, come back here. The World Food Program have predicted for insecurity, food insecurity for Ghana from June to August. So you spend 2.9 billion Ghana cedis, then you have food shortage staring at you. Advertisements, they are dugouts, not even concretized. Okay, so let me leave this one. Berima Kwesi in response says PFJ was badly implemented because the then minister was focusing it on the individual small farmers for his political agenda to become the flag bearer of MPP. So he refused advice to invest in commercial farms instead. So PFJ implementation was a joke. So very much, these are some of the issues, and you keep on telling us Bawumia Beba. Meanwhile, you are in America. You know what is going on. Anyway, Charles, who be to add up, or you want to just move from baby? Fanam sign comrade.
But I sit there once and one kabia.
See, that is why me present can move
kabi.
Second round.
Why make it twice out in Facebook? No, actually radio.
Wow, shit.
Was not to watch out, Kwabena. As usual, Abraham so radio unit. So we are say, yeah, we make us say, nah. Kora, winning, say, I mean, no, sitting no. Okay, I'm running be Miss Requa. Yeah, pretend you.
Na obane
yenyina ye pretend you. You pretending as if say we are happy, but you are not.
Gawere.
Sabi ojo so kura ya ajo so ahwe.
But them be o mampon. O ba be sia no hwe nu so nka so ka be dey.
Oh, Syria yes siri ni nyina ye borrowed and to please ourselves say as if say okay. Yenye okay. Asitire mo ye tene. Ama kwamna nipa omo nsra de kura sha say sra de.
It's
but abai ne pese chinchina wujitum say. What for example, maybe free buno ba a year 2017 even abai se sign kura no 2016 me free buno ba nkraya me ko VIP ano matua 50 Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
Na ma ba be dura kra. And then me here 120 Ghana cedi de aka 50 na me tua no.
Yeah, 170.
170.
Unyensu onumia.
Debi over tax in car ho. Enti me no over calculations bi kire me na one calculating year. Na asebi ye besere mbese nka makati ba inside na me say tomato business na say ye baby. Ye nya consultant bi amana tuyefo. As you say no, ye have profit na ebam na. Kwamra ye beto bi abeton. Unse minister na ne mrantie no mo kasa say ni eto no watamale na o de ba abeton ni say no o de omo nkyere na mo madam bi o techima ya ono de ubo no bosia na say o de ba da o be hye ne dia o de be ma o enti say de o musika say o fa no tamale beton ni dia makati o de ye nko na me amesa Africa ni nya daka be 100 be duru ahwe afi ye nya adwuma bio penkonta no mo bu no welcome now 1005 na say de na nini e kai unya case ka 400 Ghana kura de onye wadaka ba ko 400 say 5000 Ghana wa kra de a makanke ahitio
jackpot
kobra utie ma so ma mi kan ye pa 80500 plus 500 per ayi ni e be ton 5000 18 kadaka bi aminu mi ni o 3000 o de en ton 5006 en ton 5000 pepepe kadaka ba ku bi aminu mi ni nya 3000 and the times 100 yes saying 3000 times 10 cry 30,000 tikaminu mi enu ye share profit of 3 billion na sabi emfasu juma we wo ho ka ministers no kra mo ya mane enko mo abepe bo se mo ma me no papa akodi sa adwa no komo amu bebo ma me no mo papa no ma ne mo akodi sa adwa no enti no Ghana Statistical Service under this government nyambese meka nyina ne say wa nkasa no bu nkonta na wode wo mu data ekodwom a ema no bebo wa bu nkonta simple as that na makata adwene ena adwene nsuo mu na mo adwene a o kondo anu akoto bi awe no yetimi tam adwene kitwa bi hye wonsem say 100 Ghana say ni ni yakwe adwene pala one friend say pitre again. Mad fish. Yeah. And then friends say no man modify ni say catfish.
Catfish.
100 Ghana cedis. Na the fish ba kwatu jaso atoto 2 years 200 Ghana cedis. And I know I was shocked. Na minim say yen kan ni Kumasi. Banda ensuo na no. Ensuo na no. And the obeka say fisherman dey buy no. Oh na
snail back 50 cedis.
Now premain for
call man payem.
Na mu koto aduane.
That means if I put that yesterday, I wouldn't have so to
Ọtọ kọjọ ẹbua ọ na eprimani na nwa ya tọ nene ọyare sẹ dabi o sẹ ọmụ yẹn o ọmụ nfa nwa owurẹ mbio kọbẹrẹ ẹnuyẹ ọbua gisẹ Gambia kọbẹrẹ ẹnipiri na mi kan ni edi kọ yẹ yẹ mu anka utimi di ẹni jie kasa o mekọtọ nwa awe mekọtọ adwene awe no kọbẹrẹ premise no a jump ko almost 500%. Enti o ka 23 a ọtí nso na no ana ni bu ofu premise no po aye den boat na ọmụtọ no ntaku ni nsempoare ene boat ni bi na 40,000 Ghana cedis.
Crazy.
The national security more. They are not presenting accurate report to the president.
Yes. That is na again so before Kufado. Na omo brifu ba omi akura nka ba omi abekọ akwagina mi brawo.
What I know is that the national security guy there right now, called the coordinator, you know, or a Gabi boy. No, Dankwa Institute and a Gabi no de ne kosheo. Omo a report even with Kandapa, they give all the report to Gabi. Oh, now Gabi are sonne so the ese Kufado te. Any the any kwa say ot.
Kobra no crab put that one aside.
Hey, any dinako.
Kobra, ain't no put that one aside. Ain't discussions are air cosi. Enya aban na mo your director of communications. Any deputy director, any advisor on communication in here. Directors in Kwakunsia, any guonum. And the at least near Koswa Bontino, as and come ye privy to. No mote. But sad story ni say, me am yet me munimno, mena mi kojum. And a minimnia, a ma FM. None of them may try na me am bold at the market. Me koba no. And I'm a team my wife I say when you say yeah you no more manage papa.
Oh yeah.
They are doing well.
They are managing.
Hey,
easy.
Miami Boura hono unsa so mu be ma na so be so bu kakra ba me rita so nyina chi still. Me tra ni ame me de mo so mo mfa nko na eze ma ne de se o mo de tintam mu ansa na o mo nya ne mo be ya aduane ma o mo krumu ye den edi. The point we are making is say Kwabena asetenam ni anipa be die. Me say madi ba ko ne o strategically so me mane pa 12 months
so me body heavy
man so oba no you any for the day but wani padua no kra nyini ene na hoto
ana pa me ne kwaku yeah be 10 11:30 na
o me dem ma 12 no power because me sure of anwumre no eza me botra na eza odi nso manage a ena eze nso no strategically who di agi so di na etu unya banku aja no ngu so kakra na de watwa
me breakfast no say ni
I mean
heavy
so these are things are me kini ho an na TV ho na we na tomatoes debate abetwam minim wo mo anu o masetena mu ye makate na o mo kasa mu obi ka bia ene o mo pe 500 Ghana survival the week. It's not happening. Ehini ni ekwe Kwabena ehini ni ekwe bibia mfanshi o bibia enkoso sesi amaba mi bekwe say ya me bekro nyame o atasuri nko anim because ahana obaye no onamfo abetoto omo nyina no IMF kura nya approve omo deal a omo de be survival makate kura onyanya bi no beka se o ma bibia wa man bi ena baby ami kro no nso no o kura the life support IMF no mo de to otwe me. No one is doing good, and this is where we find ourselves in. But they be also your bobusia begum emi ya kaye den ekosoro. Yeah. Kwabena me kotra parliament. As at this time I feel na parliament e city. Ekobo 5 p.m. Ena utumu say ya ba ko hwibra ma
obeba no abre.
Debi ya ba ko hwibra ma abani ni hweye. Enti government majority leader now, a leader of government business, Ebejina parliamentar. I will know him say, I'm far bill be a metro parliament on education. Talking about free education beside the Article 25. No, Jina ho be sapita no you say. So free area meboa. No chita no chinyoti and I voter region. Okay. Obisa say what to say or say on support to free education. On my ambrashe baby afo took free baby I voter transfer bedru no. Other people no so other people no. The anyone may talking about say the bill being passed by committee level and a bill no crab for first reading or second or third. Not government business ni oda no afenyo markings. Adaya was a Kwabena is of public interest. Tomatoes born and yentimindi tomatoes no. Kwabena the of public interest.
I'll come back to.
Baby omode papa no koto ye mami BSc ne nine ya hye ne POP no enye winiba.
Yeah.
Enye on a majority leader o free. Efutu. Enye ho na afenyo markings free.
I think so.
Kwabena ho no ye MP. The question I ask me say Nanu ya no muka say 98% of yare ya Ghana health insurance etiki care. Ni akoyi nipa free ambulance mu e wo constituency atokwan ho. At the amana kudu at the point of death. Tinkwa kona ebisa say Mr. Speaker can say any statement no. Na the statement na tuga. Na baina mu unu say enye uni MP so mu parliament nra majority. Nipa 12.
Omo campaign.
Out of 137 no, omo akani nyina di ba omi achi. Nipa 12 ne bae. And omo mum minority for no by nipa 30 because omo hu se munye serious. Omo ba brother mama. Omo ba ukuada mama. Omo consensus here transfer.
I'll come back.
Afena mum
we have time. We have time, so let's do the need for them. We come back so that you make me as separate issues. No, live on a 100.5 Citizen Show. Mame Moson Kai was a Greenfield Scientific Bar Clinic Friday. Almost say bright soja capsules, bright garlic plus capsules. Bemu Nyaji, your friend. I was one night in Timpacho Jodie. Tango Prime Washing Powder. Ubesi Enyema Ameniat na Ontari Mayusham. I kama and yet wine yeast stains every tarima Tango Prime Washing Powder you know Nagana for ajiatum ya si say dear baby udi sinema man say chilling water akasha nim or say koi na ekwajo die or Delta paper mail 0243 033033 onsa betumi aka omo ewo Tango Prime Washing Powder na Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Almost say yanko teacher mante ni yanko je Ansah papa bi. And almost say AC adan. Yamde Ansah no plot size is 70 by 100, 80. Half plot 3500, 70-50. Ni nyina cool price. Omo bema bi teacher mante. Omo 2 and 3 expandable bedroom houses are omo airton ne bone da form ni tuano flexible. Omo sase no omo wo ensuo ho dada electricity and omo demarcated roads nso e wo ho yenko Royal Chapter Property Group Limited ne no monko kasai from 025 651 5862 me boso 025 651 5862 onsa ebetumi aka omo CM Jessica Chadie night. And then you go so you check 20 million, you check 10 million, you check 30 million. 1 year in term Obekasa Kwabena Trimoding. And you meet Trimuna Ding. And you own as a botumuntum. Monsieur Namema man for the deeper chair. Wabons who botuma heavy weekend when you are jet. Faketu abeje kakraka. With Dimmo. I'll be back.
You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
Hey, 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 hey,
and Manos then cry. Tabia Takum, Wendy, and Memma you don't know, and me and Yahweh, and Yahweh, I am Memedro, and you think a band may be a here, and to 4 and yet to 4, and you'll be a pedigree tractombia, and chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and they have bar shops beer. I was gonna handle the beer, and I said, Frame, I was 0243 686861, and I 0245 749206. Sanka 12 FDA Fajatu, I said, Tabia Takum, Bembe Bia Takum. Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Bills was here. If you say, Asumja, when you were in Bosnia, Bonshaya, Hoodie, Educhum, Obibia, we, and it made dear Biara Woody. Bills will be Bimao. Won't hear Susu, won't hear our Nana, we hear no national ID card. Ain't it to Murikana Frayan was 0302 200390 and 0596 920 833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batang, Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills microcredits Jumedimu. Bills Uposia Bohon Adamfo. Kai say Jumedi in Shishaka Crown.
Hey, say the Mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. No credit me. Say and Winti Nomania Award. A word bestie. Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, the Cassa, and Asam Boya, the Encanon to them.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. A son you want to say near Kro Etuno, near Anchor, Ewananum, Obana Bemo Power, and Yarwankaye.
Nancy Mamika say, and the Spana Quad Ekayeno. Greenfield at Arumenti and was our Soldier and also APM.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should show the Pebiani Moankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. I want to go Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Fred was 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe. Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
Give us P capsules. A memedry. Manum bia benemua. Kani mitutuya na minkuma bua sese Betru esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules as well. A man meme nyina koko yade. Sisi yade amama nya yem timotete womono. Yedro no. Manum bi amama deme ho. Give us core capsules. Misuse moye ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh yeah. Hey, give us in no. A man need ya bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomunum dia. Na eni jeni ahwodeno. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules. And men wadi if you do what you do kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. A pay for a battle one more menu for an kwada woni if you do me nunka ho. E wo drugstore beer motofonko give us herbal center. Teshi mobile. And na Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050-68-51135.
FDA AJ Edwedi Nkratui Atu.
Suzuza.
The incoming president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, flag bearer, Zuma National Democratic Congress. Also, Zinchemo Bibiara, Orite Damanka. Sasara, LKM, Manigana, Grata Shishene, economy, I wanted to apans. In education system, I was say. Friends and family government are all called the current administration. I watch her. Mecha hardship are all called a shepherdin, Afraba, Obibiara, Osgana, yes. With I watch na dos. You know, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say, Ni awa everything crap to we. Yerika Bob they are build Ghana together. Asemoshe fi wanye de. Eba buana support the campaign for 2024 election. JM 2024. Asemoshe fi wanye de. Wonsabaka NDC good governance card in it. Good governance card in your card. Eje was there support JM 2024 campaign. Good governance card in. Odidido. Entima wusi kanye ma wa hoziribo tuma. Na woso aje was. Wonsa one peda waji good governance card. When is sikaya 40, 30, 10 citizens so. Ebotum abo short code *248*. Says hash. Now also ascend was it. Good governance card. Epeda je was na support JM 2024. Ebotum afra 0534 000 261 and 0531 033 503 and 050 982 3400. You can on internet to do www.ndcgoodgovernancecard.com. Mayan Kambom, they am build a Ghana together with John Dramani Mahama. Nyaminsha.
All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5. Yasia baby. Mamunyina ha mamu akwaba. Me best titru adroba fo amonam ye motorway no so enso no egugu enti eye boko. Ena mesre emayo no ayesoma mu a mosu obi se enso ba na memra mese ne de wose bejira me store no era be se me store ya kakra na enso bebo eya moso eye efutuo eya a free good citizens eho de bremo good citizens and America say omo si asoma wa bayiwa na bia ene meru abrabejira kakra na nso no bebo
how are pevaranda ni bi
hey many good citizens esremu a ya no so no mo so ye before mo ball last hour e dey afaso ti mama ncha free charge so na me nkosa from na me si
no chance me makata
no akowa
okay
ti akowa yanko na me baba be so
corona man no da asem
by 5:45 say
yes sorry na man no da asem so America won say Ghana be doing pempen so say a whole 1 week parliament is doing nothing because at the papa be any hono mo aye den ye na omutuka betrase abra o minor so air conditions job 600 any chamber spend big money on them na say near lead government business no timi me waste a whole week. It seems say afanyo markings kora oya say yem parliament no kwan omofa so yo madia yem ye nimra so ene last day our registration quick one on it agran ye see hon ne no kwabra mani nye ho
ene koso
by force ISMPP for on pese nipa ni mfiri wo kura ese chinchina ache ye de ne be kokuru mo no no akwakiri
na this for the plan
o man pene but the point is baby to say banda kura de omo ka banda kasa na ye na farafo ni bi nso akọ ye omo transfer na omo share driver ndi dua bonitri ho ama omo refer driver no ko eye comfort no chisisi ameka say ade na omo ya enye no so obi na nkwantre ne nso koye ne de a na omo kwa akodi abro ma two approachful am no omo nya one-on-one encounter say omo believe in intelligence omo say this government is gone aban we agu e koda da 2024 elections was won 2023 they know omo omo ye election practical no omo nim say MPP ni wo bio patapa pieto no makofa approachful so be omo a no maka kiro say wo de danduru a ye be hunu se ye jimia no afa brante afri anom se oye special unit na de na afri na de na national chairman constituency young man who the fire di agro na kromo no kodu yankasa wo se ne ka ho nipa nwotwe no akwa gina wo se o ye special team a ye ba hanom ne yabe show muscles e wo hanom abaya aka no busu mi nsia no oni akonwa so ya fa so ye professional police officer na ko onom no tan onom no kwan na hodo se na wonim akoye ne awkira adenti a ye pese ye de nkrofo free sampa ye pese ye de nkrofo free techima all these things kwabra anya adwuma and then last day big ups to all the party faithfuls entina me catch NDC for say ye branch for no many abrechen ye kura mpani for na ye da no they are really working entine Oma endi day ni ye said ya 2023 ye twere din a na jemen samu adwene ye omo se ombetimi akoye omo Ghana card fiasco no parliament a amfa enu nti ye ma ye ni bri ye kan kire party for say wo a wo bri aso bi akọ register as say nso nkrofo de ekom ne ni bri register no kwabra obi anhwe ne ho so ye na final data no advice am de be ma all election directory through Accra FM no wo a wutiem bi aka kire omo se enne debia ebe close registration or transfer no omanebo amani ni team no kwabra final figure no before 7 p.m. na yensaka omo maintain enene omo add na dey to all register number na obia make sure say number na isi be print ama na anwumre no omo de ka dada no ho a sa pepepe na exhibition register no be ba na yeden etie na kwatra owie na wanye calculations na say na ya wie nti wajam na sa ade bechi na exhibition beba na maka 1002 bi akwa ka ho a sabre no kiremu aga na ni bia beka so wanye onema yi nti wo checks and balances bi ene na mu close no last print out na ye de mamo wo EC office no mogia monwe hunu se zero no mienu ana miensa bi nye den emeka ho elections no ni nyina ye garbage in garbage out edina be call constituency no say dina na be to aba on the 7th of December advisor medema your party for no e wo hon no
unia MPP opemu woyumi or say if indeed you believe the government is gone as is being suggested by the NDC guy in your studio, why stress yourself to make noise on air? Just sit in your home and form the next government. You want to form the next government with a policy of railing the export of lions.
Cobre, we mean you know.
Oh, so I'll be the message about some kind.
What's the message on the year? Why? On the year, me and ya had a me by change in some minimum. Or damn, go for a damn by wenchi. All banana betty hangers, so to say. Mekachiro said the government is gone. Besides that, they didn't muntimi approve or more presiding members across the nation. The government is no more. MPP are good. I just said, well, we need to go to a better home. So, I'm not fucking up. Ghana for reject him. And Tim Crawford, Misuse not touchy office. At on second 10,000 each constituency. At the common assembly members, they fertilize and Wellington boot to car 10,000 machete each constituency. Emo Mukwache carry almost MPP members. Kwabran they lost poto. Buru region 3 district penny approval presiding member. Now Bronyan Mote say Oma winning majority assembly members. NDC woman organizer region on the presiding member of Brikum, UP Krum. Banda butter trade near the same as Sunyani West. 9 na kano gofre damia ba wenchi bemprenu bisa se onu di na attorney general ni nyina ba hodom no kwabra otimi approve presiding member. The point is ye we need ye here omo support ye be approve because we have the numbers and na me ka kire omo say the government is gone on tiase a omra from nye social media kwabra 2 ade e course wo court ndra no se me de toto ni pass tenamu a kwabra mitimu se nipa areho ede na beba otrim amwa describe a whole tribe a friend say tribe say omo ye cheap because what per say what they are to forcing eco jail governor dame buruni Kwabena Brofo suba intesa. Ebio mibisa me ho say enti se Ghana a civilized society under Nana Akufo-Addo se mpanimfo odo mato atentene na ano ene atemu ano no Kwabena anokwafo wo mu a the moment Attorney General entimi antinai say oni suspect no ending komo phone so no Kwabena sase mo nkase ebotugu so nim say tiamra se obi ofa lawyer ni na lawyer ni di na semma no a asem bia pese oni ne ka bia o ka through the lawyers na Attorney General yate say oni the suspect ending komo phone so say suspect ni na eka say ono na eka na suspect no beka say Supreme Court judge fie ye hia mprenu ye hia mprensa na Kwabena say justice system no ko do say ye negotiate no with them any ababa implement here. I feel sorry for Ghana. Enti say in any day oka say Ghana constitution amendment bem pa ni yenye wo mu a kamemi number 1 be say ye kokoto a ye modua o bodua no so aboje agini dua bo state attorneys ni nyina dua se wo abefa kuntra se se me nka me so off na me se asem ma me bedie se judge uchi asem na me dejo prosecutor achi na me dejo me anso me deje me ho enti bo se nka court said their role is so just say ko mo amudi no kura nko na nka obran ko mbekwa akosa ma obi wo court anyesa ni esi nra ne na de che no was shameful said nipa ono na so protect enkrofo right no onu mom and they make sure say enkrofo be suffer injustice na mashen kom aye miami nua panini deputy attorney general
tua
la tua ebo a panini every brofo de the integrity nenam la tua okasa ya broso okasa obi nkodini ayesi aboa we kodini makotre nkodini mako emachi aponchirani meti hu fifiri oti ase ejila atua o comments e was asemu a e koso e hu no including Dr. Opuni enche dabi enyina ne mo ne gofre dam ye beba be hia bono ye na ye be hia ye na se achia ye ho na sabi wanyi obi se kumbunu ni na ya abrofo ne adi kum abrofo a ye be se hia enche but obi nka se obi in favor obi but ne damedi aye ato forcing eni nia elo atuamudi ye Opuni mu ni ade no Kwabena nyankopon be ka o masema momo na judge maami se wa no so minim se nsema oti na sumunra any extent of crook discussions course between Attorney General no ni we no Kwabena wallahi se asem we ni etie bia no minim se ato forcing obenya ne fa ahudie apia bonten se dia facts na yeden e kire no enye sa e bon.
All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Chaze, kajatu mienko.
Komanda.
Point of law.
Medase. Tasako wa kabia.
But no one company chance and chance tomato exporters.
Komanda. Meko court. Straight. Na makase revelations aba. Efa Acto forcing and 2 others. Prosecution we will and a trial we know. A damning, a revealing, a preposterous, and to put it mildly, embarrassing to the judicial system of this country. Commander Enimguase. So we are talking about a Supreme Court judge in person of Justice Yoni Kolondi, Attorney General, conventionally the head of the bar, and an accused person or Richard Jakwa. Commander, for me, all these 3 individuals deserve nothing short of summary imprisonment. nipa mensa ni nyina ya abonefo. First, Justice Johnny Kolondi was swear oath said he will be fair to all manner of persons. Said if you be fair to all manner of persons, there nipa mensa any dinner trial. Why did you elect to meet one of them with the Attorney General? And not in your office, in your private residence. The mere fact say bail conditioner did two Jakpaso. Mu negotiate with the Attorney General bu vary ye anko court. A issue. For me, your maya ye boomra ye warfare ye anka Johnny Kolondi should not be holding himself as a judge in this country. We should strip him of that title. Sir, who say how many of these cases, backroom negotiations and Akoso between Johnny Kolondi and Gofedame? My year not few not my bad Jack Paso. Commander, Jack Passy or starting said or your way he felt apprehensive at the time. Not only attended and come with dear which say, oh, help me and let me set you free. Do you get it? And or forwarded documents to come Attorney General. Yeah. To do what? To incriminate Ato. Is that not the basis? Sure. If not the basis, why would you have sent documents to the AG? But what sending document only now you're meeting. The only reason why Jakpa decided to speak now is because the lawyers a fairly knowledge prosecutor, Attorney General, a challenge, a court, a bogu.
There's a breach of agreement, Abba.
And you know, or you're culpable of the crime. Do you get it? All Jakpa is doing is playing on people's emotions. He is not innocent. Anka omu jana, omu pleading no submission of no case, no, and AGG2 more. All these public rights matters are Jakpa Yanankema. Anka recordings are why wouldn't have been out.
But then it's a Kobasa as well, which means they will find it difficult continuing Atofosen's case since Jakpa is the star witness for a state prosecutor.
I don't get it.
Jakpa is a star witness, right?
Yeah, but they were going, according to one narrative, they were going to exempt him from the case. So who was going to be the witness besides?
Yes, almost
he applied to join.
Also, he was playing along that. We are not much them befunding a
you see, I think, sir, almost Martino. That is what I'm getting, say. I said,
according to proceedings, or see, he requested to meet the Attorney General.
Yes.
So it was on his behest. Or not the shares here. Do you get it? He made the request to meet the Attorney General.
Really?
Yes. Go and read. The first meeting. You see, not our serious a bail condition. Before we move to that pre-bargaining. Pre-bargaining is the second part of it. The first was the bail condition. The bail condition, we are told reliably, said Justice Johnny Kolondi intervened.
So send the cousin no.
Very good. Now, many who ni cousins walk out to honor. Does it mean that when we get case, we will not get anybody to speak for us? Is it ruled by cousins or ruled by law? Are we ruling this country rule of law or rule of cousins? No, it cannot be the case. But my disappointment, biggest one, Ghana Bar Association. No, I am tempted to think that bar is empty.
But it's a chop bar. Nobody is sitting on the counter.
No, the bottles are empty in the bar.
Nobody is sitting on the counter.
If not, you see,
Today is Friday.
It's not beer in heaven.
Is it? When I want to be better. Well, somebody.
It beats my imagination. Say, offer the judiciary. And you're going to need more to say. Judiciary din and the chin were gata musei. Now the Ghana Bar Association and more voice. Where you supposed to protect the professional integrity of the judiciary. This is not good. This is not good for the image of the judiciary. You see, already we have a situation now. Lawyer ni accusing a chief justice. So what give bribe $5 million. Till today, nothing has happened to the lawyer. Chief Justice this Kennedy or Kofi. Nothing has happened. And nobody is talking. Do you get it? I consider lawyer Kofi is still working as a lawyer or in this country.
FIFA is a man of integrity.
Yeah, he's still working as a lawyer in this country. Meanwhile, Akwesi Anim is my brother. Why? Meanwhile, Chief Justice Akwesi Anim is on retirement as a Chief Justice. Why do $5 million bribe? When you know one. This is the issue. Not to think Ghana Bar Association will come on what to. You see, the sad aspect of it is this lawyer Frank Davis. What rising? What General Secretary of the Bar Greater Accra? What President of the Bar Greater Accra? At almost time, about no year president or year member of Ghana Bar Association, and move motion in court to remove Justice Aban. So, or you're unfit and proper to be the Chief Justice of Ghana. I'm not Chief Justice. And then go for damage there, but there was a dabi who defended Dami. Now, Dami, you're bonny Cassie. It is a judicial crime that can never be covered. Now, so who was Shema? You see, the trial judge was emphatic in her ruling, and your advice. It was not advice.
It was a judgment.
It was a judgment. It was part of her ruling.
Yes.
But then she's speaking, you see, or passing judgment on presumably the head of the bar, who is the Attorney General. So she has to be decorous in her choice of words.
But it was a judgment.
And or no, she strongly believes that Bobie Adine Drun the next will recuse another lawyer of the Attorney General to do it. That means that you are not there. You are Attorney General's department, the Minister of Justice, and no individual, and it is the office. So say, wow, let another lawyer. There are competent lawyers. It's not because they have Ivy League lawyers. And to stay away and let another lawyer take over. And I think that is the right thing to do. For me, I'm disappointed in Ghana Bar. I am highly disappointed in this bar. But I'm not surprised.
I'm surprised that
it's a product of Listowe School.
Well,
I'm a president.
Live at Accra, 100.5. Me pacho me time no kwa Haruna ma on yei. My main care man for say C-Walls 50/50 engine coolant. Se one Tobia. Bow engine no buying. Bow engine no buying. Na fe the radiator tank no so. E manenwi na so. Kwa minim se wo hwa ucho kwa no. Minim se wo friend no. Mr. My time no. Kwame say me the next 10 minutes. So, Osman Kanto man for 3367 coolant and a 1090 coolant or the aba edwasuya eboa car engine. Bills microcredit a quick credit and a omasasa omudin ayeno a Bills microcredit. Omaya adwuma Ghana mfiedunum 15 years ni. Enti emudie integrity de omukurabi ose fa ho bebo omoy top choco ai eya ananko da ne pe ena ni chocolate no mode ni 3 in 1 chocolate drink ne so aba you know so omo pe papa anyway so I think
quick one quick one masemba kwa mi job to ho me buy escape me Mustafa sports minister On fan any and swadi and majo mama so. National amputee team. Omukwaji African Cup back to back.
And no inside your casa.
Omishep Morocco.
On Fana Crown, Jimmy Crown, you will be a good discount on Family.
Debitio, Abino. Debbie, no, what did you on Matem Passa? And I make disability for we know. Omaji African Cup back to back. Omaji say defend it. Na Omoban winning plan as sports minister Momo. Na so Omaba Bedru Ghana. Na John Mama who say, oh, and Crofey, dear near Mama disability for in Swa. National Black Challenge for we. Almost why motivated. Entino, me adofo abua me $10,000. Mumeji. In the form of motivation. Who free omwa, who kasakasa womanim. Nasabi, who
actually, or say, Sika, Omco Chinchiko Church and Crofomoji and Omon Famra.
Debbie, also on any table, so and as some collaborative BBI. And you
the same thing.
It's association. GFA Kwaji sponsorship. Debbie, GFA Kwaji sponsorship. The Breast Sports Ministry.
Jamzo can ye.
Chesamudi Sika Bia Mupebiedi.
Or Siska, Omco Chinchiko,
Sika Bia Mupebiedi. Nankanyasa Kwabena Yarefo. I know Obi Asabin who did them.
No, we omunim Yarefo.
Dabio, Obi and who did them. Or Koko Bob Modern, so be Chana Dia.
Just, thank you.
Oh, down.
Young, I'm say, Haruna and Wadia for 8 minutes in we, mammy.
Around with my main chat here for sent Mamma and Temna, Menchia Bigger for no so memoir basso. Rams a mebano, me take a cra. And sure no the way she told
yeah, easy.
A bear papa say,
oh, more.
I sure top papa, baby, I has a crazy.
So to us,
any minimum cause say, baby, a shame, wouldn't she?
Ama na fe me tiesi krom no na misuro sa ensuo mo da ya na ntem enkra ensuo so de eboa eboa na efa wo
na mane ntom fa ba bia me ko am fa kofi
eno na ma me a bit late na abra say eya na ye ka judiciary eya na people think say ye mu bi no ase ye de ye ho na ten na ase ye pese Yama Ekofubi how oh Sebi asem entoda Emma unko court Emma ye muntenchia intia oda ana say ade a wonim se e wo se perepere yo adwuma na ema omanfo nyina ho to mo nipa bi pese omo yema saade no ede how near benedie beto man for so onti ase. But I think that the last time I went to court over a public interest story was when I went to court. I took the Ghana Medical Association to court. I can state it authoritatively that because of Sir gesture now may render my society ninti and Dr. Bia and Timikura and Kaso Wako strike. Into the lives that we could have lost or we would have lost due to or owing to doctors are almost striking, you know, and Sadiano, any hobium. And I thank God, say, any day Bia make Kaisa Ghana Medical Association for court Amedio Mokoyano. Anyhow, who said judgment was going to be in my favor, and they had to rush to their offices or their consulting rooms, the happier I become. Because at that time you could tell, say, even though not justice was, on its wobbling legs, not and yet deteriorated, said the NTA. And everyone in this country knows that justice is for sale. Everyone knows that we don't have even justice. There is injustice. In fact, we don't have a chief justice. We have a chief injustice. We have everything that is injustice. And when reports come out, now I'm so lucky. Me wa platform be so I may a judge for Kukudam, US 4, London 4, judge 4. I mean a judge omo tiwa bob bill penny for Kukudam. Who's almost so no omo justice system no say or retire crana, you still become a consultant to the judiciary. And Kwabena say o hwɛ deɛ ɔman wei ya o me ana me nka se pudu nhye but I believe say one day ebetimi ahya ma yɛ de nedwo na ebema ayense na ho ama bia sabra Rollins ema abenedie ba abusua bi mu ntɛm a ene ye wo Matthias no public no e de ɔman no ko see Rollins so without investigating what they had done. Judge oji ademudie ebu ntenchia na asema bana Rollins kwenye onyo ne koku omo asoja fo bi no mbufu ye ena omkoye
but odame nye judge o
ena me chese odame no onu na influence judge, so he doesn't get justice, he buys justice, and that is injustice. He doesn't know anything law. He hasn't argued anything law. And untina Kwabena and ebepim neno. Can you imagine say judge to me? Uni report trust high judgment no. Say o birth certificate. And yet your friend is saying a required document for anything but the birth certificate now wono a passport ne de ubetimi de aye. Your friend is saying, what's the term they use? Primary document. Now, Kwabena, if you have a president who has no certificate but is a lawyer, if you have a secretary who has not gone to any, your friend is saying university before but is a lawyer, and then that is what Godfred Odame. Sometimes I find it difficult to understand how come such a person is a lawyer. Because if you find out, say, these are the lawyers and these are the justices we have. Now, Kwabena, Udasu Jidi say we have what we call justice in this country. Then it's you that has the problem. I pray that one day it doesn't happen. But if it fails not to happen, na say ye jina enyoma ekoso so na atuate dom ne nyoma atimi aba Kwabena ebeyehu oye lawyer kan hu se ensema ye kan no ekoma wo because bedu baby no obesha wo wig na dia kodi maku achi because ha wig no unya court mpo na dia kowura wo ya judge a dwene hu mienu wo crowd de nyame aye wadom ukura certificate akufo do we ni certificate we utimi ma ne frew osima atemu onko sei then say you slow say you dey yon otwe wodi na hin wadu kroma opre dabre akufo do acha bosumi nsia no onye mampani biem etiade na momma sabi pare yo ene atentere ne enya adwuma ewo mamu nipai oye deputy minister ono ani minister no kura ba begia atum se me na me man authority se on sign LC no na Kwabena LC payment obi sign LC anu aye payment mu na mu ye payment no mu de mu anko court mu wi a wo na wo tries ka no wo se obi na cause financial loss to the state. Anyway, a matter that is sub judice obi bedwin say ye ba bebu asem no aha, but the court has the biggest and the mightiest, if not even with time, omadwunu mu da ho papa, and we are knowing day by day through Yenua Jakpa, the man of the moment, say akwai Godfred Damia say dam use akufo so ofa obi a te say dam pare ni di ne dam ne di animu Godfred dam ne di animu omu mienu nyina so abobobo adam nti hu a then you are able to tell why akufo no ofa waje se wabodam ansa na waye eti media minim say time will tell. They should do their worst, but I know say with time obi abehu no kure wo mu but Kwabena paramount to all the ecoso no unim say at same way Magana for nyina hu say Senator Mahama will vision say or to ambulances 200 am on my way.
Of course.
And he was not going to buy them and put the constituency names attached. Constituency bien we hospital. Kwabena what to say Ayawa so West Hospital. Etino me besi na yabonyame mpa ye say ne pe enye ho na ne mre so emfa adansidie papa emre my Ghana. Amen.
Amen. All right, so that's it live on our Crown 100.5 Citizen Show. Yeguso me pacho yeah the we need 3,000 no but more than ye fro phone sa on peke but more than peke so you feel ni pa so a ene ye hu you feel ni pa so a ye hu unyo feel ni pa de ene ye peke na ye no nka so radio so na ebo din ema obia kajagum ni ankwai kajadum
meda se ebusia ebe ma wadwo ama wakwa aba e de aba Accra 100.5 kase fidie kase yi so Accra ene Ghana ewiase tentanu na obia 80 wa ha ya tena se de ana chese eye nkomode ene enwumire mede ebrew odofo mede ebrew de na efri Benji Estate nchen ena ye de ebrew na se de awohwe nsu a etuto ya me pacho enkran asetena aye hu enkran asetena aye bibia wo ho obi beka se aye something which is there enti enyimire me pacho yiyu asuma na tie me na me de enkomode ena ebram se ejapade kase bi e wasase so esese nipa epebi na ebetimi aboa no a me pacho enye bibia se asase na asase egumu ahodo bebre na asase pa ena meka achrew ana medi hu adanse ede amam mesro se medi asase papa ho adanse ede achrew dia na ye Benji Estate and Investment pacho hye no so mame ye Benji Estate and Investment me pacho we achrew se ye nkrofo a yesi adan ye di nsase hu dwa na afa bibiara efre efa adan sie ho no me pacho ye hu edwuma eno ntimesrew tie me na utie mi kosia obehu sa me kase mfaso baba so ama oye pa na sadia edin etie no kofi nyameche Ghana fo kofi edin wei me pacho mentoto na ase sanse eno ena medidi hu na eno ena medenam ene ntime mfa bibefo e ma oda me pacho fa phone ana fa pen ne paper na je numbers na me pacho manusia ana migusu amikase ya ene ye ending komo efa nsase papa ubenya ato ewo enkra ha na afi nsase a eho edwo nsase a God asembia enihu nsase enye matra makwe nsase a wusika enkonka kem nsase yenye obukata eno ho adanse ena wunia oba wadanfo kofi nyameche medi hu adanse achrew ahoma no eye 0248 78 0887 0248 78 887 mijidi se wenya number no pepepe mesan abaso biem je ba kunsu eka ho 0553 0553 11 66 02 0553 11 66 02 0553 11 66 02 Benji Estate and Investment ehu adanse ena mebedi achem odofo enkranya yeti insuo to a na insuo eyirinya insuo to a na nkrofo ehuna amande insuo to a ni fie wrantu no nanso na insuo etu no esanse ye drainage systems no enye saa nso so ena ensase ho asem akoye bibia ewo ho a ne ka akoye kana aje nsreha ana aje nsrepe a ye ka ho asema enyeye nanso papa me di ho adanse e de akrew ye Benji Estate and Rare Investment ana se investment ho nkomo ana me ka akrew me pa cho ensase ne de ye wo miamia bebre nanso enyimre ensase mienu ana ekro ana bronu mienu eho adanse ena me di akrew eno nti ya ndwumedie ya to din se promo na ye ka promo de ana chese ayade a ya tete ne boso na ye de abafo anka kane no ye nsase a ewo Shy Hills me pacho ye nsase ewo Shy Hills first na ye 25,000 sa 25,000 ayate ye de so kra ebi mo de eda so eburu 25,000 obi to ni de 30,000 mpacho insuo to insuo yi na etoi na so de second etutu form a efom ye den ana se sika ewo ho na so ninya eye den ene nti ma me papa wutie me oba unua wadanfo kofi nyameche asase ewo Sha Hills enho adanse ena medi echewe ma me ntwa ho emfoni enkyere wo na sa Sha Hills asase me pacho eya asase a ede yie na me pacho san ya asase a ewo akoso mmokwan so me pacho akoso mmokwan so ena asase eda na asase ewo Mahama Junction near the tourist area me pacho ewo baby aye tourist area obekọ ho mo no me pacho obehun se ye wo enwe chimpanzee ahodo obehun se wo kwan no ho na ade aha sa ebia hoi na me kirew ewo afi esan be children's playground a ewo sa ebia ya make me pacho eni akire o mani efi lolo kwan ho de akọ baby ansase wa me pacho obroni be kan se stone throw enya ade akwan ewa nsase papa we ya eda so na yesan ama wakwanya mo akwa ukuada ene memene ne biara benji ye pese wokohwe esanse nsu asase etoto edu opebre mu ana hu oba papa sa no be papa ya na obenya stretch marks bebre mpacho ubehu sa na no be papa ya na ne nti be papa nsu tobre mu ntu na wo so ubehu asase papa se nsu to a ejina so anase eya asase papa me pacho Sha Hills asase a medi hu adanse ekyrewi ye de ma 15,000 but your first na 25,000 say say dey ma 15,000 na 15,000 no kra ye nju sikebum me pacho ye say tuatua ne nkakra de ye hia nyina ne se fa Ghana sika foforo 2,000 Ghana cedis fa beto ase man me pacho tiemie me se fa 2,000 Ghana cedis fa beto ase man na ye mfa wonko asase no so wukuada anase memenenda na kwhwe asase no na enka ne ma obre ene adaje ne tuatua ne nkakra 6 months ana 3 months said wa ho odentie na me pacho tuatua ne nkakra unya ewo bebia unya kofi nyameche madwe no ho ntinye eduro nko na mede ma onya apomuden nko me ma apomuden wi ampacho me ma obebi nso ada baby papa nti Sha Hills asase ne ye bon donkomi o donkomi enya Sha Hills nko me pacho chopoli enso asase eda ho a eno nso ye bon donkomi ede ama na obebi sese chopoli asase no nso so me pacho ehe ena eda me pacho chopoli asase nso so eda baby a eye afrawo kwan no so wokọ afrawo kwan no so me pacho near the Sagleme project no baby e won Sagleme project no baby e won eho ena chopoli asase eda saa ho no anso so ena new airport ya ye be ye ho adwumen eno nso so eho ena ewo me pacho hye no nso ma me se chopoli asase ene Sha Hills nsase ya kike obroni say well demarcated just ye yiyi akwan nsuo akanea awo ho a me pacho obetimi atena ho na nso wabo ho adwa na ma me ntwe wadwene nsi ade ba akoso me pacho say landlord fo ene efie wurafo ho aya ahomete obia o hide dan bia won kran ha mo beka no kra akyerew enti eno obi si single room kra o se me komi fie on ka se me komi dem me komi fie enti mo pa cho unso ye fie wura eni enti na me ka kyerew se ye bo asase ye deda ho ina don komi 15,000 ena fa baje sa asase 70 by 100 pa cho hye no so mame eye 70 by 100 asase ana 100 by 70 mame me pa cho mesrew tuatua ne nkakra we ne baba ho so no we sidan esi so sara enso so ena me pacho chopoli asase ena Sha Hills asase me pacho obi biara opese wonya bibiara ya homa bofo a yedi di dwuma ewo ya so eye 0248 78 0887 0248 78 0887 anase 0553 0553 11 66 02 0553 11 66 02 enti me pacho ye won saase ni bi ewo emia bebre bacho ye wo bi wo santo bacho ye wo bi wo komti 25 ye wo bi wo pram ye wo bi wo dodowa pacho edoso enti me dia obofo se ono na ne nam ho apaso na che se ono ne de na ye current one ene nti me pa cho bomodern se chopoli asase ena afi santo asase ene nsase ahodo ina obenye bi na mbom se si ade de ahu gya so a ba cho ye twawe na ye ti ho poma na ye cheche said ye titi abetie no na ne chemu ano no me pa cho eye chopoli asase ena afi mesrew eye Sha Hills asase bomodern na osa enkebi mesrew se bia ubebisa se so sika nkwa na ye de gya asase mpa cho debi enye sika nkwa obroni se barter trade me pa cho barter trade uwe japade fufuro bi pa se wo de gya asase mpa cho ene endi ho enkomo ana me pa cho mesrew se wo car bi is in good condition ba cho ejinane na so wo car si bi o pese o de gya asase a ba cho obetimi ene akasa number no a ebetimi age wo car no ana ebeji ejapade kon no a wo kan no na ya ma asase na won so wotimi e de aye wade a o pese wo de ye afi ya so ye ho nso so ba cho ye building construction ye si dan adan bi Shannon so last week me ma wote asese ye were types of land enya asase bia ene yesi abansoro wo so enya asase bia ene yesi more wo so ene nti uba Benji estate and investment e be kire won asase no dia ye disi abansoro ene dia ye disi fisia afi nso so ye wo nsase ededa akwan ho a me pa cho eno nso wo pese wo de ye filling station wo pese wo de ye malls ahodo wo pese wo de ye shopping malls ahodo anase wo pese wo de ye project bia so attractive to public na me pa cho obetimi aba na eno so ya ka ho asem hye no so ya asase no 70 by 100 and 100 by 70 nti e won sase a ededa akwan ho a mpa cho obetimi ene edi nkomo na yetimi aboa e kasa meken ne infoni ahodo a opese wuhu e wo Benji estate nso so me pa cho obetimi ahwehwenye e wo www.benjiestate.com www.benjiestate.com me pacho Benji Estate one word ebomba ko hye so emame sara nso ne social media Benji Estate on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, etc. me pacho Benji ye ho nso ye wo na fe obrone se ye motto follow your vision and own a property today. So follow your vision and own a property today. Benji Estate and Investment. Me pacho ye won sase bebre. Inso to femu den. Eno nti ne ye promo e de ama obi biara wo tie Accra FM. Na o tie kasafide yi so baby biara wo se wo abrochi. Ana oni kasemu pacho foreign land ana wo amana no. Me pacho obetimi ene Benji Estate and Investment edi enkomo na yamau asase fofofo a every 25,000 Ghana cedis ebedu 15,000 esan say ye jisika na so wade so ayade yensa asempacho mansu biara eni ho ahensem bia nso eni ho ahemfo a esese womode wo monsa hye krata ase aban esese agitum mepacho ya ye hu ina adwuma ache ye start adwuma ye enye nne na mbom ebra so se Ghana fo ankasa ekache se yenyi ye humpie esanse wan mpa wo adwuma enso eni yi wo ho apie dia ende ye nso yeyi ye ho apie ene ntime pa cho bra baji asase a manso eni ho asase a wuntutu mirika enkohwepo asase a mepa cho wo ho enkyere asase a yenye obukata eye Benji Estate mebre no ayebe me sore so a ya homa bofo no eye 0248 78 08 87 0248 78 0887 and I say 0553 116602 Benji Estate and Investment. Or say follow your vision and own a property today. Unia oba wadamfo kofi nyameche Ghana fo kofi yesu amba yebesan ehia biem yede kasabo a ye no nsia de no eto awso meda wase enyi we fidie no emfiri ha.
TV. Say trains and Ejimo National Theatre. And I miss me bad the sea, the name of the Abomebra.
Okay, but you know, the Andrew, now where? Madam Esther. Obey program who is saying.
Oh, me buy a program there, comma, Vidia, comma, punish church, I don't found to the boy. I don't know showing so dear, so program there, comma.
Yaman best and I want Casa, when so what's me share or probably to me a day.
Okay, my cinema baby, Parazone, liquid soap, biodigester, painting. Maybe because of painting, but some years no painter.
Okay, and then I be catch on one or more active programming once our minty might be then I be catch.
The catch me, I say, almost some bra, no messia and Sunway Juma. I have no higher boko. I don't see a Dutch Mawati and I think so. No boy, Jessica keeps way, blue banner or Sunway Juma. Now I work school, won't go school, obey me about the same day, a better Mawati. We hear Juman, so I bet me that outside job. We hear Juman, so job.
Madam Esther, you're that's me, we did the Andrew. Now when, Miss Mujay, Emmanuel Dove. Now, you are then a doba. Oh, the Adimaba media is a non media, I would do as he said, or more trains and a Jumano. Now, Miss Misha, now you say, you may share, and there are beer, maybe people are more kind of that woman to make us say, Miss Mumbra, Miss Baby, a day, oh, said maybe to me by Annas and on. Now then I'll be catching maybe on more move here, or moon to me and Misha, a Jumaidi. Oh. We are no Motina and the quarry, Yanaban, Nabarisha. And he, the mistress, and what if you know, Baby, I bet you are the Sumiseno, Oti admitting by Biala. But more than any two animal, now so blah, liberty, now the show. Now by you, so that while I'm a big guy, you got so I cost you amount.
Megidi said what you dance here in Ipibinum ADF network for societal transformation, a radiadom project a young faso, I mean, Ipabi also bad. Meaning say ebitimi ayeshira edi amount make for network for societal transformation ayi planitia efrey next make for edi amount the pacho the kind fat number me de to the answer omodi afa ye number ya me de air to the answer ye number no ay 0244 47 40 93 0244 474093 0244 474093.
Mami Odende. My response is two. Thank you again and again. Thank you so much. Our respected party leader and flag bearer, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the next president of our beloved republic. Your Excellency Lordina Mahama, members of the diplomatic corps, Nime Name, Nananom, Togbio, Mamao, our national chairman, the general secretary, the entire leadership, from the national through the regional constituency to the wards and branches, to our devoted, hardworking and teaming supporters and sympathizers, many who have traveled from across the country. To you all, I extend my deep appreciation for endorsing my nomination and for accepting me again. To my family, colleagues and friends, all those who have sent me volumes of moving letters and voice and written notes and songs and prayers of support since my nomination, please accept my undying gratitude. My plea is for all of us, bound by a shared vision to see our country take a turn for the better towards realizing that vision. I know you can, and I know you will. Your Excellency, Ayebida, President Mahama, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I go on to other important matters, please let me state my understanding of where we are as a country, as a nation, and the implications of what lay ahead. The election ahead is not so much about Ghana making history, although that is important. It is not so much about returning a competent president back to power. It is not even about producing the first woman vice president, historical and exciting though these are. It is not only about bringing the NDC back to power, although that is indispensable in our current circumstances. The elections ahead and winning them is about winning elections for a purpose. The purpose goes beyond those enumerated above. The purpose is the opportunity to heal our country again. It is about the opportunity to pull Ghana back from the precipice of destruction, of normalizing corruption, of incomprehensive greed, from deep despair. The election ahead and winning it for our party is about hard work and abiding sacrifice. It is to embrace everyone in building a Ghana that functions again. It is to work towards a Ghana where citizens have confidence and hope and are determined to regain their independence of thought and of agenda. We must work towards a Ghana that at the very least can feed itself. We know we can. We must work towards a Ghana where the law truly works, where there is shared prosperity, where democracy has not become a fluke, where people are not abused, and where the basic necessities of life are not denied the majority. It is a chance to work hard towards building a country where citizens do not feel disrespected or intimidated or ignored because of the way they vote or the language they speak. The victory we seek as a party is to invite everyone to the onerous task of rebuilding a broken Ghana, of restoring hope in a manner that is capable of, and evidenced by its history and achievements, especially the recent ones under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. My brothers and sisters, we are not in ordinary times. This is not news. Some of us have been around for a while and have experienced the to and fro of politics in Ghana, but never have we experienced the levels of greed, unbridled arrogance, unrestrained impunity, sheer dishonesty, barefaced hypocrisy, incompassion, as displayed by this incumbent government over the past 6 years and more. And then, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the task ahead is formidable, much more than it was 4 years ago. When people ask me, why are you doing this? Let me explain. I remain inspired by the fact that as a people, we have faced terrible situations before. Check our history. Please don't begin with the Fourth Republic or the struggle for independence, although these are also important milestones. Go hundreds of years back. In those hard times, our forefathers and our foremothers too did not throw up their arms in despair. They fought back. They resisted. They sacrificed. They persevered. They brought back hope when there was none. They picked up the pieces of a broken people and carefully and strategically sewed them back. And they left for us a legacy of selflessness, of true patriotism and pride. It is our responsibility today to leave something better for the next generations. Giving up is not an option. We must all soldier on. Across the political divide, across social and professional groupings, among the youth, you hear complaints and stories concerning state capture, where this government has chosen to use its power not in the broader interest of all Ghanaians, but to favor a small clique. What is that? John and I have agreed that whoever has participated in the plunder of the state must be held accountable. And my friends, this is not a threat, it is a promise. It is a promise which is premised on the wishes of our citizens across the political divide, and it is hinged on the principle of accountability. Let us face the facts. Today, what do we hear? Is the promotion of ethnocentric elitism, which is masquerading as intellectualism. Ladies and gentlemen, it is elitism masquerading as intellectualism. It is weakness strutting as courage, and crony capitalism masked as development in freedom. It is shameless hypocrisy pretending to be objective. These will never move our country forward. Rather, the most significant achievement of all these has been a country in near insolvency. Its natural resources such as water, land, and even the environment in rebellion.
Okay, so a quick one. Let me just remind you of this advert. And every Friday, I just want to remind you about this very John Mahama advert. Obi na ye channel, and I minim ni pakra or ye the brain behind this advert. But I strongly believe that person is a prophet. You see, enya nyame adwuma nko ne se wa hye kasok akojina sorry demo. Yeah. Onyame wo kwai bebre so a ofre nkrofo use omo ewo ema oman. You get me? Onyame wo kwai ofa so frɛ nkrofo eye call. Ofrewa or use for a purpose. All right, so young girls are a video way.
Look at the big hospital. So, Papa.
Yes, so, Ma. Government is building teaching hospitals, district hospitals, polyclinics, and health centers all across Ghana.
New schools, new roads.
What?
Here they be, Papa. Yes, over 1,500 basic school projects, 60,000 laptops, and over 6 million textbooks for the students.
Wow.
Masa moye didi.
Papa, because of small construction, you are happy.
Not just construction, madam. This government has provided over 120,000 jobs to the Youth Employment Agency, and over 400,000 are employed directly on government projects.
We are waiting for change.
Oh, don't worry, my sister. There's more ahead. This is just the beginning. Just let me continue driving.
Yes, don't call me. Come and see, come and see. Follow me to see change.
Hey! Now you are talking. Change has come.
Driver, my NCY, we don't want to stay here.
You want to trust someone who has not proven himself?
Don't worry, I'll wait for you.
Let's go.
We are in this together.
Welcome to change.
Are we walking?
Where's the bus?
Don't worry, our bus is bigger and better than that one. Change is coming.
Is this the change?
Oh, don't you touch me. Come back, oh.
Driver, let us back. Now shall we begin our journey? You don't have to look far. Change isn't coming. Change is already happening all around you. Vote for John Mahama in the 2016 election. JM Tuaso.
Advert way. And yeah, bittersweet. I'll say this is deep, very, very deep, very deep. This concept, very deep. I hope, sir, the NDC campaign team, now the campaign team is in place. So they will put things together. Amanfa Omukoja Ekufuado 2016. I am telling you about 80% NNU omu. Especially omu lead the Ekufuado campaign in 2016. we have those ya omuntimin kasa ferry eni wo ye wo they are overwhelmed by the negative events. Enyema ekufuad ne ba omia aye omo no aji wo mu nsem omato baha, they can't say anything. There are few ones who will come out and they will come and talk, and there are others, they don't want to talk because they are protecting their businesses. But the truth of the matter is that, look, things are really, really horrible, very bad. Your my way, I see a honor. The entire me boss had the way over the weekend, me share MPP penny be. During my days, ewa Asempa FM, we were friends, but ye yaka. Because we feel say me na me nye fair to Akufuado. Just this weekend, last weekend, me share no. No, me decided say I'll just ignore him. And I pray my Betty. No, so Minia said the Akosu, the Akosu, a and I'm saying, hey, so, and commodity Munuano, and he's like, Bobie, a dear Namunim for Kufado, one, I ye party for no, ye nim. A dear Namunim for Kufado, one, I nim. And I'm a catcher and say, but science was going on in the party. He being the opposition leader. And your man who are young who party, you know, clear that on it, Baumiamu be due mine bonnie. So this is a clear. I'm for Manu or more Dawson. When you go to the creative industry, kakra bi na kana ye stills kan bi aka ase enti yensesa stills kan bi aka ase today oman etise Ghana nkola omukotro BC omunim so omoko so omoba so omokotro, they don't know, they don't even know what is happening. And in this situation, if you tell me, say, you're a media practitioner, now you're neutral, then I know you are a criminal. You are evil. And here the bizarre questions. Here the bizarre questions. Nah, you are stupid. You are a criminal. But the fact of the matter is that like Ope baby at Tena. So that when NDC is doing their own things, a bit to me, many pennies to us sending me a message. It remains a prophetic ad. It was very predictive of today's realities then, a very emotional tragedy. Yes, Nana. You are a thief. That BC, I can say, almost like 1 week or 2 weeks. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. And then 21st, I'm not sure first week of next a month. So like a week and some days. And the government is struggling to pay. The government is struggling. Do you know why? Oma wies kanina kufad ne ba omian ma wies kanina with their families and their cronies. Oma wies kanina. Ghana Where did we go wrong? And here far near fire. Yeah, bedru baby, I dream. So sometimes we tell me if you office come, please, I am come and reform, and let's have a conversation, because we are in this together. It's a sinking boat. Why? Look, let me ask you a question. Listen to me carefully. Nebusa will trim say, Akufo-Addo be president or Neba Omia. Ana Sabeta Frache yenim se emre biara bibi kwanim John Mahama ja $38, let's say round figure 4, agreed. And then after 8 years enka dollar any cedi ye 8 cedis and not even 10 cedis. Why should Bobie Ansah come here and be complaining? I'll be stupid. I'll be stupid to complain. Okay, so another example. Kwame, when you tell me what from Misika more than 3 billion Ghana cedis or so, claiming say Ode kwa a PFG, right? Phase 1 PFG phase 1 no dianya sabaya Ghana niya otua taxes no on sign fa sika enkoto aduane mfudie ne boarding make mfudie. We are not talking about the Indomies ne macaronis no a crab ne sardine. So Macedon ma stress on it. In other languages, minim say the mbesiaka mfudie ga in Ga obeka say because you think crafasa so in Ga mfudie. I'm talking about bunch of body, tomatoes, onions, garden eggs, contumely, those mfudie. So when you take my money, say what they call PFG. Sabeya me menya en aduane ato. Then at the end of the day, as a Ghana need tomatoes maku 5, 30 cedis, 2, 10 cedis. So the average man or Juma ministries or any other government worker, the one government worker, paite eji 400 Ghana. Se paite wonipa mienu ka no ho because ni offer asibi ni say offer ye adwuma wo krum. O de enyo ane nete obesra no. They need to cook. They are 3, 4. Oka che paite so ongote tomatoes 30 cedis for me ye aduane a day wakuno. So then they need to resort to 18 tomatoes. To yin toast ni ba kwa no 13 tomatoes na gum bam. Ya no na create sa problem te na akola 15 years 16 years kidney onomonsa onyahwe nkokurafo yo mokuma hwibi no mo nenam ho akola 12 years no anya kidney dysfunction now anya liver problem. Ghana needs to be into vegetables, cabbage. Sanyama way efrefreduane many power yedin. Okay, and the PFJ, if you have done it well, why should I sit here and complain? Why would you catch them? Then atosedia ingredients. Then you have the agric minister. Now agric minister na catch say in toast ni Ghana na ono nani abre. Be champion Jimmy in some no catch any binu. In toast ni Ghana. Nentos ni Ghana no kokan hotel ho asem. Why na men toast ni Ghana? Explain to us why tomatoes ni ho. Inti quickly no odwane akwa touch say aduane ni ho, which means your government has failed. Then when you have this stupid guy by champion knowing that the government has failed, on some microphone or platform so no aka kyerɛ sɛ uwi ni kura yɛ mfa maw kyerɛ sɛ so man no bɛsɛ ya ɔno bra champion bɛyɛ yie no ɔno no ɔyɛ okay enti sɛ mo sɛn no kura no a on the say or mine and say everybody should suffer. He knows that there is no tomato. He has admitted, true or false. Yes, by example. Namen bonidin because namen test what can want him. But for the Greek minister to admit that in Tos knew and Yemen knew again knew, and he couldn't explain why. He couldn't tell us. Unfortunately, he was interviewed by a sycophant media practitioner. By Champo Ubusan hard questions. Oshiawa on Kasa Oman interview you. The last person in my life I'm going to say I want to interview him Brian Champo or I want to go to him for help Brian Champo in my life. How possible? Because I know them. I know where they are coming from. These are guys who are working nothing. But he's interested. Okay, assuming that Akufo-Addo Bawumia taking power, and September 3, almost a issue a year there, a kotuka, and almost see the same thing. Because what John Mahama did was that, look, Sika a free aviation or abayono, your percentage in the monkey, Yamfa, Yanko Pabosiamra, Niamfan Service Bosiano, near your project to a be more Sika. Today, go and check. Terminal 3, one of the busiest airports. I'm say third as a fourth. Our Africa is giving us money. I won't talk. Let me cite examples, baby. 8 years. Yema menum tikumase. 1. Okay, chom say kejetia market no. Joma mo ntimi nye no oye. 2. Muko fa ma eyi wo mo be demonstration. Joma ma no oye. Owi en we jaw sika for phase 2. Use the money to finish the phase 2. Osmenye. Mimi aba Samira Kokumasia. Na oko Joma a building numu. Na ojina building no kejetia market numu. Na ofra Joma incompetent. Party enti say ni probably unkan chance wajibi unyo oba no wajibi dodo. O work as wa sister and we ya no. Ukura the vice president phase 2 ni siwo 8 years ni enipa ne ko no owie phase 1 and oja osika say for year phase 2 assuming Joma enja osika but the phase 2 is there. Said the okope sika be year phase 1 no ma wo no osu kope bi bra be ye wa meye wanye 8 years now ade na ka wuram uduru ho nyina afu ofri ha na okọ edan no mu no akọ Kumasi market women na ujina edan na Joma amasi ye no mu no de okura ntimi anya no esimu anim sei na ofra Joma incompetent. You are mad. What about them? What about them? You will never do this. So the politics now be decent. And I keep on telling people. Adam say I'm say Kwame Sifaka is on neutral. And I'm say very good. Why you so neutral? No, they are beating Crawford. Yes, scam. But no say you are scamming the people. So that NDC you can enter there, go and chop, MPP can. No, it's not a matter of chopping. It's a matter of principles. Because yeah, chichire on mine chichire one day where I sit after 10, 15, 20 years, obi bebu say, hey, akwara ni friend will be in Crowway. Wago. As another generation etwaso. But at the end of the day, what is scamming Neja Omo? Now you are confessing that there is nothing like neutral. And it's true. What is the meaning of neutral? Why should I be a neutral? Why BC they can't pay? The government can pay. You ask the government, where is the money? What about the money figures that a GRA or more JJ tax revenue or more ICD target? Scanner wa yenfa. Oil scanner wa yenfa. What me a various funds ni nyina e de atua a friend say bosia o de akosia collateral So all say stabilization fund now President Mills the President Mahama Botto was say on my way ya ho kire ya now stabilization fund ni akwa yibi every muno now what the akwasi awrowa awia mi tie eye friends Ghana education service na me re kra ho afei na omo chief director eco finance ministry so enkola na nya clear whether they are going to write it or not. So anybody they are disappointed, they are confused, and that is why I played you this ad. Manuasi. Bibi koso kumase. Audio, just listen to me carefully. Audio. School feeding caterers. Omo platform. School Feeding Caterers Association, Asante Regional platform. Me pese we tie nkoma koso platform no should be keke. Just listen to it. Just listen to nkoma no. Tie nkoma no keke. Tie nkoma no. Tie nkoma no. Ude tie baby a obi an ude tie. Ude tie. Oh. Mamuatie enkoma ekoso with school feeding utie wo manumu asem a eya scan away watcheska and you see tio mama tie asema me kan na ya na obuafu no minia tobo bro simmer down tie sa school feeding for no ye twa your friend say budget omo ye budgeter they factor them in and omo the budget true or false omo the school what do you call it free senior high school budget omo factor sa caterers no inu and the question is obia busane say is it that omunya approval emfa nyi scan na so omuji scan no omudi scan no scan no e wan fa. If I ask this question and you think Bobie is being too hard, rough, let me name the how adwene scan no e fa they have stolen the money. Commander, something is going on in one of the government schools here in Kaswa Brigade. The teachers are taking 4 Ghana cedis from each student in the school every day. Don't blame the teachers. Don't do it. My catcher, no, my catcher. No, even with the what do you call them? MMC, DCs, no. Don't blame them. How much you use canoa, Charlie? Nothing do. Because a critical situation. Very critical. All right, so what Trotromo, what taxi, what Uber Yango fuel station. But be ultimate can cross the country, Ghana. Tie, where Asante region school feeding caterers. We picked this tape from a year on a platform. Listen to the complaints. Today I'm not talking too much because Chasako Hunto Listen and Akusipoku will join us in the studio, so I just don't want to waste time. But just listen to complaints. Emoya. Akwa Bro was is pitiful.
Adra, my hi. And besides, so important to Misuse and our my they say school feeding for the choir. I'm the first one. enya kula enye so ma fie sika ma ye ne a ye be bi hu naked awuro ye hu nyina de no fo ene ya se nyina ba ba kire wo madan adan na mo ye yesa obi a ya ye adwuma dada muntua ye kata mo miensani adan na mo ya awe hosam sa mo ye so na mo ntimi so a mo mienya ye mo mienya mo fie sika ma ye adan we na ye de be break ye iti ye be break ye iti o let's see ye mu o let's see ye mu ne we nti mo mienka ne ye ho sepa yes a we kura ye so etu ni person ti bia se onto aba ewum enye ese mu di esika ma ye yakofri firi niam akogigi low fo twetwe ya da na mo ye sa sama fi esika ma ye be mu naked ne dia bank na honom ne aba beji esika sama pese ye mo dia bobo dia aba mo ma ba nyame nka mo
Ansah me ka kire mo se na baumia se obema enka okokuma ase no o hyehyia groups sei nenkobete onam na samia kuni kabo no mun kola we ya BTU no mo age budget na state money free money ena mo makofa bas no ma fani pa ba be gukuma se eni akwa si krum na ya sho kambu ena o ma wo tikora hi let's group them young group go and meet school feeding caterers se me ba o me ba Asante region no me ni caterers nyina asia no ma boma baso ka bete adanu so krom wale sa so ufra fijase ko mbe kire ofia ufiri mu ese ba o me aso ufra fijase na ne nananom sa time o mutu ye no o se ne nanaba no tombese ena okọ wale koto obese no osia papa ena ema o mo asefo ka ho ti o mo frɛ no ayi baomia prempe o se hwan sa so frɛ fijase ka da no bahu so frɛ fijase ana wo frɛ fijase anka bahu. All right, yanti another tape. Tie tape we.
Ena wo bia ha ewie na mesre government secretariat from penny for amugu office ho yes sremo ya pamo chew ya adwuma 3 times ni montwa ye ka enti ababo sia na mo ya kwabo ye no enti sese no montwa ye ka ebeso tua na ebeso tua e pese busamu ananse mo pese e be tie kotum na ya mama ati asese every na kotum fiada na mo tua ye ka anya sa ye be body card e dia ba ho na mo hu se da wo me ba no mo be pa achew na ka Asante region ka bo hu dia be koso say ya adwuma 3 times na ba ko kura mo ntimi tua ye ka ya kwatin kwofo bosia ya ja babosia ya fifiri niema na nim se konkonte na nim gu ase be kan kuruma.
Okay, so my member last one, but there is no need for me to. Kwame, 3:30 is achade no. Some for ntwa make close machine o. 10 million, 20 million emuodu. Tiwe no ye mpacha wa sharp na wo piatum. Utwa 50 cedis kura na di 10 million na ayede. Yenkoti eye third audio eya down platform no so.
Speak for come dey faso ne dey ka kire mo. Te se dey bono afon te gale o. Bono afon te gale. Yentsina ho enye ni emma eka engie nko owo mu. Emma echi de bi no mu eje o musika ho. Ebi no mu ama bi no manya yade eje o musika ho no. Ye ni aka yentsina se. Ayen hwedi sa fi ya bato afi. Nti aka no to. Ba de ekono mo nyam adwene se wo basisa. Mwenye mwabise mufie omampanyira da omampanyi vice president abe kumasi no arano abe fisika kumasi ha ama yes ku fidi fo ya no duane mienu ne nsane mu fere sika mai abai party no obise mu ye firimo nka cha ne firimo ese de yenta se bi ya ji sika enye sa wo betenka demonstration change pa na ye be no kuma se ya e buni kadnera bankana hono na mo sha de mo plan wa de mo tete sa adai wo ni e kwa kakra wo ni e.
So this is the problem. Mamen Kumase na menkodin komo kitu ebemra until izi Ashanti Regional School caterers feeding PRO. Mama akwaba.
Yeah, Jamini Emma.
Boko de mama.
Boko de Yankupon de Quantile. No more country, no crime family.
Asemo. Mama, ye nim komo. Asantima mpon for the ye kan maame. Mimi fra asantima mpon ti me kan maame. Maame, school feeding e dey ba asem, caterers e dey ba asem. Ka che.
No. Nia akoso wo Kumase no. Send me money to na obu baby say enso tire contrenia odi wo na senka women organizers any active members and aya party mo carry school feeding who qualify for contract qualified so so near the any bi and so to feel kwan and say asan say aya batwa afia
Mame mpacho position hu ye se be betu kakle. Anyway, so Betas says all three audios are threatening a naked demonstration. Yes, of course. Alexa Paul is here with us. We are all suffering, but some will suffer more. When criminals rule, citizens suffer. MPP never again. Anyway, Bright upon Jechi says Baumia all the way. Okay. Abubakar is here. Kumapi, Bobie, don't feel sympathy for these people because they are all MPP party members and their heart is still with the party. The consequence of voting for the wrong person. Maria Adams says if you vote for criminals to lead you, this is the result you get. We are all suffering. All right. So, Mama Lizia Siaba, Mame. Na mpacho to ankomo no so na enyina yi nti wadaroma to aso mame. Yeah.
Na me can say sitting president, sitting vice president, and a MPP candidate. It's about what to do. In fact,
sorry. Anyway, a general issue. Phone lines no, and yet telecoms no, MTN. Yes, tell us no crime, put you no crime, put you not some more the background, the change. Yeah, communication minister, I age a taxi ni space so, and was cynical, and or the change a goodness so. Here I was lose you. It's not a never slam down and say, BTT be so. As lose you. Sure, guy. Don't go for a party, to be honest with you. Say, Nipper who are more panka and Kabaya me ya. Say, Nipper who are more pan, say, Nipper who are more. Opposition. As the bet me out to change the goodness so. I'm bracing this. About me. Over there, over fine. What did you ask? Oh, yeah, a commanding Grofo was salam down. Mamma, Fache, when I made the answer network, no air higher power, Fache me. Mpacho to us.
Aye, enti baby a me ka kodu ye no, me nim Savanah na e sika si ni dia.
Achai.
The American say you're vice president, second vice president, or one of our entity candidates. And to the other system, and we need the opposite, economic team also. And we are really anti the whole academic calendar. The next one, they are not to come out. What they take your passport. It's when you have to afford you to the other. I say, let's say finances first. Second, we are paid. We are fishing. One day, a family will see a new one to come. And we see a proper control. We are supposed to people who believe in the data. And we are supposed to do baby. That's why very nice.
Mama, meba, what's it? Meba. Hello, Mama. Until Lizzie. I think let's Yanko Great Accra. Yanko Great Accra. I mean anyway, so government is so case omo discount bi akwa microfinance. Emperifono access scan dey akwa. Yeah, so wo fie na wo tie mi a. Boni angrofo we diga na for no. You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea. Omo debonate too much. And a man cano. Oba kumasi abe tu sika gu. One na mosresre. Na but mama politics yeah, we know that politicians and adumbe waka no. That yes, me Bobie Ansah. I will never sit behind this micro. I will be a stupid person to tell you whether Rawlings administration Kufuor was worse. Whether even at time I was crying, I said no, I'm paying 170. Why? Things happened. And that is human institution. Yana Dumbe wa MPP penini kaino. But if you are Kufuor ni ba omiani emo ya. You ask yourself why. What is the issue? Eddie. And after the on top after the also naked. Almost just a gas with Gata
demonstration. Invite me, Hey, I want to make history. Yeah. I said, you know, we in 2016, man, want it. Yes. Now I won't cover. I'm sure. A demonstration is seen. Person shot on my honkeka. I can hold the demonstration. Yes. Now, because how economy no affect it or many pedia. One say nipa, I say at ye my refi. It might take class now when I'm a trim chamwa, my year, boost our body fresh. To say, Ghana, you into a Amabwahima. Amabwahima, or Cotina Bruce, no air cocoa, see Bisano, so no milk. Sounds so, and I say, what ye now body near Naha.
Okay, my men come back near until Lizzie, but good. This is better. So now we would dim komo kosi baby o church him the entire. Who the entire some this kind of mamo because doctor, your vice president Ebe Kumase. So you can take it from there.
Yo. And see, Madam Roma, Madam Mase. Me can't control say, Dr. Maud Baumia, second vice president. And once MPP candidate. Na only near air coso. Na our economic team so. Na only near Emma school feeding for my more than 30,000 patrons. Yansa ye cooks to crank her home. Nobody near ye bet me aye. Na empower me. No more near go machine. Near Diane. First term, second term, third term muna ye. Na almost say abwebi nchi yenwe ni ebeye den ni akoto aba ni ebeye den ni aya campaign na sebe wo ka obi abekasa ka o kasa bo ahwe yem na NDC for that trick NDC for so be ye busia for na ha ensu ebroku no da kolonko yin na ye nipa ba ko se ye twa me kana mi ne bi NDC ni a se ye fa wo mema na duane egu na mi ni mu na komu kumi na be ka tem se me nkama no ntu ejuma na ye no enyo bi na boy besia obi aboy besia obi an supply yenya na di esika anase yenya ye kwahihwe nkofo credit ye niama na ye wia ye dia ye ejuma send no academic calendar na first semester 2023 October and be ending last year December na so we ejuma since last year October but this year June ending na ye come no bia the catch for second one too and kasa yenti asemi ni na ase na erabe also or your president for school feeding for ti ase na fugo osori anu abete your platform so and then the best oh munya koncho na man call radio station e dey be ye
o see your friend say
your friend is Charlotte Dako o ya anu abete to mo ni the best man na na so my di Emma ni dia be good June na ye ma mi bi your friend is selling or MPP no na nani abre ne ho and our controller or call an information konya ni say first time tika ye tia dada
wow
ma mi ni ye na din say ne ye be kan ye ho enu tika kuma se fo no aka wo mo ho no na grapevine information ye nya ni say Sikano ye tia na manfo de microfinance and omudi bi susu akota treasury bill na ascend back wa former gender minister honorable addressor na okafa school feeding who said non-existing schools need those names na also enti ye ntribu enu ne dia de board the social bo enti dia tia ni said next officers need any school feeding secretariat in Penifoni, how much schools need be a good? How much
oh, I see.
Nobody can share percentage with the amount of home. Now, if you want to catch on your platform, say, I buy a releasing agents, Mina, and to Munyan to Brazil, to see a very releasing agents, Daniel Tiamuka. By then, nobody's gonna pay on microfinance, almost to be a shares. And you say a near break, say a near break, say no more Cassia. Say a young way you want to Yakaya here. And you know what you make. Oh, yes, next week, a bit Yamoka. Next week, a bit Yamoka. Job, free, my meal nanny there because Mrs. Pashiza and Rachel may her soul rest in peace. Say, yeah. Now, the contract will say, what they financing one thing. Yeah, the following terminal. Na just a little bit when a Tiawaka, what media, I put you to Awaka, no one to football. Where they are pre-financing first term, you are pre-financing second term, you are saying we are third term. And one CD about my Ansah table. Only they will rule at this Canada, only any strokes with them. We are never any admission for SHS last term, and to tell the Chianibana Castillo. Na sani ye go mine na say your mine ye tinu and you man to why you kini na dia ne ma mi nya ya akoya passport na fit ma akoya passport na fit ma ye nyina ye be fit from akọ saying the electoral mine.
But Angelizi, ya papa ba omi aba Kumasi no mo papa bo che owie no mo kan mo amani hu na mu kire wo mo.
Ye ka bibia kire no. Ye ni ne yire ekasa. Ye ni ne yire personal assistant kasa. Ni ya be ma why ni ni kasa wo.
Ansah na doctor eba Ashanti region no. Why na be sia mo ana ono na be sia mo.
Enye enipa no tu baaye. Send your party no one can do it here, meaning what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And to Nipan and near the Babacata. Now, just a little we any. The movie I want to take come to tell you. Not the legitimate money. Yeah, I know the Akoka. And you know the man who said there's a shoddy business somewhere. There's a cartel somewhere. And maybe many of these things from Monica Chen is a school feeding cartel, no? And then they say Mexico drug baron.
Wow.
Mexico drug baron.
Wow.
And there's a woman to meet that platform back with my gay pro. What be so that's officer ultimately? What be so your ultimately? No one needs secretariat to Royal Day. No need secretariat to let's every month to work for us, to work on our behalf. Now, you breath or Nipa Yame Crown to meet for hospital. They take this and they will shoot and Rababa, you are getting ready to surgery. One city only been on that home to show them. And Rababa or dictate and this sending Nikun and Nikun didn't make up for years to come. Because it's standing. Now, Sally, a Bob Rat. Yes, you put me any Gaza. And then Gaza near one. And then Ukraine near one. Ghana, you put me a walk. Now, social intervention said. The whole country, but be a public school, be our one. A college, it's a national caker. Obi o tia krase eno sunya bibi wa aban ho. And so me bay me gado wa at least aban be man aduane adi. Na no so aboro no. Obi yo mo be da dan say she can be be the tuma for 1 to the 50 person. Na dia obodi ye ntino. So men tia 1 to the 50 person no cry ye because we are craving for anything that gets into our account. The day that will be a papa you go from zero. It is over tier 1 to be 50%. Some react can do what to try because you are pentamia for the my med. Sanya secretary or mine. Sanya, you never pass in our course to outside rating or moving. Now you can't almost a million. You can or tiller. You better be there, and to be there, and move the hour. I said, my meeting, no one can chew on the general, no one cannot share a car. And yes, I said, your own matter, you never naked. You never naked, not a way of the moon and man born naked one sure. Not the one who are treason.
But, Mama, more after more engagement with a Central Region Party in Penifono. Oh, more person in Penifono Becas and Sana more bay tapes audio agway so more engage you on national.
And I make a show and I make a show in so tire Pontania or Jim Roy in so tire Pontania. 1 minute will be a good. No one Penifono, nobody did. Only Penifono president, you are okay. Now, me what I can't tell me that me from the constitution, me from the constitution, me from the constitution, let me come into. Let me think about dying. I'm going to go pray.
But money, Mama Rebecca Akasa about Tampa.
Mama Rebecca about Tampa and kind for the baby after one of us. Didn't you have them? Me, I will be anywhere I am for the home. When you penny food, the bray Akasa. Ukasa, now I to say the air can occur. I won't fear here. Who enter after now, you enter. Na mom ye rewe especially na me ba ko e the same thing o kan me go no call controller you catch him say you cheat you can do that anything that to be along the media later na ye expect say mo smart na go mo try find it out na ma information na you very authentic and so we are speaking in America and you create na o si kan ye chia na edin mu dia fa on sabenkum e dia ye dia o mo pe at the detriment of a man 30,000 caterers.
Wow.
I buy it to you. You can't say 50 plus 1. Now, what to me, you do no 30,000 active ladies. Now we ignore it. What position 50 plus 1? No, actually, and more a wolf here. No, when the ones one a wolf position, no matter how much you go with them.
Na me pacho o de tia me busa sa no naked demonstration no say etia ye mra se mo ba se mo be ya ko Jubilee House ana na ado fie wonima e ho na problem ne wo no
eno de say social media na vibrant obi tnani dem kwa no so na ye naked a o na de tu mo na akọ viral sa na tie. It does not necessarily mean that someone get naked, crack off a lawyer, find so many Abema.
Yeah.
Social media vibrant.
Yeah.
Anytime you do and company are trying them about naked, I didn't try my saying, I don't know CNN. I don't know White House.
Also, young person on my son, Becquabonti, social media on the back of fast. You're holding up me what problem, you say, and you max our Quabontia and cut the papa and fat Nanado by
and Tino, Nania, and so we say. Dear Aquapemino, Apem, almost a Yutika. There be a binding casa and commission says Canotia and a white bottom now, Coto, and Johnny Papa Yamushino. I say, Obitia crossing 1 year, Gianni, so Copa Bitia sending passport fees audition. The Sicana Bank, I will work and now could be a microfinance. Because I people for your buying a good microfinance with the any business. And by the same normally, I think I could be a microfinance.
But mama, I did munya some information on what police foreman here, BNI foreman here said this is the situation because a criminal said me my year Juma as a caterer. See a Tiameka from Sikamame. Then young one got here.
Someone sending me trip we say no more sending me. Not a platform so we be at the dia a bit one. Also, the Sikana buy you didn't chew women organize your idea. What the professor said, no more de Biamu because you bet you and you be a out at the power channel. A man who did one man show say in Promotional working or one illegal right so Okobisa. Not investigation for question. You say can you cheer and you've been working yet and your man na for enku ebinu dey stroke ebinu ngari na said you try antibiotic to mana ontimi nkoto na ori Africa group
mama minimisa emre ko ene Friday me audios ni bi ametie no metese unuanom bi ka se entose ne na ensi ya action beto aso
pa action ni beto aso pa me say school feed you to meet your Saturday only say you need bring na madawo man mama information ni audio ni kosa me see that BS Canada we be one of the atu say room and na my you say and perform omu di abro na kurubudu edi wom na ye dia ye kom almost first time dia no omu ba betue second time dia so is overdue ye ma 2 weeks omu fa no so antumu a omu be dia be koso okurum ha
mama ma onyi wa home kakra ye da se so no ye din komo
amen akwanya modi amai
amen me bese e komampo a me fa fi ni ma hwe
mate
no
let's show him
me da se be all right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. So I don't have anything to add to this. So Honto akwaba and then my catch on me and then Friday say me mama more time but then there's a list of natures a Korean ni late
there's so my dada
there is no way maybe more makasa even more than 5 minutes and we don't
Kabaya and Kenya bo 3:37 say omuntu don a minute
now unko fat time but this is the reality
Uncle Mamencha na menchia etifo na hwefo yenua Jo awa Shaman communication officer Papa
I know Joe a very good guy
ya mami ane ni kasai so when social media power him how effective social media is misre no so ya on tag me e Facebook unto TVGH no on tag or tag ya
ube share
me share I go call viral
no ba ube share Ansah was share
ba me share
no ya be dem content no was share
person to dia ba me share say e be mam notification unso be tag or na ko notification no a e ma notification say obi
ba wo hwe content no
da bi
odi nto be kru tri no was share
ma share I'll just copy and share but now on a serious note
oh Charlie
MPP aban na sometimes I meet me trans in my dream di say na dia koso na kesi afutuo we nsakra nipa aje sensohwe na so Ghana de ensohwe ne bakra betu nipa no a stira no ensakra no school feeding omampeni kufo ene de bae omampeni kufo ifra ba mu na school fo nkwada about 500,000 na benefiting Professor Misuse besomu wangunu o expandie Mahama besomu wangunu o expandie NDC ifra ba mu 2016 na emofra a benefit to school feeding huno eye 1,750,000 na benefit to school feeding mu nanado abaye school feeding is still ongoing but the question is na bema accountant and accountant controller department ebetue sika say yemfam tua caterers nika because caterers no mo preference omo kokoje bosia
ma memfa winner ba ko tell hello wa manta banka me close machine no
yes sir
mpacha ya France Appentin
yeah Ansah.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Matis a CMG sketch there. Abomu amount. Say.
About 1,000 Ghana cedis.
10 million.
That's right.
Every.
That's right.
Cause a hip.
Way.
You hooray. You hip. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's a congrats. Cause what? Also, CMG sketch again. You true do a dem. Cause what? Ni enter. Why? Kwame, omo makada ntwa ntema cruise machine no. And 10 million, 20 million, 10 million, 20 million, blue every and you can every 10 million, 20 million, blue every and the 10 million, 20 million, and but star 413 hash blue array every school a caterers no cross on my jarration. Indeed, go for you and walk so twasso. But trying to na go for yama go for it. And you know, and let me me right here. Okay, all right. So, star 413 hash, and I make 20 million, 10 million. My catch one monitor, and Brenner. We, my man, more ye, Messade, 20 minutes be. I to come in, man, close machine, cross it, ma or new be a number, but, and your share. Listen, Aquawa.
Go.
Don't Yanko. That's a cool 1 minute. 3:41. Now I'm to produce. Anyway,
what a time.
I say time that's so. Yeah, time that's Dr. Time that's so.
Cranker. Money,
so now back to school feeding.
Yeah.
I could father buy school feeding every year. I might teach you. I can't be. Intina na wushwe nuyane edema mofranwa. Sometimes unhua na wabisa senti aduane edema nipa da sani pase wonini. because caterers no omo na bepo musika no ma prefinance omo kokogye bosia na omo de akoto nuane no na omo de ama a7 nkwala no bosume miense bia no ewo se aban etu omo ka enti omo gi se sika no a na omo akwa akutua bosia na omo gye ye no na omo so mfa so de omo pese omo de na omo de aye etimi di bosume nsia etimi di bosume enkron 3 quarters na aban ni ntua aye ekoba ne sa so omo so adwuma no omo ntumi enti do ne se okoto emoa nke betimi a 7 nkwada be 100 no odi 200 enti obekọ no emu na esi wonom no unwa ati se nchachira still no yedigu emu no so a yedigu so na asone akugu asese nkwan ukode se ya be nkwan na esi wonom a ade ahu ani ya anwa anwa uhwemu se a ya abenkwan enwo katekwan no so hwe animu a anwa uhwemu se ya unhia mero unya we si a ema 360 hu anim hu bibia ewom ene de 7 kwada na mentias yese school feeding on one penny ku for the buy sirim di kankai but emofra ne suffer even more whenever MPP is in power on one penny ku for person kofa the buy ye kofa Dr. Mwakutufo so hwe na manage na bibia nkoye na na de ni hu ye contaminated tomato paste I was here kotugu na Kwabena ne akwaje momfa mame se yebetu ogu amana se die amakutufo se yebetu ogu amana se die emema nkwara na die ayare
chatar no
ana okoje ye
o jampa
no di feeding kwada no ene se na mesu ko school mu a na okọhwe aduane di feeding kwada ya under school feeding na senyo hia na no mama koka ho asem a omo betwe mahama no asibone mummisa kufuado ma Rebecca ni fie se bi aboa krama wo ni fie se se aduane ne yedi feed school feeding kwada no ye de man krama wo bedi ana mummisa Samira Baumia se sanyane no a yedi feed school kwada no school feeding no omo krama ne agina mo wo mu fie ye de masa nkrama no mu bedi ana omo ni nanso anu ne de ma wo mo because they don't care eye me the pastor obusa say na de akoswe ma akasem first time I met so be frɛ eye akufu adoyire obatampa first time I meet it because you need so obatampa organ ba ko pelodina
there be some bomber no obatampa also go obatampa man ya bobo also oma che so obatampa feel
what do you dey what do you dey
she mentioned the name sarcastic.
Me na metuma no batampa.
No, next time batampa copyright me infringe copyright.
Ose batampa ya hwe.
Ya hwe ni praso ni atunidi. Rebecca Kufo no say Rebecca Foundation. What Rebecca Foundation be ni kunu be ye president. Then so ko Lodina Mahama Foundation. What Kransa ni kunu be vice president.
And even in opposition ko hospital.
Yes. Na Lodina a onu no opposition. What in the foundation AC hospital baby a painful ne mofra e wo mo metina a complete hospital a 10 key project now or their chair now first lady Rebecca Kufu one only foundation so akwa kosi hospital children ward bi wo a Kolebu a ho kwa national health insurance scheme enya adwuma national health insurance scheme enya adwuma se wo ba na abofra no defect bi ne de ne kɔ hɔ na se unkuta 5,000 Ghana cedi cash abofra kɔ ya admit no po Rebecca oni abadaye enti se okɔ ka kyerɛ ne sɛ maame yakwaje bosia de akɔ no aduane ama amofra no adi aban ntua yesika ahye bosia ne ekɔbɔ nsensi hu ekuye ɔde wo yɛ den ɛka na dwendwen ho ɛnka na dwendwen ho enti MPP na nka sɛ this school feed ni baaye no Omumpo doesn't know how to manage it. Nana Oyelita and Ms. Mahama. Nana Oyelita expand this school feeding program, no, like I said, from 500,000 beneficiaries to 1.750. And sending this here from them. quarter ni do ya no musika ko and then this na bet school feeding for year protest no mo protest say be scan yentu sano mo ya no like who go for national health insurance scheme the same thing and this will inherit it no are managing here or expand it no are putting the necessary infrastructure no they are to like national insurance scheme and peniku 40 and na mutual health.
Yes, that's
who free district where I want to me access to district way
youth employment.
Yes, Professor Mercy Baye and obey the national and we see office at the amomo and almost every region Professor Mercy na mahamo make sure see national insurance scheme and to no call ministries region baby Ministry of Health one Professor Mercy Mahama Gamo we see Ministry of Health and we see national insurance scheme on the same chain.
That's true. Ashanti region has an office.
Omo expanding national insurance scheme man Crawford do no energy and national insurance scheme no away. School feed can say youth employment. O man peniku for na tie. O man peniku for abamna Ghana mabunu be 50,000 or so na benefit. Professor Mas by triple no. Na mre enka ho.
It was triple is a little it was
150,000
more than that.
Na emra bia no back national youth employment agency no Professor Mercy de mraba be share chire emma omo office ena mahama so buy no so sabe bie mu crowded less depth enso be kan ho say enkoye say wo be ye community police ana say nursing assistant na de bia wo de bo so me so ane iti yemfa ensa no adwuma so nka ho anom ko fa less depth de be kan ho enti omo a omo de community police no mo ye any community teaching omo ye any omo a ya kire omo nsa no adwuma ye kire nsa no adwuma ni wie a na ya ma ho akade se fa na fa ko ye adwuma ana de be kan ho endisi emu no nanso man panikufo no ankasa no legacy oja ye akufu ado ba beto endisi be so mu ye a akufu ado ne ba omi abeso mu na kasa ko ma sa ase no. School feeding is one.
National insurance.
National insurance scheme is another.
I've destroyed it.
Bosomeswa bibi abeto bia ne ato national insurance levy ne ate na scanoko kudua na kufu at the Jubilee House no mudi. Umudi national umudi. Yeah, but what bentino? Yes, oh, yeah, renal patient. Omo mu kidney on kronoba. Oh. 6 months ye di animu di
e winning machines
ya
say Ashanti over to
okay I know I'm closing it down.
Winning machines
no they have knowledge of shut down into your cancer media can be more free but you are too
na be omo no e plan chale ye de be play election yenya announce ya muntutum say ni pa na balance afide ni atumu a say de ya makwa
winning machines Uni mana
propaganda. Omuso ba umi akọ America. Woni companies maku 50. Akọ sai agreement. Say omom source adwuma ema Ghana mabunu enti yeto abawi 2024 we be president. What Ghana had we here your laptop. Enti benya adwuma America. Because it be so omuso omadwuma no money ban ehia internet emu odin enti na de call 5G ya de call 5G
okay say ye ni ajombo do be ka che say adwuma be busu sa
ama ya importing crofo no maba be ye
no no ba say say ya import you
yes na but ade ya ne say you see enka radio anasa media adwuma ye entertaining ye inform ye educating the most important thing pa the education and the information I demand crofo na information be ni emfa magana for. Sometimes the way I was educating Crawford, you assume say a Crawford team, but you want Crawphobia a DBS Sisi Mason, Sadia Sisi or Mason Mamuntiano Creno, and no any friends are tribalism. And Tisadene Co Nasa a Sano Cranoa on Faho and Fano tribalism is a sini person. Enti said they can say a foot one sacred nipa adjacent sorry a foot one no for 2016 no went here and sorry not to no from 2017 besine nansuna Mrs. Nipa Crono sans sorry not to no or best aqua repeat the same error. Sometimes I'm out Casacra now I break. Unsa yes okay I'll message and for because oh Nana don't sympathize with them. Oh me who am yes. because uncle for it Ghana you who sadi we kan Sama ya kan na na wo de give yourself few months ba mi ayire be kwa committee o mosisi a omo be video atonyuma ma ba mi asa market on the wall enti amane kana mobo sometimes why abeka say oh we do mo anepe because e maya ye kan nyina no be ko NDC ni bia nim NDC peso e ma omo ye caterers omo bia ye pamo mu nyina mekura seseseko NPP ni e fe no kwame eji ono kura do fa mema mom kobo omo kobo ma kohwie aduane ni guye aduane sija so aye nua omo mu hwie mo ne nkwan ne bibia omo kan nyina tu guye enti MPP fo nko a enti senka MPP e ka senka nemmom emofra no because you see asrum yenu ku okwaya ase a ensensan na ye ebre emofra no once ayentu omoka no the quality of the food we dey ma mofra no ekwa na ekofom because we ni biara wonwa ni yesu wanwa ni yempo a bosome ne so escanner dey abetua sen kwa na nchini wom sen nchini nim sen nam wom sen nam nim sen mo no eyetu jimi sen ye papa sapete once a wanwa ne de enkura ne dio enkura na nio ubetuaka sa school feed we ka obi na adwasa 18 kense no woni Richard Kwashiga
yeah
ne wife re delete eno ena omote penten kwa no adwasa fo
enya Richard Kwashiga
courage Kwashiga
Major Courage retired
on the same school feeding MPP baba man no say school feeding where Kufu Addo say oh a business woman to back ya MPP National Women Organizer by first Minister for Gender under Kufu Addo Otiko Jaba before Otiko Jaba ebe kwa vetting am you approve no nabugiri nabu achi chess slot wa chess slot no e dia ma school feeding I said that audio ebe ye ntokwa kese Otiko Jaba
I've been looking for that audio
maybe never ma minim so
I've been looking for it
because you
remember he also in that audio no can say Omune
Koku a chairman Maham Adams
yeah I'm looking for it
to mo buy na no mo sha say omo dey business what you say mama American e o ma share that creative schools any ho non-existing schools and on di na shemu and they are making money if you na ba me aba be catch Ghana for say ono no records and achievement the policy are implementing be say you eliminate ghost names MFF payroll mo na ye wo MPP a yes o mo ye elite and in the four no ma buy into it ba me aso ono no add in the policies makuma
why would you say yes o mo ye elite
oh yes na moka
no yes o mo ye elite no is trying to underpin say is the case but self-acclaimed when they
say na moka sana omuka ba omi aso ono no implement 32 policy I me they said na woka
it's not the case
they are saying it always
it's never the case
so and the four they are professors yabo as when people professors nyina Crawford track education minister papa no kuma
we all have bought it
wa try no baby you PhD wa ya
the PhD no kura no highly possible say otoye and I say so obi pa say ne ba enko say school enko PhD MA te say ba omia no useless a very useless
nana
very useless school
yawo nipa nyansa mu no yawo ni so but nipa sebi tribalism asisi na adwemu no nana se ebe kunu kura na akoka kire ne se hwe ohu ye ba be kunu a onyi wunni because woni won ka kasakro enti obetra se amia be kunu se de na woken mahama akope bosia e de sikuma sikitia osie no mosi onya mahama di osi kura mu ye demonstration MPP for year lead mu ye demonstration against mahama wo siwie ya fofi antwata do jaya bam o musi market ni wie ya na moto obeti mahama en MPP for ya asa be fra market no a moto one market shares no mo so baako 25,000 ya wuntumi na ye in charge 25,000 Ghana cedis, 250 million. And MPP for Chadema. Movie ya muso marketing kranya Mahama ni siye o 2 and a kojis kabebi siye. Mahama no see marketing. That was the first phase. The second phase is not sky ready. Second phase now mean see esi ho. And if you move misase na o 2 that be na obesi second phase na my obe complete my because I must say first phase na o 2 this year.
It will be a conquest as man no work.
And tell them to mumisa. You just throw to them. Common sense, throw to them. Tell them mumisa o take kokoso na second phase ni that be na obesi awie na de share kufu ado ni MPP ani monyam. Esi ho. I mean say but yebekwa sa market na emu asa kodi Mahama atem sa manu a Mahama esi market na omo ye naked demonstration di na atem eto obeti a Mahama no omo a na be receive eye ba omi aye e wo the same market bill by Mahama no matra wa di Mahama atem rich Mahama si first phase second phase ni si wa anwe ne se oba ye soso kra mfa mo fom ba bia ye market as I said that for second phase no na esi ho ehọ na ese ope banku ato anwumra ko ubenya biato ope banku ato banku eba ko ubenya banku ato anwumre second phase ye on fa so kura mo fom na kwakwa agima manu bodanfo de Mahama ni siwie ya o commission ye de plaque bo ho no no akọ wai na ono ndo ono kwakwa agima manu di akọ akọbọ ho si second phase ni na wo so fati wanim unsiye yes Mahama NSC Lagos Medical Center omuso da bi eye Lagos fo na kwajo omobosia ano musiye na no mo na me propaganda kufu adwasi second phase any the second phase ni denye Lagos nesiye second phase ni denye Lagos akufu adu nesiye. This is the mentality. Now, dream be it doesn't matter how long you dedicate your time to educate or to inform them. A whole lot trade fair.
That is a defeatist.
A whole lot trade fair. Yatime burini negu. Madam. Yatime dri la trade ya dri negu.
We Jimmy Ama.
Oh my God, say kaza uso abansa aseso. Green bed. Sprinters, flower pot. Wakwaje abansa asia wasi edansi one man na woton cars eni nkunya.
Sa ne ma bi dia o. Ma me no London. Oba be se na ma me no oye florist.
Kwabena o kase na eye ma me bi dia. Eye ma me ne dia.
Yes. Oya flowers. Eya waton flowers. There was assassin for the past 18 years.
And
yeah, na Magdan
Magdan the MPP bar power on the day South Africa for no buy.
In fact, Magdan ne de Japan yes ade no. Omo yusu jatu.
Oh baby EV friend say bibi deko okadeko. Oh wait. So was kom kwa kwaje. Omo ye de baby amfa. Omo ye do baby amfa. Wo no bu nkrofo ajapade egu. Obi printing press worth over $10 million. You wake up just one morning. Urezini nyina remonata urezini nyina.
Sir, you see the reason why I feel that akukodro no mde ya sade and say when you talk to them they will tell you oh minimum this new way oba beje pick up we beji say. So they feel like oh NDC bar maybe they will be a bungu because I have people to protect it. That's all.
Okay.
Let's just hope.
What the NDC bra?
Beyond that,
man another NDC bra.
Me say. I mean, if that thing cries anything to go by, Kwabena, Sani Pakrono will have us to contend with. This is from any Mukusi.
There is a Kasana.
If NDC win 2024 election, NDC form a government. So I maybe met criticize the MPP. So I NDC new.
There is no party in government that will show criticism. Trust me.
te druswa so why do you say obe committee corruption no
let me give you a typical example. Let me give you a typical example. May I saw Mills government those Omami say there are some few things they think is not right. We know what happened to them. A+ niwe numbanta. What went on? The other guy said last minute minimum beyond that you can't do anything. For 4 times the same thing.
So
a politician but you see, if I want to Bianca says it's not good. I'm just telling you if I want to the mindset.
I'll tell you what will happen. It will not be a prophetic word, but it will happen. John Mahama's government is going to be one of the most unique governments. Whoever criticizes that government will be more heroic than what you have seen in the past. But because look, if John Mahama tries to toe even the line of Akufo-Addo just in a day, his government will be no more. And look, it is the only government that will have to set up by itself without allowing for the public to get it to set up.
But another side of the issue is
because
it's not about criteria. Like these issues like almost see illegal structures, no. And this grassroots and Ghanaian youth. Hey, Edru Baby who said John Mahama and his people want to do with them. I'm not for big Magdan who say boys the best drum there Magdan.
We say the young Ghana for the Munyan
boys. You at that time Magdan it means military.
Say a free so
bad. You're not the military background you be shout.
Oba de boa de meeting. Okwada.
Mamika Central, maybe Mamika Central, Sammy. Magdan, I just give him that time because it will be the judge. Sure. John Mahama is the only reason why Akufo-Addo can walk out today and still smile as the president of this country. When people believe that the hope in whom we have trusted and felt, say, Echina is better than today, no. If he fails,
that is what I'm telling you. The grassroots.
If he fails,
the grassroots will rise, attack people in their homes. They will feel it, and nobody.
Grassroots. The rightful owners will come for their properties.
Anyway, you are right. Yeah. When you say Mustafa Bandi,
yes.
MPP buy Mustafa Bandi
dying
eguye.
Yes.
They will face it.
Okwada a film net.
None year wofufro.
We are Dania.
They will face it.
We are Dania. Ayawo we are Dania. And children better be sorry nefifi. Till the ahun debate to me no akosa no aton. Free tete. MPP buy Akufo-Addo buy Magdan say ono na kwa akwaje. Ano de asojafo esi ho timamufo no kwa ne abo mutuo ne abo wo yen sanchiro ni na akoka no ame achew ne abo na ya bubu na moja nwuna gu mu na eko no free say and this ba power Magdan ebenya asojafo a protect sa ne business adafo no betena se do mo sa cho mo demri fam there be na it won't happen if you have a president like Mahama even the mere fact say obi dreamy and so that yempono wotimi take a decision wa ubetimi aboa expose corruption under Mahama no be reward you because under Mahama there was no single corruption activity course wa obi raise ya omodaye Julius Debra chief of staff obua they will go after you if you have to resign you resign if you have to refund obe refund if you say confiscate with your padia you be first confiscate that was say fire wa you be fire Mahama and the bia make us say Mahama
he is a disciplinary.
We are appointed and we say corrupt we are corrupt Mahama ba no more appointment amenye because they trap no the amount me come at you so no say wa adwen say Mahama ba be president before me government na wa be minister na say appointee no ba be wi a so we say Mahama bodin and now I've frozen the position we are menye because they are trap or bet what to.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. This one we are seeing Kumasi Niamna Adamate so the caterers And my main far way and carousel for the first time, if I'm not wrong, they said I am Misuse BC for they don't have money to pay WAEC. And also more bumper I said this week BBC these are their a car befi. And Kolani nim so moko but this on a larger scale. But Kumasi and Kasa wotie ye ma me ne kasa ya Lizzy. Also sika ba omi abetu agu Kumasi no. So omni tua omo ka at least o menya biadi. And before ba omi abeba Kumasi no omo ba ka kire omo say omo pa omo che omo nka ho asem bia na bibia be fine. And on a larger scale, it seems like Ashanti region is getting fed up with the MPP.
Okay, Kwabena, me enche tifo na me nche amenu asame ho nto na me mo abaso ne adwumaso a wo ye bo my Ghana.
That's it.
Na me ba suso no me tin konkonsa ne bebre. Tifo nso damasi. Kwabena, on say there be na me can say I think say today I'll take my time to explain it better, maybe without any anger.
Oba Adam, graphic designer, sending me a message.
Okay.
I'll say, as we vote the incoming NDC government into power, if His Excellency John Mahama uses his tenure for only prosecutions, myself and other contemporaries and fellow citizens will be satisfied.
To the largest extent. That is all that Ghanaians demand of him.
Just use the 4 years. Don't do anything.
That's all.
Just.
I mean, other things.
Let's go. Maybe I would hear Lumbe.
They wouldn't hear no.
Siko maybe a Red Bank credit says card.
Say, if John is able to do that, Ghanaians will be more than glad. What you are saying?
Miko meeting bina. You didn't come on and you can't be saying to say no. Or business guys. No, Marco say, hey, to go say, Jam we near. Now, see there, Mijili say, focus on face on a Greek. Na Adrian room, then on rent. Because the pressure from a hardship. Come on, Chamari. I'll be done for your mom. I say, wouldn't be Ansah. Come very far there. Don't say, and there's a cost prosecutions, you know, and so Sir John to be 2 Wabunina, Krumbejo, Wabuna, Koba Krum, that's it, or 2 Wabunina, a Krumbejo,
and that's factual.
In
fact, wouldn't say, Kwabena, of all John Mahama's campaign, I think I took a screenshot of it, me taking memoir post to Sadiano.
Okay.
Wouldn't say the campaign message, you know, the Okan say, or bet call for an accountability, no.
Professor Jinka say,
any Professor Jenna no Pokudia.
Say, I promise.
Oma kanimi no abum. Oma kanimi no abum no omo a share. And it is the most watched video and most liked video of John Mahama's campaign videos. As it tells you, say, people are just happy when you mention accountability than anything. And yet 24-hour service over a 24-hour economy no two ways about no way say obi abewia one kind of answer was what enya remember there be me akwache kronfo no
we are not expecting Mahama to lay a single brick. He should just amend the constitution and collect our monies with interest for us. Finito.
Simple. And one here. You see, I said this thing and I'll say it today in a very calm way, just so that we all get to comprehend what I have meant and what I mean. NDC in Ashanti region. Omayama yadenada sembi atuomutrim amanache. Sometimes I feel so strongly within myself, say it is, I wanted to say laziness, but for the want of a better word, it's the lack of
proper understanding.
No, activity.
Yes, when you understand the activity, yes, you can execute it. When you don't understand it,
some of them understand what happens in Ashanti region, but they are very, very lazy. I think I should use the word lazy anyway to get it better understood. Share, Kwabena, say NDC, ese oye juma ewa Ashanti memua. Ashanti, as it stands, and as it has always been, many people are just living in the dark without proper comprehension of the SCA, even in the past. And I linger for a long time, and because NDC has sat and made MPPs pen some message, for a long time, I bear indelible in the minds of many. But fortunately, when you say recent youth of Ashanti region, Kwabena, they have a different mindset. Omuni papa no mu nya adwen, omuni maame no mu nya adwen, omuni obia me share youth a waka chem say na maame nti agimi sem na no oma me sem nkodi akire. Oye first time I met the person in Mampong. Ye ko sia we mu Mampong dey some dos. And you can tell say if the NDC sets up, NPP can lose an election in Ashanti region. And that is my problem.
I'm afraid you in Twaso. Yeah, a free Ashanti region.
Yes.
We know they be a coso. I before na war more Ashanti region. It's the for a war more Ashanti region. Fantifonia war more Ashanti. We come Fantinu Tower.
Yeah.
Omu behave worse than Ashantifonia war.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Mimi no be shy. O can MPP asemo ma me convince ni years and for years and for years and before. Ye be din ko ma wi na hu so ya igbeni. Ya wonu wo jamase. And o din ko mo se asantini ni twi ya oka ni bibia oka. Somebody eri say o yusu asanti din. Obeka se wi obekọ no. Obi jira no odidi asanfo atem. Aya igbeni na e kasa no.
Now this is 1 out of 10,000.
Yes. No. It's true. No. Because often in ratio, what I'm telling you say, and you can say, girl no our kumawu video no.
Yeah.
Who so is remni. But ya one wo kumawu.
Yes.
Ninchi ni asifo nyina ka ho. Onu sia no a obeka so oyekuba. Hweye fie bi wo Slata. Oy man prosini. Onko ni krom da. Odi 2 years no obeka ye ho. Yeah, na ye. Odi twi nkomo ne manyina wo asantidi waka ye fie. Usia sa nipa nas o kasa. No o kan MPP asema o semi free Mampong. Enti wadwin nyina ne se saa na asantifo nyina adwene on free ho. Oh so and because of dynamics no.
It's true, it's 1 out of 10,000 because here known association a pure accounts and as a Asante Ashanti regional. Omo press conference no issue statement almost stating clear. Omem what ya say MPP the ADN MPP the team.
Oh baby na say dey across. Na so go say mo.
But 1 out of 1000.
Go say mo what I'm telling no. Where education ya dey man for is not for you.
Oh ya ni sir obi betina baby aka so esa nye Asante kra no mo yes o MPP dey. But the truth of the matter is say
hold on. The point they say you see you were before you are more Mampong you me MPP for
and I'm saying
you catch you say yeah Asante for there MPP
1 out of 10,000 1 out of 10,000
anyway
you know that I don't miss my point.
Yeah,
you see what I have termed laziness of the NDC in the Ashanti region a call beyond just the tribalism. And I don't want to discuss tribalism because I feel so strongly when it's about my tribe. And everyone does. And I don't want to touch on that. Share. Say Tuaba was antimem na ene NDC eyisa negative mindset bia omo ama MPP4 area show mu trim ama na beye ade a akoye se ene yenya omo to their fate e koso da bia me gidi say ye ho abro na mpanifo se wo ye mo abro a wo ye oto abro a na oje mframa wo yem.
The dynamics are changing.
Now, say NDC betie me enne awie ya. Oh. Minimum conform NDC fo a. Omo tia santimamu a. Omo tan asantefo. Omo pese omo ba NDC. Me maame a complain bi a kire me da. Me ankasa maame adwatema. A complain bi a kire me da say Kofobi, I met my bomudin, but I just give them the benefit of the doubt. Not because of BBO. Say, Ope, Nipa, or more my wemua. Would you moya my sem, Ewagana ha? Omobama, my uku, crow, agentreha, Bakupa. Sabi, Asantini, Mamencha, Diema, Asantini, Maketa. Asantini, no coton, wole. Sankra ha friend wole.
I say friend wole friend
kawuro enkra ha de friend wole na wole no okoton ye no ya nto ena odiko fie me na Ansah so odi aba ya nto ne na ya nto na chese wole no e go bad satan na fridge ni ho ena okotutu fom ena odi share ho se mitimi ni banchi share fom na se me bon kofie gu so na ensa dia ene mamemfa wele nso nhye fom odi hye ho no ade e be se na san ne nan no koyere na apro kakra ene oti hu kakra na wo chenwo se momone udi tunu mu a eyehwam na odi wele kakra na otwaaye no enso tunu nim na enwo ya hwehwe hwam abeka kuka ene e be frɛ no totobi na sa santini timi totobi ma wa ede na kyerɛ sɛ wontimi to akufo do ma bampani na kyerɛ bibi bia santini be som so obeton no obeton enu ti so ya mayokuo na wonim enkofo a omutimi ma akufo do timi be ya mampani obi a wabon sei wo ma so ba omiamu a sei omuso mo beton ba omia kankan adefo tawei obi a wabon
the money complain about the school feeding so
entino mesre say enawie ayade ehia me pa da bia me pese meka mumie ntie sa afutu semwe na yen take notice say so wo pe bia ye politics power Ghana ha kwa santimem nefa bobo wo fa santimem na ultimate the bobo a dia aka ni nyina no eye bonus me de manual si wo ho Kwabena school feeding o say ayade a ntobo so president Kufo na de bae the first person obe manage school feeding no ye me ankasa me body a who jumper me of ankasa o jumper na amakutufo Dr. Amakutufo of blessed memory the room say at some point now only din komo I still have his chats and sometimes me read here he at some point was in serious disagreement with Enoma Akufo-Addo no moye. And I'm very sure say anyone say you pass any wupano woko
but he was part of the government.
It does not matter. Not all those in government are in cahoots with government. Sometimes
on your position there.
He was creating office something.
On one category creating office.
Okay, not by appointment.
Akufo-Addo promising say abaya mawini mayu chief of staff. I'm a prepare to party me na fufu ko party ni bi. Eko di so ko free so me nam ka kire wo. Papa ko to party ma. Justice mu nyina ko bia. Tabi who's the chief of staff party dey wan go bia. Appointment I no anya bi. Enti wo wu ntam no de. Akufo-Addo ntimi nyi no ho free. What to party?
So Lister is right.
Yeah. He was part of the government. Or no, I could in office. A special prosecutor office in Electoral. So he was part of the government until demise.
He's not here there. So you see.
Also a senior president. Sada ne sisi one no e ye ho ade nya abaja pade binu mi ne betima akwete office ho amana yi awon kwa abane approve nipa na kwa akwete no so a senior presidential advisor ano no ate no office ya ababa
boya the position is on tia bangalo mu. It's a part of government. Why part of it? Look at this logic. Why part of it? What's about Bangalo? Let me go on. Let me go on. When the portfolio, listen. The Misuse said the portfolio, listen. Okay, no, let's. So you see, I'm going to for the first one managing the school feeding program. Kwabena, before I said President Kufu anything, you know. Na senior ayi bukata and our friend is senior we will be a me pay wa 17 am do abeka ma ban na sebio en koladu an dey en ka be di kura we kusiri wa en ka kura dey say we kusiri aya am na e bia what ba ko adi na we dey say we di jan kolai Ewana senior bufu ena senior bufu say adena President Kufu akoka na asem na President Kufu mu ono amakotufo say oye pani enti ene odene ba ko ba Kufu ado when am that time am Fox when am ho na ofre be say memra na that time no ne yakwakoto ya mankwa no aba mo fa ya mankwa kabaka Tabaka na oye no say enkwasi ade a President Kufu de adi no oto kan am say oh senior ade na ka nti free onom no hu say mintimi ne 90 bi ena menene fall out ante eno sa frame say that time na hardball was very powerful political talk show so now he needed the hardball no sa frame nti kodua we a oye general secretary one de ne mame nakwala. You see, I'm saying this to me say even after President Kufu introduced school feeding, you know, Bone ba ekretrim emane tongum. In fact, President Kufu Yinedi, it's on record. He Yinedi, he sacked him as the head of school feeding. Now, it is true. So say, school feeding became better under Males Mahama. That's is trite. And yadi was here koji mwechi nye kra. Nemum no oh. Diana Madri Yemene say MPP likes doing sloganeering politics. Slogano abeto ni pebitrim. Ene ubusaga na ni say what are the social interventions are? Obebo school feeding. Now school feeding now obebo no. The first timer ye school feeding in Ghana hano. The Danish government and a Mayan facility bia. It was a grant. Famekwa. But do you know that under Males Mahama, it was a government of Ghana project. Okay. Under Kufu was the Dutch government and another government. All my facilities free of charge.
I think Australia.
No, it was the Danish government.
The Danish and another Canada.
I think so. I've forgotten about it. But they gave us free money to feed our children. But under Males Mahama, they didn't have such facility. But they made sure that they even made it better and increased the amount of money and the beneficiaries. The amount of money per child and the friends beneficiaries are increasing. Same with all the national health insurance, national youth employment, and some other ones, like even the Metro Mass transport. Metro Mass was introduced by Kufu, but Dr. Nanena introduced Metro Mass. No, he can attest to the fact that even Males Mahama made it better than he left it. He can attest to that. You know, Dr. Nani is a very truthful man. Now, fast track to Akufo-Addo. Oh, he is so wicked, sir. Even the name Kufuor cry ebebo ediabata enkwala who say school feeding no. Who dem so mo concern come ko change ni din no. Yeah. Ana Hamfa. You know, Misuse school feeding na the most popular. And that is how come Okofa NAPCO buy, you know. Because NAPCO, if he meant well, if they really meant well, say NAPCO no befan college man. Okay, National Youth Employment Asin and Kadibeko. Then you glorify the name Kufuor, at least just to hail, worship the name because of MPP. Meboa. But because they didn't mean well and they didn't want to glorify Kufuor no, and I'm cutting NAPCO. And because it didn't have blueprint,
Netherlands embassy.
Netherlands, that's yes. Okay. So, say we have people who still believe say Akufo-Addo or Bawumia means well, and they can have a conviction say it could be better under your friend is saying Mahmoud Bawumia. In the first place, the first question you have to ask is, were you outgone and answer or you still incumbent? Bawumia, a coachia nurse for was it Techiman or where?
Techiman, yeah. Honest.
Anna, on your mooding, come say, we're nursing training allowance. Meboa. Anna, Akolabako, or Babako, Mofe, dear. Kobusa, the question. Rasta man throw one stone. Where a Rasta girl throw one stone. Afe Bawumia jina honom ye I can say oba enkran obi me omoka. Now Ansah na Bawumia come mount platform na tag a ye dia tag ne kese pa ba ko pa ne say we obi odi trop pa entromu okunyini entromu kinkon and was according to platform ne so. Then he had to make sure say ni dina ye didn't throw I ne say name no afei was so paper oba nkran no Kwabena wankotwiaka na ye den na obi a ono etete ni nsem ni moremu kakra de nu aduane wo Bawumia wo dog food nuggets automa wo nkraman wo pudos na mo fie wo na mo ne mumma ni di agro no aduane a automa wo mo divided by sasika na mo de man e man na mo de koto aduane ya ono sasika no this was sabe pa wo chew esabe threaten say me ba be ye demonstration naked demonstration Ansah na wakwa akwa na kira kwan atwa ni sika ma no time a me hu so mo ya kronfo ebu kronon Major Courage Kwashiga retired delete ne ye maami abrewa onu so senya nko porto safre no na medwen sa abrewa o nguda o yesika ana adwa safo ahu ana o se jai krono ne bo Akufo-Addo si da bi o ya abrewa nti obo krono agya no wa bo krono dia ko wuom wa bo krono ene ebi esika no wa fa nko waje amani nchirima enti abusua bu befu se medi obi a wawuo abetena na wa o maame ko bo krono a wudie no o maame se obi maame etitini mo rema ko no aduane mo must have the ghost names aka ho
ghost schools
yes schools they have names so Kwabena, this interview that you just granted she granted you this interview to tell you what is hidden. And this tape, I was out the tour. People must face prosecution for this crime against humanity. Within the entire NAPCO, for the mainstream, no. It is because they wanted to use ghost names to take people's monies. Bawumia became first rich with NAPCO.
Yeah.
He became first rich with NAPCO. John Kuma, baby, I could you well, we are sika to me by Joe YD card, say, Mema alone. memma facility waji udina na odi akwa discount no odi amane ho edi sika gu na account mu ene say o discount wa asamando we obisi wawu ena obi a wawu yanka ni chasem wa kwasua ne kwasua ne ku no na boni akatua ne owuo nipa yetrim osum ene ne ire ne ma omu bedidi ba ko no se ubedidi peche because papa na wie sika ma omu di obi basika na mo awia no uko school mu a enkola na aduane a omu die no kwabra hu a wo se be fem wo se ebe fem se yetimi sa enkwan pa na hu nkwan na asa sabio yakose nsuo na ede nchina tum na ba ku bia me hu no social media so I to say your friend is saying mackerel and o mayi 1 piece and o musi nipa mako 12 and 1 piece of mackerel na ne kese to say me kokromoti na ye titimu kitten ma nipa mako dumienu eso ene ubenya kwasia pa wajimi abodam ya ote ha nkran ha ote kumase ote baabi bia oduru ho no aka kire baomia say it is possible. Why won't it be possible to have such a fool become who he is today? Na kaka si enyimi say oman a eka kufado ye mampani eka would we have ever had obiti say baomia I wono na SS or a doctor in economics. Now after having that PhD, you know, watemi ama dollar every baby a gina 3.8 akwa kodru ene 16.2 weekendi ebesa akosro ene ope dollar kra to kra wunya bi obe bresa de wono ton the dollar amount no kra o ton no osu because onim say dollar can get to about 20 to 1 a edru a ene ono so ne ka wabo adwadifo mu kofa omu nioma ya dollar ni shutu enyina se omu nyina dwetrahye bebrentimi nkokwan so biem na no ne ya kapota nipa entimi enkokwan so nti hwi ni ho no na we were only attributing it to say no omu de nioma ne fatogo kwabra udin say adwatima frame ka kire me say omu ntimi nkokwan so bio because obi dwetrahye etinioma wo Ghana ha ye omu nya to wi a kwabna untimi first can nkwa kwaso biem kan no container ba ko na utimi de $100,000 kofa no eye nioma wodo de ba no ene no sa sika no this all turn 12 containers na de akoto 1 container na ho na be san kwase adwuma no etino ma me for na bre and more to the point is where nioma boss was aye dini enyo omu pro me I don't like discussing say school feeding for me MPP for and also me NDC for or me Ghana for NDC ba bamu na so mo mama ya omoda so ho ye school feeding yi school feeding na me ni NDC for be ko because I was so jema NDC for ma no eso ya bi omo so ye ma etime me ni omo ya adwen omo party na wa bamu uyire wo ya adwuma e wo opposition na ba bamu a e wo se ya gi onu na adwuma ne de ma wo straight up etiyire wo ho women's organizer mo nyire mo ho omo ba omo abe hand over enyama no to you se kufado de omo ka no omo nko ni fie nkoje obi entua me support Mahama so ontua ka ontua so mbe tua so de a ene ma no oto a twa video na fa be kire me na me nko me fa ni wachi na me nko nkoju sika ma o ba so me kokromoti ni me na mto aba ma John Mahama no na me hu sa fe wasa kire free uji mi mu abanyansem na afi obeka nyansafo ho enti be sere wo ma me fo no omo bre me ka bia ma omo because sebi account enti na account omo ye menua no ma mesere omo se skano mo di bia kwato treasury bills mu na mu di hu faso a mu nko yo musika ma omo mo akrofo dodo Rebecca ya mo koka kire ni wono oje ne share eti bere no diskara wa bincha wo mo wa bin soja oye wiki no ma me no ni tiri mo den ni tiri kura den che Kufuado ni tiri mo de check for do ready odi ye o
so to talk awo what
enti no fu anu si me de manu si na maka kire yenu ma se achia na mu ye e de se akasa bebu nyina ni nyina ne se emire bi atwa mu ni ye de tumufo se enye de ehyen nyina na esika kokko ewom se kofo ba ye no se bi o ehu amemu bi ya enye kra se bi o etimi be ye bank be jawo prochi se be jibusia na mu adwe ye mo se MPP ye kan MPP a na se bi kra mutimi ka se odwan kra ye beto ama no na mu ka se mu koto ama odwan abe nipa na.
It's not possible.
You can't. Woto abama ofuyi a obeye ofuyi nioma akyerɛw. Enti nye say in the name of MPP nti na aboa bia ba osmeto ama no enye bi da. Hwe nipa ni su ne ne ban ene ba omi a waye zombi wei otimi kokuma se na oma ko han kofo na oma jiska na omu dinachi na omo ye ne yoyoyo
achamba
na achambi ntimi ano ne kwae nyina afi asoso fi achambi timesre se enye de ese nyina se wote MPP wote da ase abra no ama okra so enti enya so fo we party mu nyina ma hu obi ase ba omia etimesre mo nwini yie na mo nto abapa mu hu nyansani a mu hu no da mahama wanya ne so fa so krampo no ena mu tia santimemu se bi o mu hu ne ma papa obeyeye musa ba omi asa obade na ode be kire thank you bia sabi o sebo etimesre monwini hu mienu na etina naso ya nada
mercy about back quick comment from Senator Tony Bonsu says Bobie, the ability of governments to carry out their designs depends on the general temper in the country. All right, so people like you are the reason Ghana is where it is, and I think a conversation. See, I'm just catching there. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Eja.
Yes, sir.
Eja.
Hello.
Eja. What's benka?
Someone come.
Paja France.
Nana Pam.
Oh, Nana, Paja ne kakra ma me na aska no abeto phone so nya wo de.
Many aje pa.
Na unya say.
Minya 1,000.
Ah, na kwa me 10 million when you 10 million we can do baby wo na Paja ne na tie mo microphone so ho ya de.
Baby ase, ko baby ase.
O ko baby ase.
Hey. Ona ho baby boss wo ntini ye kwehwe.
Ga ya gamai, o ya gayoyo. O ya gayoyo.
Ya nya ni se nye.
Hey! What the time you go save?
Oh, that be a baby kakra.
I kakra no we jebi nkoda ofie. Why? Nkoda ofie.
Ufuzi can top lot. Go ahead.
That go. You say we are guy. Charlie, see I'm just catching there. A real. Sure. So I mean some nyina. Cause so anane see I'm just catching there. Yeah. Thank you. Cha. All right, so star 413 hash Friday special. Ubedi di peche. Shall see star 413 hash process and 5 cities oh. Na man for di 10 million ya de no. Ene me pedi obedi 20 million no. Opa me wi anam de 30 million na tatwo. Hey, we di 20 million na yere de da hoses kan da won home na me hwe numbers ni mu. Me hwe numbers ni mu. Me hwe numbers ni ma catch man for say Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Ansah so ndwumadi ene ye die. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Ope asase asumdwe wo ho teacher manti ebensa wa mu a edin ba ko pe na emra wutri mesrew. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Finito yawie. Say ya yensa ase aboho ban atwa akwaya tum di nsuo ne nkane akoho ebi nsie o man mu da. Langas asem bia ni ho. Usrompo aban stamp tim so o pass asene size bia bi wodim and omo said I see 2 and 3 expandable bedroom houses e wo teacher mante modern one ibi abroche for muntiam ye ko fa di musika che the number we may bought no fast no afre almost be more busumi nsia na de tuatua kakra tie number fa pen we 025 65 15862 025 65 15862 and 025 67 00 831 Mr. from a quick credit and I bear bills micro credit in fear dunum and on my boy ready for quick credit 1 I bear bills micro credit 15 years service normally assume on your bomb abaso Vivian Poade. What's it? Who's what my guy promo bosses? You bear micro, you bear bills micro credit. Okay, they are. A binu sorry, how much you could improve for yes, sir. Yes. Feel like seeing nonsense. Let's see. Serious 50-50 engine coolant. That's it.
On a more serious note, sometimes I think of the parable of the talent. It looks like you are wasting a lot of your talents.
Pastor Benja advert here.
Channel this advice about me.
The
only talent. Why about me?
Oh, I can send you your
no, yours professional.
Me advert in view.
You are a professional.
Messi me nye bio na na
marketer.
Thank you. Yeah. Me nye okay, so I want to profit kakra. Would be free what I call security. Give me a marketer. That's a very nice name.
Yeah, you are a good marketer.
Very respectful.
Professional. Executive sales and marketing.
I got you before.
No. You are an expert.
Okay, me pacho say owoka eya kai engine no e chance e overheat na pacho asamo ya to sika ni hone eya bo radiator tank no ban na anwe na achen e di asem be brew engine no e wa life span. Yes, engine be a car engine, they will lifespan. Me when you say engine bet me a trust our lifespan no. Who keep says can be bon. Now engine here wiki and no a fuel too much. After the year my engine is it is smooth me you need to them say GC horse 50-50 engine coolant. A bon or 3367 coolant and 1090 coolant. Or Maimu lubricant shops Ubenyabi from 0244 577 459 on Sabeka Womo. Tabia Haba Center. Into the Yadie, Pepun Yadie, Wonam Yoya, Wenumuato, Tiemi, a Tabia Heba Misha. So honam ya we ya num tabia so sisi ya we ya num tabia so utipa wa num tabia heba mesha tabia heba mesha wadi aba wa wie ho sisi ya we ya constipation ya muatim num tabia heba capsules tabia takum ebusu immune system 100% organic a one on the one more. I a what? Debbie, Tabia Takum, Debbie, a war, India one war. Now, Fakakaswam say, Qua, Pomdin India, Pomdin India. Was it a bapping for Sanka? I could onion fish here a dumoche. Oh, Marcodano for FDR Giatum from 0243 68 68 61. Chaze, what is school feeding the Ansah who follow?
I mean, meet you.
Patron to me, how I can.
Mamin Chawa Dofugina.
How much also?
Mamin Chawa Dofo. Any one more payasem, one bomb pay maina. Major His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Na yenna na se e won ani so ade hu a wo magana man na ogusua edi ni juma eka ne ebe solve Ghana problem ana mi hu ni preaching mi hu ni video
assemblies
enye me wanwa sadia ne ntiase wo nyame asemu no enye me wanwa sadia ne sense of judgment so ye den etie anu nti na obetena konwa so a oye ne niema nyina magana obi anya ne chefa on say omo aya no omo bom modern no yem bi say ye wo ye kwabra wonim say ye me ete asese Rollins o wi nipa nam on say ye kira kwa bafa so atan nipa ne awonye nyina ye kira so ye kwadu agiman iduku kokko ya na
no say ewo
ye say sunsun bi ne shim
ka se primary
chese yatin samu ye
nkroma kankanya
yatin
na kwaku ba kunum atimi akwa sata ni anim Photoshop
kwaba
na kwaku ba kunum atimi akwa
Rollins a wo dware pum
fish to adi asi Rollins ti so say hume na Rollins dey so na no mama o tan invite ni meeting
edi
kwaku ba kunum
list we ka ye krom kwan ya fa so ton niema Emma, so ni masanti kosuya ni kosuya pa. Good. Uni masanti bayire.
Uko ejiri. Asante kokko. Saa kokko asense no. Asante. Ana kontwa.
Eti no. Kontwa ni de. Eti kware wini kakra me de beto so wo. Saa fam ho ne se. Asantinia also obeton NDC nso no. Kwabra wo ton a. Unu sa wo ton. And there be a committee where any secret mammy go patches. May to some wasam na me can I do cancer for you. Who's a man born for no? My pony and the Abra waton your mamma. As of a Jana, I get to be cancer as a J. He said, was it where you may be and you say, who goes to the perfect cow? Now, a Jumano, what me any shrimp from 150 air condition system. Not as of a J. 50. Or a quack. SSA onkrofo tiase problem a kwara ye o kakra wa Ashanti region ene se nyamesem kan ye kasa kire nipa ene nkyerɛkyerɛ a kire nipam ema nipa sesa ebia na mu ye you and you can attest to the fact say the percentage of Ashantis me ma me ye kwabri ni papa ya mansi ni Mini odi machi mienu ene oye serial tester o honto program ase ba ona ye Patricia PJ campaign coordinator edi no ena nchechere mu no so akori mu kama machiri babi a odi machi se onu so chempuli agent but me kor me nko anam koe ene mame oba disi dondo this is the issue ni say ye nya time na unse sa opese o transform obi nso a nipa ya ye de bibia wura ni tim ama na didi ni tim no wa wonni ye nso timi attract no mane bam for example
untina mpani force uni adaje enye baye
me ko Ashanti region ko abri is sami me ko na abrantie baako oye santini o tie hwea oye coordinator onu nko an register ni hye ne motuam register enso be senu na ono na kire wa be branch amai wo ha na wa ewe wo ha no nti me call ye kra ne omo register no obi oto aba e wo bi a presbytery school oye de nkodi chairman e wo RC nam say no papa bi abrante bi kra register mienu fa ba kuma papa yi adane asem papa yi so a wo gina wa wo NDC chairman ayi Papai, you'll be our private school. Our bronze by Kusia, Sakra FM, your the next one no na bronze sign. Or per bright time and head you, or copper constituency. When you register me, you your motum. How can the party be attractive? So character we no coordinate to party. A large constituency, meaning to me for bono. Your strength as regional executive, 17 executive members, you know, expect Ashanti regional executives on be performing the same. And today, beyond minimum some penny for a BB, but party strategy won't be in farm metro bonte. A beautiful. I be affected 2024. Wallahi, I be affected. I mean, Ashanti is no so sorry. Oh man, with clear difference. Sabi moja we mu ye nipa. So no. Enti Kwabena, I must say no. NDC no gain serious grounds, sir. Na me offer any my contact corporate election. Sami on to me na me commissioner, electoral commissioner. Offer there function me so to no volunteer. Offer there your mami here be my penny. And Anka so your coordinator was a chairman. Na Anka ya na gire say na konya ne de wadi ne role as person so. And no fans who campaign to me make crowd or the buy. Utimi say crowd no for be to Anka pay. Ye Korean cratem na Sami more for qualified. Na aja me disqualify more for asem way. I am this way be so me but me no for qualify. Ankra ne qualify. So I ask myself say, hey, Kenya se nie. And NDC timi we nipa kura mena di chama ya den so obenya bi. Tinipa ba ku no kura register mienu miensa. Enne ye kwa election chairman ya no ye consultancy chairman nyame mfa ne krense wawu enche na obia suro so obekwa akọ supervise because musima konta de unim na ahema ni lusu onu so be make sure so me taxi no be bi obefa so so be lusu position no be lusu it is high election mi free bro ana ba mi krom be supervise ye effort akom but sami no omunti ase bebre ha ye you obi asi wo no didi say oben wo shi nipa eno no oye ene ye je atum so we hold ye say Ashanti region enne papa ya
Charles even on that you know obekaya I'm sure you are aware say those times no omo no mu preach wo kwan ho from Roman Hill labor ekokeje paso we were making sure say preach way
me say what rolling say demon
yes
enti mimi who say right away or say your hene na papa nya ni NDC green card bi no okofa homes AC ni pick up back so
wow
ye trade wa ha NDC trade wa ha na papa effort then I sat down God no mu ni branch secretary never knew say girl no cross me why isi adwuma pen so ewo honum but na me hunu say adwuma no so chen omo because Bruno organizer take care of 12 constituencies. Ashanti region Kumasi Kurunkwa me say 11 constituencies. Population size. One my Bruno region organizer one pickup 2020, one my Isham one pickup. Or they take care of 47 constituencies. And you know said they are near far Ashanti region now a obi stronghold. Now some outcome with the same resource. I think say what goes in
something that when you look at all across Africa, particularly West Africa, and I'm very happy that you, Mutala actually did a thesis on some of the countries subjecting itself to coup d'etat. Then came this animal called democracy, which was actually forced on us through engagement by the United States that really wants to topple the bipolar kind of powers and want to promote democracy as a precondition for development financing. At the time, in the 1980s, almost all the countries are ailing in our economies. There came the Structural Adjustment Program by the World Bank and the globalization agenda to sort of help Africans, so-called, to rethink how we govern ourselves and manage our natural resources and our economy. So democracy in itself, we didn't have the time to really understand it. We were meant to really force ourselves into that transitional mode. So then the question we are faced with today, if you look at where Ghana has come from 1992 to today, we have seen democratic transitions that have come as a result of us just learning by doing. All right. So the elections that it's going to be 8 times that we have had elections. It has been successful, but there have been a lot of problems, some of them teething problems that we need to have addressed, which we didn't. And they all speak to one thing, that elections or democracies are the people. The concept of democratia, which is a Greek concept, really talks about the ethos of the people. It's people giving power in terms of representation in parliament, or power in terms of people to lead them. In fact, now we use a lot of honorables. You know, if people give you power to represent them as a member of parliament, and you do something spectacular, then you are honored with the title honorable. So the honorable is not automatic. But now, you know, assemblymen are honorable. Everyone. So I think, so anyway, the power of the people is something that we have to look at. Now, in order to do that, you can see that democracy is about institutions, and institutions are made of people. The credibility of the people really helps the institution to be credible. I've listened to, you know, a lot of conversations around the performance of the current electoral commissioner. I've also looked at, reviewed some of the appointments into the electoral commission. I've followed some of the conversations by of the Peace Council, some elders in this country. I've also looked at the international analysis of the state of our election, and particularly the performance of the electoral commission vis-a-vis the ability to really ensure that this election is free and fair. I'm afraid that the notional view out there by electoral analysts all across Africa, that they are worried that the way the electoral commission had handled the formation of electoral process leading to elections can be quite dangerous, especially when you have a very tense election, which for me I believe is a do or die for NDC or MPP, because for the MPP they are wrestling to really salvage the legacy of the president. We are living at a time when also some of the corruption that have come out, that people fear that maybe they're trying to protect something. You also have gross mistrust of democracy and leadership in actually providing dividends for what people want. So there is, and then you have high rates of youth unemployment, and you have serious urban poverty, which nobody talks about. Now, when we are poor, it's a very terrible thing to be poor in the city, because you have no option. And the teeming youth, 60% of our 35 million people are actually urban poor. They don't have jobs. They don't see hope in their life. Even those who do very well in school today are not guaranteed placement in the university that they want. If you are not belonging to a protocol system, you are not going to have it. So nepotism has been at the highest. And if you come from Ododojojo constituency, where I come from, and you are learning, you are in a public school there, if you are writing a BEC, please, you know that failure is guaranteed. Now, so we are looking at a situation where the whole system is grossly filled with an idea of mistrust. And therefore, what is done, we saw Charlotte say and the work that she did, and then we have seen Jimensa and the spectacle of how, as a electoral commissioner, she handled herself, handled the team, the names of the constituents of the commissioners. Nowadays, it's only recently that you have all the major political parties attending meetings with the electoral commissioner and try to, in the tripartite meetings, and being able to look at how to run the election. So it's sad to say that the electoral commission today, as a referee of a free and fair election, is something that citizens find challenging, particularly those in opposition parties. And I'm talking about Movement for Change and everybody else. So if she comes to say, well, whenever the results is announced, you need to accept the results. And she is saying it rather than it becoming an organic expression of the citizens, of leaders, church members and so on, then it begs the question, what's she thinking? What is inside? Because that's very coded, extremely coded. You know, the beauty of democracy is that when results are announced, the one who loses will accept defeat. It legitimizes the process. It brings confidence in the electoral system. It brings citizens together. And the speech that will come from the acceptance speech or the acceptance of defeat speech is able to put everybody together to say, okay, this is just a contest, normally a contest of ideas, and we are nation building, so let's move on. It doesn't mean that if you lose an election, you don't have any role to play in building the nation. Apparently, you know, in parliamentary caucuses or, you know, teams that the president could put together, President Kufuor did a lot of those, all-inclusive members who have ideas, who belong to different political parties and leanings, and they take a particular issue to deal with. It would be beautiful to see, for example, how our educational system is so... We are in a crisis of lack of trust in the electoral system. So the question then is, what should the Electoral Commissioner do? The first thing I think that she needs to do, if she wants to, she says she's very transparent, she has to show it in her disposition. We don't need a battalion of military to guide you. You need to be very close to the people. What are you hiding? What are they protecting? You need to free yourself. Number two, her rhetoric. She needs to be seen to be more engaging with all the political parties. By this time, I will organize tea or coffee with President Mama, Baumia, and sit down with everybody. Let the whole nation see them having a conversation about how to make sure that this election is fair and fair. I mean, can you imagine a picture of Jim Ansah with all the political flag bearers talking dispassionately about how to really make this election fair and fair? Then she needs to also engage the peace architecture in this country. There are people that have been sidelined. There are voices, the youth in their own, the movements that some of them have, those, you know, those who go for demonstrations, sit down with these people because they are the ones that are going to vote. She needs to really go out there to preach peace, to preach, to show action in her own way of how she's going to make sure this election is free, fair, transparent, and it's devoid of conflict. My last point I want to make on this is that really, on Africa today, on Ghana today. You know why? Because when you look at Ghana, our brand is that a free and fair election, a peaceful transition to new government is something that will really going to underscore the ethos of democracy in West Africa. We have seen coup d'etats in many countries, that we in Niger, Burkina, and then Guinea and so on. Now, so it's important that we put that at the back of our mind, so that both the flag bearer herself and other people who are going to be part of this electoral machinery need to put at the back of their minds that Ghana is the beacon of hope of West Africa in terms of stabilizing West Africa with peace and security. Right up north there are terrorist groups that we don't know, we have not been able to codify, but they are there. There have been speculations about terrorist groups on the coastal part of our nation. Everybody is looking, are uncountable. They found in the hands of terrorists. You are not going to give an opportunity for anything that would erupt. You know, and World Bank's predictions, significantly goods and services are going to is gone. So there's an organic recharge of young people into politics. You see Adra here, you know, with her talent and skill that is growing in politics. So it means that this election is one that is a watershed moment for the nation. And it's a moment where the nation will allow itself for a recharge of our democracy. So assuming that John Mahama wins, he marks the end of those who have been associated with 1992 Constitution. So 2028 is going to be a new path. Ghanaians really want this election to move in the way, the direction of that wind that is blowing towards, believe it or not, NDC with all the polls that is going, that they will have 4 years to rethink about how to construct their government, construct the type of governance they want, construct the type of economy they want, and the youth want to really engage to construct the country that we want. So it is not, Jane Mensah needs to know that it is not her. It's actually something very political leanings, if she has, to be very sincere to prosecute this election in a manner that is so credible. And if she is able to achieve that and convince people through her actions, I believe that she can even go in the history of the country as one of the best UCs. Even though she's controversial, she's able to deliver something. No, I mean, if she changes her attitude and really manage to get everybody in and begin to live her life, run this in an expectation that you have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So you can see that.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Well, if you just join us, Dr. Dudu, thank you. It's a matter of all talk shows. Alaji and Alaji, you were discussing Jane Mensah's call for political parties to accept the results of the elections. She's promised to deliver fair, free, transparent elections, and expects that when she is done, when she pronounces the results, the political parties will all accept. I'll conclude with Ajua on this issue. But before I do that, let me acknowledge Shine FM in Akachi 96.9, Hills FM in Adakul 91.7, Nuance Radio in Katakrachi 89.7, Sela Radio Dabala 97.1, Diamond FM in Tamale 93.7, Bell Radio Yendi 106.5, Radio Kitawan Sabuba 95.7, Benya FM Elmina 105.7, there's Global FM Ho 105.1, Zebs FM in Zebila 95.9, True FM in Adeso on 92.5, Lamara FM 89.1 in Tripoli, Boem 88.7 in Jasikan, Lukusi 96.1 in Vergolokwati, Tyne FM 90.9, Sekwele 104.3, the Zakpini Radio in Kpando, and of course Citizen TV Ghana. Ajua.
Viewers.
Good morning.
This morning I'm honored to be on the table of men, and I happen to be the last to speak. And I must say, if you're wondering why I'm wearing this, I'm from the walk, JM Fitness for JM. I went to Spintex this morning to join the people. So in case you're living around that side, you may want to join the people on the walk to Nungwa. And I understand that usually this kind of walk is like a precursor to the launch of our campaign, and it seeks to galvanize our base and also call on all people in the party, to be ready for the launch of our campaign. And so if you're around, you're a young person, go and walk with the other people. That said, on the issue of Madame Jane Mensah, I think that my uncles in here have said quite a lot, but I will also contribute from my perspective. So the long and short of it is that there is some sort of mistrust with the electoral process in this country. And then I began to think, like when I watched the news item, I began to think, how did we get here? How did this begin? And to my mind, I believe all this began with the appointment, or how Madame Jane Mensah was appointed into her office. You would agree with me that her appointment was under some bizarre circumstances. And I believe that has also contributed to their mistrust of people in her competencies to lead Electoral Commission and also other things. So if you would remember, like Honorable and Doc and everybody on this table have said, in this Fourth Republic, this is not the first Electoral Commissioner we are having. we've had Dr. Afarijan, and we saw how he conducted himself. And Dr. Afarijan was allowed to be in office until a time that he actually had to go on a compulsory pension, retirement. And that's, at the time, it happened so that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was the person in power. And so as the Constitution mandates the President to appoint the Electoral Commissioner, this was done, and that was Madame Charlotte Osei. We are all in this country. We saw how when Madame Charlotte Osei, who is also a lawyer and had previously chaired the NCC and so well versed in civil matters, and so it wasn't as though Madame Charlotte Osei was not competent or did not have the qualification to hold that office. But when in this country, we saw how some elements from the NPP even went as far as creating flyers, putting her face on it, and alleging that she was an NDC and she had actually contested primaries for the NDC. They went to every length to try to denigrate the woman, demean her, insult her. And so when this same woman now conducts an election which is peaceful, which did not lead to the murdering of 8 people, 8 citizens, and finally pronounce this current Akufo-Addo government, like the previous one, as the winner of that election, they come and then they use certain ways to try to remove her from office. Now, from the background of how she was treated and how she was welcomed and how her appointment was welcomed by the elements in the NPP, her removal, which was not properly explained to the nation and not based on the fact that she failed at her job or she did something which was woefully wrong, that was supposed to result in her removal from office. Now the NPP appoints Madame Jane Mensah. As a country, as we have seen, the NDC has its base, the NPP has its base, and there are other people also who vote depending on how the economy is or what the propaganda is. Now, after His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has rightfully appointed Madame Charlotte Osei, and all these things that were done to her, she was removed, and you bring another person. What do you think will be the reaction of the people in the country? Then you have created that perception that you did not like the woman from the beginning. I will support anybody who will say that a person who has been appointed to a certain office is not fit for the office and so should be removed. Because in the end, we are building a nation and we want the competent hands on board. But where you come and you use some bizarre excuse to remove a person who have been properly appointed to an office and then appoint your own person into that office, then you have contributed to the mistrust we are seeing today. And after Madame Jane Mensah came into office, her own conduct has further deepened this mistrust in the Electoral Commission. Now we can look at how she conducted the 2020 election. How is it that Madame Jane Mensah conducts an election that ended up disenfranchising some people in the Volta region? We all are here. We know that the NDC stronghold is usually the Volta region and other regions coming together to vote for the NDC. Now you are able to conduct an election that ends up disenfranchising some people, which is the Sao people. By so doing, you created an advantage for Honorable Peter Mewu to be able to take the Hohoe constituency. You see, and we all are some intelligent beings. And sometimes when you are doing something, people may not really know the motivation behind it, but people can tell where there is wrongdoing. And so you did that, and it favored the NPP. So why will people not say that everything you have been doing is to support the NPP? Her appetite to please the people who put her in office is dangerous to our democracy, and she has proven it several times. And like Honorable and other people on this table have said, you conduct an election and then we do not know till date what the true result of that election is. So it is not even the issue about your conflict of interest or your being biased. It's about you being incompetent also, which is dangerous to us. For young people like myself, this election, like Doc rightly said, means a lot. There is a wind of change blowing. To us, it is not just about somebody holding on to power. Perhaps some people want to hold on to power because they do not want to go to jail. They do not want to account for their mandates because they have done things they want to hide. For young people like myself, it means the future for me because I am in the prime of my life, and just as my friends, and just as Doc said, we live in a country where today, even if you are better, some of my friends and I, in fact, we have packed certificates. We keep going back to school because if you do not have connection in this country, you are not getting any jobs. And what even is more painful is that the government is borrowing and not even investing in strategic areas of the economy. The government is not even trying to build any monumental project that is supposed to create jobs for the young people. The government is not building hospitals to employ my young doctor friends, not my nurse friends. My nurse friends are at home. They are not building anything that is supposed to inure to our benefits. They are not leaving anything behind for us. And so to us, this election means a lot to us. And like we all have said, our democracy has thrived on the successful transition of powers from one regime to the other. And so we cannot discount the important role an electoral commission will play. And we have all said on this platform how Madam Jane Mensah, after the conduct of the 2020 election, is being followed by military men. And I say, even the venerable VCRAC crap, who supervised the first electoral commission in this country and transitioned Ghana from the military regime to the civilian government, did not have military people following him around like that. In that time, that was when we were supposed to have an electoral commission being followed by military men and being protected. You understand me? But today, we are under a civil government, and her allowing those military men to follow her is even an admission that she herself knows that the country does not trust her. She cannot trust herself to be safe because she knows that she has done something wrong, and she by her inactivities and some actions, she has denied certain people their right to exercise their mandate or their franchise, which is wrong for us as a country. Now we have the issue of appointments. Besides her own conduct deepening the mistrust that we have for the Electoral Commission, we've had also activities by the certain government of the day. And I think that Honorable Doc has spoken largely about it, the appointment of MPP elements into the Electoral Commission. Even in football, when we're playing football, and let's say Haas and Kotoko, we go and bring the coach of Haas to become the referee to supervise the football. Will we not be in the right to say that we will not agree because there is the perception of bias? So the issue is not that there is an actual bias. When it comes to things like this, like election, even the perception, like Doc said, even the perception of bias is very dangerous and inimical to our democracy. And so you cannot appoint NPP elements, people who are more NPP than Alhaji Bawumia himself, because I know that Alhaji Bawumia's family and father comes from the NDC side, and he joined the NPP even recently.
He's even a beneficiary of the PNDC. The scholarship he got was not on academic excellence, but the PNDC scholarship that he got to go and do his.
So that is the flag bearer of the NPP. And we have somebody who has been in the NPP even longer than the flag bearer to be part of the Electoral Commission. Is it not in the right direction that we call for such persons to be removed, even if they are objective, even if they are honest? It doesn't look right. And so to inspire confidence, it is right that those people would be removed from the Electoral Commission so that everybody's mind will be at rest. Now, I also want to say that whether or not we will accept an election result, it does not lie in the mouth of Madam Jane Mensah to tell us, because if we were not to challenge election results, I do not think the framers of the Constitution would even make such provision for election results to be challenged. And she, as a lawyer, should know better that insofar as elections are not conducted in a free and fair manner and the electoral processes are compromised, she should not expect any of us in this country to accept the results. And so I find solace in the comments that was made by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama that sought to explain that this election, we are going to win it at the polls. We are going to go on the field, and we are encouraging all Ghanaian youth and young people to come out massively. There is this saying by Dr. Azuma Nelson, when he was at the prime of his career, and then he would face a lot of racism when he goes to fight. Even when he had, beaten the opponent, they would still call for the opponent. He said that his referee, he stopped believing in the referee. His referee became his left hook. And so he knows that when he gives you the left hook, you are going to black out. And whilst you're on the ground, nobody can call for you and say that he did not win the fight. And so this is the approach we are going into the election with. We are determined to win it at the poll. We are determined to work hard and win it by a vast margin, so much that even Madam Jane Mensah cannot be able to manipulate the result. It is good for her if she decides to change her ways today and water down her appetite to please the NPP, and then think about the future, think about the sustenance of our democracy. Those ones that people who have come before her has worked really hard to sustain for us, the one that we enjoy today. It behoves on her to do her part to help us sustain this democracy. But if her appetite to please the sitting government, and also in the other way around, plunging our nation into chaos, that is what she wants to do. I believe that it is left in her hands to decide. For us, we are determined to bring the change that we want. We are determined to work hard for the change that we want. And even her, she cannot stand in the way of change, because I know that the voice of the people is the voice of God. And the power of the people are even higher than people who see themselves to be in power. And so that is what I have to say about Madam Jane Mensah's statement. I do not think it's a statement that is necessary to be made. And like Doc rightly said, it is a coded message. It looks as if you are preparing the stage to commit a wrongdoing. And as has been highlighted here, it is not just the NDC. Let our viewers not think that it is just the NDC who do not have trust for the Electoral Commission. There is the Afrobarometer result that is indicating that about 67% of this population do not trust Madam Jane Mensah and the Electoral Commission. And even the 33% that had answered that they trusted Madam Jane Mensah, it wasn't all like I trust Madam Jane, it was I trust and somewhat trust. And so even among the 33, there are people who doubt her competencies. There are people who doubt her position. There are people who doubt her honesty. And for a person who is leading an important institution such as the Electoral Commission, it is so important for our democracy, I do not think it is in the right place for the 67% of the population to think that you are biased, you are not competent enough to conduct our elections, and you are dangerous to our democracy. You are likely to engage in activity that will end up resulting in the killing of Ghanaians and bringing chaos and mayhem into the country. That is not a good name to take away, and especially as a woman holding office. I think that she should rethink her position and try to turn things around. Although I believe that it is already late, she has earned a reputation for herself as a person who cannot be trusted, as a person who would do anything to be loyal to her political leanings. And so for her own good, and so that she will be able to freely walk around like previous people who have held the same office as her, she should do it for herself, her family, and her children. It will be better for all of us in this country.
Thank you. Thank you. Ajo concludes the discussion of the very first topic. It's too late. Anyway, a few comments coming from those of you who are joining us on Facebook. Tia Hamsa says, please, Great Honorable Mutala for me. We Ghanaians, we are appealing to the EC boss to make sure they do well herself. We already witnessed the 2020 election. This year's election will never happen again. The same way, JDMs is winning this election. We are all out to monitor everything. Election day. This Bedu Kwame who says this woman should redeem herself before the end of the MPP, or else she will go down as the prettiest. Thank you very much. Mr. Lincoln Akwetiman says, I have no problem with Dr. Papa Kwesi's campaign against the ADM in the 2016 election because he wanted to be voted for to become a president of the Republic of Ghana. I believe how he appealed to JDM is in the right direction. I know his GN bank workers will vote for JDM and the NDC. Franz Zotu is also joining us. Senna, good morning. The EC and the CDS are living in the Stone Age, with one promising free and fair elections and the other a guaranteed security when it is their duty to do so, as if they are doing us a favor. There's we see Eboa Vincent who says, good morning. In fact, this so-called EC chairperson is she telling Ghanaians that whatever results that come out in the 2024 election should be accepted? She should say that to the Marines, not us. Very useless statement. Posey J says, EC, judiciary and police service would destroy Ghana before, during, and after the general elections. The entire Ghanaian populace must speak up, else not less than, okay. Thank you. There's Received Mohammed, who is also joining us, saying a good morning. This is a vision. This is vision from Tamale Central. I think every patriotic Ghanaian should give applause to organized labor for their perfect move. They should keep it up. We expect more victory for them. I agree with their decision to ensure the Senate board is dissolved. Cyrus Vivaro says, lawyers should understand James' contest of father for all, especially when he is meeting Pakwesi, one of his fiercest critics who did not wish him well. There's Azindo Yewuza, who says, Madam Jimensa should not take Ghanaians for granted. She should prepare for any consequences that will come after her if she tries to rig the elections. There's Lydia Kams also joining. So many comments that are on Facebook currently. Thank you for sending those comments. And those of you joining us on Facebook, good morning to you. We have to move on to the next topic of discussion. And like I said, I'll start with Doc. It has to do with allegations of land grab, especially by people within the government and also under PPP schemes, among others. The latest is the Du Bois Center, which has come. Why? Bravo was taking wise, right? Anyway, let me start with Doc on this one.
In fact, this is very worrying when you hear what is happening on our lands. You know, there are a lot of allegations. I've looked at the conversations between Honorable Blakwa and Samuel Junapo, where one is refuting, allegations, others is pushing. But the speculations itself, or the perception itself around the country, when you go through cantonments, you look at Labone, look at all these, and then the names attached to real estates that you see all over the place. Nobody should tell you that the perception of citizens, and I'm speaking as a citizen, who have come looking at my country and see, what's the state of our country, how do we work together to build. I formed this social movement called Gandame Alliance for Change, where we are looking at how to deal with the issues of urban poverty and create jobs for the youth in the Gandame fraternity, and leverage politics through block voting to see how we can help, to change the fortunes of our Gandame people. Sadly, to see that every year 200,000 of them are dropping out from school between the ages of 18 to 25. Most of them who are Gandame. I'm bringing the Gandame people, situating them within this context that they don't read English or write English well, and yet these are our human capital base. We have jobs in carpentry, in plumbing, and so on that are going to other foreign nationals, and nobody is deliberately investing in them to professionalize them or give them the skills they need to participate in the 30 billion GDP that Greater Accra is going to have. And yet, most of them, they are the allodial owners of a land estate, which were used for the formation of the Republic. So such a perception, if you capture it around the people of Ghana, Adangbe especially, then it speaks to a larger issue of social cohesion challenges in the country, which can erupt in conflict if it is not properly taken care of. I saw a listing from one of the Ghana platform of speculations they have of some of these state capture perception, talking about mental hospital, children's park that has been taken, talking about certain prison lands that have been sold in cantonment, in Tamale, all around the prime lands in Bostal Home, so former Bostal Home, Roman Ridge is taking, attack on Nigerian High Commission land, then Straight Fair, the community center here, East Legon, and the Marine Drive lands already shared among people. I mean, then citizens are aware that in the last, probably the last 7 years, the rate at which lands have been captured by political elements in government has been very, very worrying, very concerning. Some of the lands that have been earmarked for the extension of the airport, for example, is gone into the hands of private sector. You look at the community center being developed by a private entity, and when you go and check the name, it's connected to political government here. So I think we first have to accept that there's a problem. That it is not the right way to do things. The second is some of the lands that are taken, they were earmarked for public goods. So, for example, if you look at the parks and gardens. Now, one of the things for as natural resource experts, when you establish what we call a seed bank or an arboretum, it is for a very good reason. And I'm going to go in technical bit. In terms of silviculture, in terms of how to manage a forest estate, that provides the biodiversity which really becomes very important for the management of environmental resources. Indigenous species that belong to this country need to be protected through seed banks and arboretum, which is in the parks and gardens. Okay, it has enormous benefit. Ghana leverages a lot of money through climate action because we have demonstrated that we have elements, areas such as this. At the same time, what we represent to the world, which is in the books and take money from, we are selling it and converting it for real estate. What are we doing to people like Adroha and their children? In the next 10 years, nobody will go to school and learn about indigenous species that belong to Ghana. Nobody go to school to learn about other, seed bank, how to manage environmental resources for the benefit of the nation. So the larger point is that public goods that are intended for public goods need to be upheld for that matter. Today's Ghana, we have lands that are located for Council for Scientific Industrial Research. And I am very passionate about this. When Kwame Nkrumah really set up Council for Scientific Industrial Research, he did that linking research and diagnosis, R&D, with the critical sectors of the economy. So before we converted all the palm plantations, before we have palm plantations in these areas that we have them, Kede and all those things, he set up the Oil Palm Research Institute to really focus research on that. That in itself gives us experts in plant sciences that are focusing on certain traits. Today, nobody goes to school to study plant sciences, all right? But it is the basis of industrialization. They cut down cutting trees to plant palm because that was important for us. The species that Kwame Nkrumah made a hybridization of from Nigeria and brought to Ghana, resilient and fruiting with with a lot of oil in it. It is that that he gave as a gift to Lee Kuan Yew to Singapore and Malaysia for the trees that they had there. Now, before they expanded the cocoa sector, and the cocoa sector were put in between forest estates. So if you look at the design of our forest reserves, it is to provide what they call the microclimate for the growth of the cocoa. All right? Now, he did that by establishing a cocoa research institute. There's a rice research institute in Savanah. All of them were placed under Council for Scientific Industrial Research, which vast land to become the hub for West African research in all types of research areas. That's why he created the land and saw the vision in expansion. Today, any country that will grow in Africa would have to grow through agriculture. You have to grow through agriculture. And you can only do that by ensuring that you have a very sound R&D and research base to guide the selection of your seeds so that they can provide the quality that you need in order to be able to bring them as into the manufacturing and processing the manufacturing sector. So research is become something that we have. And all the lands for Council and Scientific Research have been converted to now be sold and being sold into people in politics. You know, the challenge we are faced in this country is that we are creating a perception that if you want to create wealth for yourself, then you have to join the politics. That is very dangerous for our nation. Nation is built by people pursuing ambitions and occupations that are very vital to the growth of the country. Then the second thing is, one thing that could create, it can create a security challenge for us. When you are in a situation where real estate is just springing up in prime lands, then you are likely to engage a country where there's illicit financial flows to this country. Someone will be in another country, take money, and then just come and buy real estate in prime areas. And when you move around the prime areas where the real estates are, most of them are unoccupied. And when you value the lands there, 1.5 million estates, how do you create 1.5 million estates of buildings when no one occupies it? And the one who actually buys that is comfortable. What perception are we given? Recently we saw one political element having several amounts of money in a house. There's a perception by citizens that some of these real estate, if you go and dig it, you might find millions and millions of USD and euros. Now, all these perceptions create a brand for the country, which we need to manage from security perspective and from a foreign direct investment perspective and international relations perspective. So it has this land issue and grabs has large implication. The final implication that it has is the perception that is given to the youth, particularly of Ghana fraternity, to see that prime lands that belong to maybe their households and families are in the hands of other people that they are not able to leverage. And most of them are not paying property taxes. If you look at property taxes alone, if they are going to give them back to Ghana people, it's over billions and billions of dollars that can be used for the transformation of the people. So this issue of land grab is not just maybe MPP. It's all over.
It's West.
You can say it's West. And admittedly that it is also in NDC as well. And so what we need to do is that we need to move forward by addressing this issue. Number one, it must be seen as a no-no. Lands that are allocated for public goods must be maintained for public goods. And if there's going to be a change in that, there must be a national consultation with the right stakeholders to guide it. Look at trade fair. Every country I've been to, every serious country I've worked in, I've maintained their trade fair status. You know, you want to grow entrepreneur. We talk about private sector as the engine of growth in this country. Entrepreneurs, jobs and all these things. Now, where are they going to showcase their products and brand? Where are they going to showcase their innovation? We used to have Tratec in KNUST. You know, and TRATEC, Trade and Technology Fair, it is, do you believe it? Some of the first Kanda Highway, the concept was designed by a student in a mechanical student, Juliet, in TRATEC. And Rollins came and saw that. And that's what they used for the building of Kanda Highway. You want the youth to, you want innovation to express itself. I went to Polytechnic, Tamale Polytechnic, and I saw some of the things that home science, the women have done using different products and packaging them for their thesis. Now we are here, we are talking about made in Ghana products. Go to the polytechnics in the northern region and others. You will see they are all in shelves at thesis. Why haven't they find themselves expressed in our supermarkets? You kill trade fair to raise real estate. For what? No, for what? As we transform our land asset, there must be a certain ideology around it. You transforming this land asset for what? You're taking Achimota forest, you targeting it for real estate, for what purpose? You know, and then the allodian owners, nobody consult them. Those who willingly gave the land out for the formation of the republic, if you've changed the use of that land, there must be a certain level of conversation with them to say, hey, it's no longer CSIR land. We want to take it for something else. And maybe you'll be given the first preference to buy it. I mean, it borders on human rights. It borders on issues of posterity. And it really, really borders on issues of how we manage our natural assets for posterity. And I think we need to rethink. It's a crisis situation, and something has to be done, either through policy or some kind of draconian laws that will prevent these things happening.
Great, Doc. In fact, the Honorable Kujata Blackwell is actually not only raising these issues, he is moving a private member's bill to at least bar those who occupy public office from acquiring these properties. We have to take a break. We'll be right back. Give us a moment.
Into the land of freedom, He's the Redeemer. He has labored.
Our purpose here this afternoon will be twofold. It is to provide you with a briefing on our preparedness for the upcoming general election in December 2024, and to address any questions you may have. Additionally, we are open to receiving your feedback and input, which we believe will strengthen our work and our electoral processes. I'd like to begin by assuring you that as a commission, we are poised and ready to deliver free, fair, credible, transparent and peaceful elections come the 7th of December 2024. Before I share our 2024 election program, please permit me to highlight a number of policy decisions we have taken as a commission. First, no new CI will be laid before Parliament ahead of the 2024 election. As such, the Commission relied on the current registration CI, that is CI 91, to conduct the voter registration exercise.
He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer.
the mother of all talk shows, Alaji and Alaji, live from the Sergeant for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah studios of Pan-African Television. And of course, we are live on Facebook, Pan-African Television, YouTube, Pan-African Television. We are live on Radio Gold 90.5 FM, on many other affiliate stations across the country. Before we move on, this positive change in Medina, who says, when the citizens of a nation deem the most accomplished chiefs as the most electable, then they lose the right to complain when theft becomes their national creed. Ghanaians were warned not to vote for this government, but never listened. Today, the hardship is real, and it is harder than the 1983 crisis. Thank you very much. That's positive change in Medina, who sent me that message. Tafai Namrahia says, I was shocked when I saw the number of military following Jin Mensah. Even President of America doesn't have this kind of military protection. Jin Mensah herself believes that she's doing something wrong. That's why she's probably moving around with almost a full battalion. Thank you, Tafa, for that comments. I think we can take the comments of Comrade Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed on this. Comrade, the matter of the land issue.
Let me say that, Doctor, fantastic presentation. And I think that one of the bane of our inability to develop in a manner that the likes of Nkrumah envisaged was when we pushed research to the back burner. Research is just like diagnosing an illness. You can't find the right antidote to an illness if you do not diagnose to know what that illness is. If not, you'll be doing firefighting. Those days, you are sick, you just have to go and buy malaria drug. You may be treating malaria when in actual fact the sickness has nothing to do with malaria. So research is one area that I think that we haven't given so much attention. And if you listen and read some of the things Nkrumah did, it baffles you when you hear people make such outrageous statement comparing the most useless and corrupt government in the history of this country to the vision Nkrumah had and what Nkrumah did. Strangely, Nkrumah didn't leave office with even a home. Nkrumah didn't have a house for himself. Unknown to many people, the Peduasi Lodge was Nkrumah's property. The initial building of the Peduasi Lodge was a contribution women made to Nkrumah. That was how the Peduasi Lodge started. And he put up that house. And subsequently, successive governments have expanded it. Even when he decided to hand it over to the state, after he completed building it, he was handing it over to the state. The women were not happy. We didn't give you the money. We didn't contribute for you to build it, to give it to the state. We did that for you. Nkrumah handed it over. Unknown to many people, Nkrumah is even suits. We're on boss, property of Ghana. I mean, this was suits. He spent everything, singlets, property of Ghana. Yet you have this Napo gentleman describing Nkrumah that Nkrumah, and people, I mean, it's ridiculous. But you see, the land grabbing is legendary. I can understand the frustrations, Doctor, and many of our friends in Greater Accra and the Gang community feel about the grabbing of their lands. Tamale, we are also a victim. Why is it that this land grabbing is set everywhere apart from Kumasi? Apart from Ashanti, you do know the reason? That Santihino will not countenance under any circumstance the kinds of things they do in other places of this country. He won't countenance it under any circumstance within his jurisdiction and area of control. Look, Tamale, for example, and let me make this point very clearly. Allodial lands, they have allodial owners of a land. And lawyer, you are here. If I make a mistake, you correct me. Our land laws are very clear. The state can acquire any land. In fact, sometimes there can be compulsory acquisition of lands. For a purpose, for a state to acquire a land or a compulsory acquisition, the state would have to provide reasons what they want to use that land for. Is that not the point? Now, when the state ceases to use that land for the purpose for which it was acquired, the state would have to give the land back to the traditional, the allodial owners. Is that not what the law says? That's what I'm saying. The allodial owners, the state would have to give back the land. Now, and I'm raising this point because certain issues came up in Tamale. When the state acquires a land for a purpose, and ceases to use that land for that purpose and return the land to the allodial owners and you buy it from them, we don't have any problem at all with that. There is no problem at all with that. You know, where my house is at Nari Village. When I raised this issue about the land, our friends in MPP says they are also living. Nari Village, that land was given back to them. You go to Catherine Rest House, where we call it Garden. It was returned back to Tanzamna, and many people bought lands there. We don't have any problem with that. There is nothing wrong with that. But our argument is when the purpose for which the land was acquired by the state is still relevant, and then you go behind it to buy it from the state. That is why we have the problem. Come to Tamale, the West Hospital. Tamale population is growing day by day. The number of people who used to attend, if you go and look at traffic flow or the frequency of people who attended the West Hospital 10, 20 years ago, it has more than quadrupled because the population of Tamale is escalating. So you now have more people going there. Even at that stage, they had bungalows or accommodation for workers in the hospital. This government has decided to sell all those lands. The purpose for which the lands were acquired are still used, are still relevant. The hospital is growing. In fact, it is more relevant now than the time it was acquired and the buildings were put there. You have not returned the land to the traditional owners or the allodial owners, and you have decided to use the power of government to sell those lands. That is illegal. That is a crime. You go to the local government, if you know Tamale very well, from Anglican side, where the NDC regional office is, the entire stretch, they have sold the land. And you know the brain behind the selling them. The MPP parliamentary candidate for Tamale is out. And this accusation was made by no less a person than a communicator of MPP on TV, local TV in Tamale. And the guy has not denied that. GBC land, they sold some and were attempting to sell more of the lands. Look, if you know the Tamale prisons is in the premises of the Ghana Police Service. So you have the prisons at it's just in the same compound of the the Metro Police and Regional Police Administration. The only accommodation available, or which used to be available for prison officers, was about 800 meters, or about 800 meters away from where the prisons is. Know what has happened? They told the occupants, the prison officers, to leave the place almost a year and a half ago. And they called me and complained to me as their representative because that area is within Tamale Central. I personally complained to Honorable Abu Jinapo, who is the Minister for Lands. And he told me to write officially. I did. And he told me, oh, this is not acceptable. I'm angry to even see it. As we see today, the people were sacked. The buildings were, the roofs were taken off. Abu cannot pretend innocence. He can't tell me that. Those people have left. They've sold them to their party boys. Abu Jinapo cannot feign innocence. I complained to you, and you told me to write. I officially wrote. And he said it will never happen. It has happened. The West Hospital, sorry, the same thing. It has happened. I filed an urgent question, and he's supposed to answer the urgent question. It's been shifting. It has ceased to be even an urgent question. This is the third week. So it was shifted to Monday. I want to simply know who authorized the sales of such lands. I'm told there is a Salga station in Tamale. If you know the ADB, the Salga station, that land, I'm told, has also been sold. Fire service, Nobisco, Old Airport have all been sold. Why? As if Ghana will end tomorrow. Now, if those lands were to be sold the manner in which they are selling them, do you think you would have met them? And on the floor of Parliament, in contributing to this, I said they sell the lands like they are sharing granules. And then the MPP were uncomfortable why I said they are sharing the lands as if they are sharing granules. It's everywhere. Look, the NDC position is very clear. Anybody who put up a structure in such land should be demolished. And if you go to the West Hospital, what they are doing is that they are hurriedly building. Day and night, in the night they are building. Mansions have been demolished. Yesterday, a gentleman called me and told me that he also bought one of the state lands. I said, did you buy it from the traditional authorities? He said, no. I said, did they return the land to the traditional authorities? He said, no. I said, my brother, my advice is that don't put up any structure there. If you put up any structure, inshallah, NDC come to power, it will be demolished. Because you see, they do this when they are demolishing them, they will say the government is cruel. When your action is more than cruelty to the people of Tamale. Now, that hospital, doctors don't have accommodation. The only accommodations that were left, you have decided to buy them because you have made so much money. The doctors will have to stay at far distances. And when their services are needed under urgent circumstances, they will not be able to come there. Now, if your mother or your grandmother or your family member is sick, they bring the person to that hospital. And they need an expert to attend to that person to be able to save the life of the person. And that doctor would have to travel far distances because you bought the accommodation, demolish it, and put up a building. And then that your relative dies, who caused the death? So these are some of the issues. And those things are happening. The Minister for Lands, Honorable Abu Jinapo, is absolutely responsible. He cannot claim innocence over them. If he claims innocence, then he's unfit to be the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. If he claims that he doesn't know, because all those who work in the regions work under your supervision. And it is not as if those things were done unknowingly to you. Those things, when they started, we informed you. Those things, when they started, we informed you. We told you. You asked me to write. I wrote officially. Sent it to your office. Yet nothing has happened. And the fear for which reason those complaints were made, that fear has not been allayed. And you find some people, you can't criticize these people. What kind of country are we developing? Look, you go to East Legon, under bridge. Those lands were not left there for nothing. They were left there for a purpose. They have taken over. Every single land. You go to cantonments, and the information I have is that they will sell the land, an amount of money, put that in the coffers and turn and sell that land to another person for a huge sums of money. Because they will tell you that this land has been sold for $30,000 or $40,000, that will be registered in the state. And you just ask yourself, how would anybody in his rightful sense sell this land at this amount of money here? Why? Haven't we seen houses being demolished recently? Buildings that belong to Zikini, Japan's brother, were they not demolished? Those who are hurriedly and speedily putting up those structures, when they are demolishing them, they should not blame anybody. Because they would have known that it's a state land. The purpose for which the state acquired those lands were still relevant. The state has not relinquished the land to the allodial owners, or if you like, most often in the traditional authorities. If the state did that and you go ahead and take them, there's no any problem. You buy them from the traditional authorities. But since they are still, the purpose for which they were acquired are still relevant, and you buy them, and anything happens tomorrow, don't blame anybody. I think that President Mahama would, and I am very convinced, take the steps to correct some of these things that are happening in this country, particularly on the issue of land grabbing. And I'll conclude on the trade fair. I had the privileged opportunity to have been the Deputy Minister for Trade. The issue of the trade fair came up sometime. We had investors who were willing to invest from Dubai. The reason why we didn't go ahead with it, we felt that the state was not going to benefit hugely from that investment. And this is how responsible governments are. The government then felt it's a very good idea, but if you look at what they were proposing, it was going to be in joint partnership with the state. But what they were proposing, the state government felt at the time that it was not going to be, entirely beneficial to government of Ghana. So government of Ghana didn't proceed with that particular process. Then you have given everything to McDan. This is a gentleman who sat on Good Evening Ghana and says that he's an MPP activist. And I thought he was a businessman. And you have MPP people, NDC people who are going to them. And what impudence. And they think that they can be protected against the wrongs. And I agree with my brother on this score, apart from the on this particular one. Those who acquired such things illegally and who acquires them immorally, because there are certain things that can be legally right, but morally wrong. And they hardly are doing documents so that one day they can say that we acquired this land through the due process when that process itself was corrupted. It's just like Osafo Mafuenko, people were engaged, they sacked them when the MPP came to power, and they said that the process was corrupt. So for me, that was a precedence. When you engage in such things thinking that you can fictitiously get the necessary documentation so that one day the leg on which you stand to justify your acquisition of that land will be that you follow due process, the precedent that was set would be followed. That's what I have to say on this matter.
Thank you. Thank you very much, comrade. Well, Lawyer, I think we can take your views now.
In fact, this land issue, for me, is a symptom of the massive deprivation of leadership in this country. Because if you follow the debate between Okujeto and what's called Abu Jinapo, the conclusion I come to is that all of them, as in whether President Mahama, Nanado Bawumia, lack the moral authority even to attempt to defend this. Because when you are talking about this issue, you see, we need to have recourse to our constitution. And then the disappointment is that I know Prof here did a fantastic job and was calling for a draconian law, but the laws are already there. The laws are already there. It's not as if the laws are already there. You go to our constitution, Article 257, and it says that what public land shall be vested in the president on behalf of and in trust for the people of Ghana. Because the issue concerns public lands. You understand? So, for me, the same, my angst is similar to the angst I had concerning the Galamsey issue. And indeed, if I want to expand this issue, it should even include Galamsey. Because when you define land, land is not just about the bare land, but everything also in the land and everything up. You understand? But then for me, my difficulty is, a trust has been created in you, the president. So I get your anger with Abu Jinapo, but you must direct that anger first to President Nanado.
Oh, but he works with him all.
No, but the trust has been created in the president. You understand? If the trust has been created in the president, I'm not saying don't get angry with Abu Jinapo, but don't get angry with Abu Jinapo and leave out the person in whom a trust has been created.
When we are talking about things that are hot.
No, mention the fire, but that's the source. And the difficulty some of us also have with the NDC, and I don't like generalizing things, because I know there are people in the NDC, like yourself, I don't doubt your commitment, who are committed to us creating that Ghana, you understand, where we can reclaim a position as the shining star of Africa. But I have a situation where your presidential candidate, former President Mahama, attempted to purchase his vice presidential residence.
No. You see, that's another misleading factor. Hold on. Per the constitution, in fact, lawyer, I beg you, lawyer. No, just that's why I said I beg you. Lawyer, the state has a responsibility to provide every ex-president with accommodation. Where President Mahama was living, he was living there as a vice president. So I have an issue, it was not even befitting for a president, because the president had his accommodation, and he was living there as a vice president. Now, when he became president, and his tenure ended, instead of providing any state house for me, I prefer to be here. President Kufuor wanted to take the NYAP building. You remember? That big building. So I'm telling you, that erroneous impression is clear, and I've heard it, that he attempted to purchase. No, requested to the state. If you are providing me with accommodation, I prefer this, even though it was not befitting for a president. It was meant for a vice president. I have stayed then. It was even a service to the state. Okay, you don't know.
It's clear. Okay. Thank you, Lawyer.
Listen,
Lawyer, please go ahead.
At the end of the day, under the watch of His Excellency John Mahama, public lands were sold.
Which one?
Yeah, son. There are some that I can't mention because I'm tied by. No. This I'm coming. It is your time. But the point I'm trying to make here is, you see, we seem to have created a certain culture that allows for some of these things, and that's what I was talking about. That parochial political culture. Oh, I beg, but you see, even beyond that. Now, when I beg you, when you expand, you have said it. Yeah, understand? Yeah. Now, if I'm to expand it, purchasing of government property, understand? Attempts to sell, what's it called? Give state concessions to people who are close to you. Attempt to sell state shares, understand? To people who are close to you. It's gone on MPP, NDC. But my worry is the level of acceptance by these practices by our system. That's what I mean by we have sat down for this crazy political culture to be created in this country, which is destroying the country, which is destroying the spirit of the country. Because like I said, if I'm supposed to expand this, then they include the minerals, because the minerals are also the property of the country. At the end of the day, when you are president, a trust is created in you to protect the property of Ghana. Because, as in, we can go, and I think Prof has done a very good job in expanding the advantages. But also, you understand that your natural resources are the basis for the inflows of investment of FDIs into your country. And there's a reason why you, the president, the constitution created a trust in you. Yeah, you understand? My worry is, we've created an environment which enables these devilish acts. We've created that environment. So the reason why people do politics is not because, like I keep on saying, because they think they have something to offer to the state, but because of what they think they can get, what they think they can steal. You understand? And back again to President Mahama and Mutala, I beg you, don't interject. Because when you are speaking everything, I agree with you. Yes, so no, it's not about truthful. What have I said which is untruthful? But it's not untrue.
Allow him to first say
because it's not everything you say that I agree with. Yeah, so when, in his recent meeting the press, he said that when he becomes president, he would allow the small people to do their galamsey, or in the hope of capturing the big ones. You let me finish. You have Lady Adjoa will give the necessary rebuttals. You see, Lady Adjoa will give. Lady Adjoa, allow Lady Adjoa. Lady Adjoa will give the necessary rebuttals also. If I say something which you think is not right, you have about 2 or 3 of these people here. Adjoa will give their rebuttal, which is allowed. Yeah, understand. But when you give the impression that you are going to bat a lid, and allow the small galamseys to steal our property, because really galamsey is stealing. When people do galamsey, they are stealing our property, because the president holds the minerals of this country in trust for all of us. Then clearly you are breaching the fundamental job we've placed on you. The point I want to say, and that's why I'm bringing Jomama, I think as to the extent to which Nanado's leadership has breached this fundamental, it is unprecedented. But the people of Ghana need to understand that it's happening because both parties or their leaders lack that fundamental commitment to fulfill this obligation that the Constitution placed upon them. You understand? There's no commitment. And also, they've also sat down and allowed that culture, because it inures to their benefit. What the politics that is done in this country is based on what am I going to get from it. And my comment here on that score, I agree with him. That's about how MPs have been coming to see as people, because all in their bid to fight for their personal interests as against the interests of the whole. You understand? Now, Senna, I know I want to give Adjoa also some fair time to also speak. I'll be like you. You understand? I think we are on the brink as a people. Trust me. I think as a people, we are on the brink. We are on the brink because of the way we've handled politics in this country. in the way we've done politics in this country, the way our politics is fueled by our parochial interests as against the national interest. The way politics is done where we do not have regard to ethos and principles. You mentioned morals. The way politics is done where politicians don't see anything wrong with attempting to purchase, like Brian Champon's case, purchase property that belongs to all Ghanaians, and the fact that political actors do not have any qualms in attempting to defend this evil, fundamental evil being done to the people of Ghana. What it does is it breaches the trust which is needed in the system of governance that we've chosen upon ourselves. And then the dangers it portends, where that trust is breached. You just need to look at Somalia as a failed state. But if we do not bring a stop to this politics fueled by a parochial culture or spirit, then the whole nation stands at risk of being a failed nation, being a situation similar to where Somalia found itself, being a situation where our country will be thrown into fundamental chaos. I don't want to go to, because I think Mutakala did a very good job at that. And like I'm saying, because Article 20 deals with how public lands are to be treated, how they were acquired, and how they can be let go. That where, for whatever reason, you the state, you think you don't need the public property again, you give the people you took the property from the first chance of repurchasing the property. But you do not come into power. You fail to create a lot of cantonments, and they all want cantonments. Meanwhile, with the power you have, you can create cantonments all over the place. They all want cantonments. You understand? But the laws are there. The laws are there. You, the president, you took an oath to protect what? The laws. Because we don't need to create new laws. Because the laws are already there. Indeed, the Constitution has dealt with this issue. How this issue has to be handled. You understand? So for me, my issue is the lack of commitment. My issue is the kind of culture we've created that is enabling these fundamental breaches of the commitments of leadership, and to use this opportunity to call on all Ghanaians. Let us throw our weight, our support behind Honorable Alan Kyerematen to forge this new Ghana, a Ghana where we will all come together. Mutala will be brought, Mutala, my own comrade, as he has a passion for the high spirit. We all come together to form that one Ghana and create a new culture, a culture that will encourage the citizens of this country to participate actively in the politics. Let's create a culture where in every decision we take, the national interest is paramount. Not our particular interest, not our local interest, but what is in the best interest of Ghana. Because we have no choice, and we can start the process that will cause Ghana to rise and take its rightful place as the star of Ghana. Let's start that process by voting for Honorable Alan Kyerematen come 7 December 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You seem to draw the attention of Ambassador Sampiar, who says the Ghana Trust collapsed when the trustee himself signed an executive instrument on the ownership of the Achimota Forest. Yeah. Note, Councillor Pierre Dankwa, how do you attempt to justify this shameful annexation of state property only on the basis that His Excellency John Mahama was engaged in state capture only upon his application for a state bungalow for which he is constitutionally entitled to?
Justify anything.
But you said you wanted to buy.
Yeah, but that is not a justification. I'm not justifying.
Gentlemen.
It's not turning.
In fact, this one says, this question about what kind of, it said, depraved human being steals land meant for the rehabilitation of mental patients, children, horticultural preservation, judges and others. Ansah Ekufuado Kenofuyata and Abujina Podas Kojo Chumbua for who sent that. Adwa.
As lawyer was talking for a moment, I forgot why he was here. He's here for the butterfly movement. Their leader is Mr. Alan Kyerematen, right? He mentioned the same person who was part of the NPP, right? Or is it a different? Okay, so okay.
So what are you talking about? What's the point?
So it's the same Mr. Alan Kyerematen,
and as myself,
who was part of the NPP, the same NPP that has brought us here, the same Mr. Alan Kyerematen who, when he was benefiting from the dissipation of this country, was very quiet and never voiced out what his challenges were with this government until he was not given what he wanted. Because sometimes when lawyer is making his presentation, I forget. Yeah, I forget that he's here representing Mr. Lancho Martin. Yes, I did not. Oh, you just told a falsehood, and I was trying to bring your attention to it, saying that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama attempted to purchase the bungalow that was given to him. It was wrong, it was false, and it was rightly corrected, so I'll not go into it. But I just wanted to be sure that it was the same Mr. Lancho Martin of the NPP that we are talking about, whose representative is calling the NDC and the MPP to come to equity. I do not understand what lawyer is saying when he tries to smear us into the wrongdoings of the NPP, and this has been one of the challenges of this country. You know, when the NPP does something which is wrong, then we rope in the NDC just so we appear to be objective. That is ingenuine, and it's not going to help us as a country. That said, the issue on the Galamsey that he raised, it is not true that His Excellency, he sought to create the impression that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is in support of Galamsey. What we must note this morning is that there is a difference between Galamsey and small-scale mining. And I know he's a lawyer, so he knows, because he's probably done natural resources. So you know the difference between small-scale mining and what Galamsey is. What His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said was that he was going to grant amnesty to these petty artisans who have been used by big men in politics and big men in this country to go and do this mining. These young people who have been arrested, because imagine, look at the country where we live right now. It is not easy for young people. Young people, like Doc was saying, you can gather all the certificates and you will still not have a job. You still not have opportunities. Your life does not have any direction. And so these people who are poor, not because of their own doings, but because their environment have not allowed them to thrive, will be used as tools in the hands of politicians and bigwigs who have the money to buy those machines for them to go into the pits. When these young people are arrested, they are left in prisons to rot away. So His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said that the fight is misdirected. Rather, we will look at those who have the money to buy those machines to give to the young people to go into the pits. And I think it is a call in the right direction. That's arresting those young people will not solve the problem. It means that they are going to look for more poor young people and then give them chicken change to go into the pits, risk their life, and try to make money for themselves. So to solve the problem, we must attack it from the head by making sure that those in government who have acquired so much wealth and sponsoring such activities are rather arrested instead of the young people. And so His Excellency John Dramani Mahama never said that he was in support of Galamsey. Rather, he was going to reform and integrate all the sectors and make sure that even if we're doing community mining or small-scale mining, it is done properly, and those lands will be properly reclaimed so that we do not have issues. That said, I'll move to the topic that was tabled for discussion. I must say that when all of you were talking, at some point I got very, very emotional listening to how the lands of the country are being grabbed from left, right, center by people in whom we have entrusted our future, our properties, our land into to look after for us. These are lands that some people have come to fight for. Some people have died for. Some people have defended this country. And it is our turn to now take care of these assets and build a country worthy of living in for us and our children. Now, we are seeing people in government, people who are supposed to protect these lands, rather grabbing the lands for themselves like there is no tomorrow. And on this note, I must commend Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa for his activism, because I believe that although this menace had been going on, it was through his activism that people like me even came to know that things like this were happening. And like Honorable Mutala said, the grabbing of state land has deepened and has arisen so high within this administration. Sometimes I think to myself, and I do not know what contributions the leaders of the NPP or the founders of the NPP believe they have contributed to this country that is so superior to the contributions made by other people to have this country, such that they believe that they are entitled to certain things in this country and that they should be allowed to grab it all. I do not understand why these governments believe that they should be able to enter into any land and grab for themselves lands that belong to the people of Ghana. It is rather sad, and if you're a young person watching me today, do not sit at home and say that you do not care, because this is our future. They are taking it all away from us for their children. And what happens to the ordinary Ghanaian who is not born by a person sitting in a higher place today, who is not born into riches, or whose father is not opportune to be in a position where he also can grab state land for themselves? So for a country to develop, for all of us to be happy in this country, for the, security to be ensured, it must be ensured that a level playground is given by people in power, so that the disparities between the rich and the poor is not so vast. If not, then we are breeding a lot of criminals in this country. Now, on the issue that we came here to discuss, which is the Du Bois Center, which is up for grabs now, I was looking at it. So apparently, according to Honorable Kujeto Ablakwa, the government is willing to hand over the museum and the library and other items to a private person for a 50-year period. 50 years. And this is not the first time we have seen this government giving out state assets to their cronies and their friends. We have seen the collateralization of even Get Fund, which is so important to the educational sector. And we have seen the repercussions of it, how desperate it has made some schools, such that they are increasing their prices, and it's affecting young people. And that has gone into the recent Ghana Statistical Service survey that said that about 1.9 million youth are without jobs and are not in school. So whereas they are not creating jobs, the school has even become a luxury you cannot attend because of the same collateralization, the capping and realigning of Get Fund. Today we are here. Another asset of the government is being handed over to a private person for 50 years. And to add salt to injury, per the expose by Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, monies that were supposed to be even paid into the coffers of this body had not been paid. That is about $13 million. That was supposed to be left in a fund, and some performance bond that was supposed to be issued. And he makes the point about what due diligence was made. This took my mind to recently the Torenko deal that was done. Also showed that there was no due diligence done by the parties, and so it has become the behavior and the character of this government to ensure that when they want to now pass over state assets to their cronies, they do not make any due diligence. And so even though this person who wants to acquire this property, that is a state property, does not have the money to pay for it, does not even have any strategic partners who will be able to pay for such assets, they are just transferring the assets, just like it happened in the PDS deal. They did not have the money there. They were just interested in transferring the state assets to people to benefit themselves. And so I tell young people today, I know that now it is more difficult to do politics as a young person. And so sometimes when I see some of my colleagues, you would rather dance on TikTok than to listen to political debates, because it is so painful. You listen to the kind of things people in leadership are doing, because sometimes you think about it. Why do we have some young people in politics? When people ask me, Ajay, you're so young, why are you in politics? It is because some people have failed me. Because I'm supposed to be in school and be on vacation and be doing other things that young girls do. But I am here today on the table talking, seeing the need to add my voice, because there are people who have been put in leadership who are supposed to know better, who benefited more in their time, because people who came before them did the right thing. These people are now hijacking our future, and not that they are doing it inadvertently. These are deliberate actions to hijack our future, to frustrate us and make sure that we become a tool in their hands. And so it becomes very, very painful to listen to some of these political discussions, to think that a person who has been elected to sit in office and hold the properties of the state in trust on our behalf, it has now become the same person who is now deliberately dissipating these state assets and giving it to his friends, his cronies, and his proteges. It's really sad. And so I encourage young people today, get up. Do not say that you are tired or it is painful. People came and they were like you. They fought with their blood. They fought with their voices. And so wake up today and join the NDC. If you're a young person, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is telling you that he has done it before. We were in this country when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was president. We all saw the monumental things he built. He built hospitals. He built schools. He built roads. And as a third world country, we had people from the opposition, universities, and people in the opposition telling people of Ghana that we do not eat hospitals, neither do we eat schools. Today we have seen that we eat schools and we eat hospitals, because if the hospitals are not there, how do you get the jobs? If the schools are not there, how do you go and teach? If the universities are not there, how do you attend school? These are the things we eat. These are the very things we eat. And so, rise up today and support His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Come out in your numbers and vote for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, because he has many plans for the youth of this country. This government has been in power for how many years now? Almost 8 years. And if you ask their communicators and even people in government to mention to you the monumental things they have done, they will not be able to mention. Meanwhile, they just get up and say, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, he's been president before, and we've seen him before. Yes, we've seen him before. We saw that he built UGMC. He built UGMC. We've seen his governance before, because we are seeing the e-blocks around. We are seeing the overheads around. We saw what he did with our economy, with all the challenges. We saw the unemployed. Yes, unemployment rate, we saw it that it was around 8%. And we saw the kind of things he was doing. Today, he's telling us that when he comes, he's bringing the 24-hour economy, which is to create jobs for us. The 1 million coders program, which is to create jobs for the young people of this country. We have the National Women's Bank, which he's seeking to target women like myself, who wants to do business and who do not have collateral to obtain some funds. Today, even the young people, as they are not creating jobs for us and we are doing online business, they are still taxing us left, right, and center. And the exchange rate is not also allowing us to even do business and earn some decent income. And so you have a government today who is only interested in stealing your assets, in taking that which is rightfully yours and hijacking your future. And you have one who is coming and has done it before, telling you that he will continue with this good work. And His Excellency John Dramani Mahama have the young people of this country at heart. And so I believe that his second coming is going to be better for us. And so I encourage all my friends and young people to get up and rise up for change today.
Rajua, thank you. Oh, I've lost it. I've actually lost the message I was going to read.
No. Submission. My only issue, just one issue.
You don't have any.
You have issue.
You don't have any.
You say amnesty, then you accept that what has been done for which you are given but a great.
In fact, what this whole matter of the residency matter, Raymond Acha has also jumped into it. Says, it is not true that former President Mahama tried to buy his residence. What I know is that all presidents are entitled to an official residence upon retirement. Jerry Rawlings lived in his bungalow A whole new house has been built for former President Kufuor. Former President Mills got nothing. Former President Mahama, upon leaving office, may have indicated in the event that you want to allocate me a bungalow as ex-president, he would like to stay at the old bungalow instead of the state building a whole new bungalow for him as ex-president. The MPP government refused. They kicked off him out of the house and sent the media to fly drones over his house and filming his family and humiliated him. To date, former President Mahama has never been allocated an official bungalow as required under the Constitution. Even his electricity bill has never been paid since he left office. They rather sent ECG to go to his home and disconnect his electricity, thinking he was not paying. To their surprise, the man was paying his own electricity bill. How does this situation compare with the ongoing land looting? He continues to say there is a government agency inherited by this government. The staff of the agency have been asked to go home, and the management are still being paid by government. However, they have been asked to stay at home whilst their offices, land and warehouses of the agency has been sold by the office of the president to a private MPP man for his personal business. Even the board has been asked to stay home. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for sending your comments into the show today. This is a matter of all talk shows, Alaji and Alaji. Of course, we're live Pan-African Television from our studios and also live on radio go. We're also live on social media, and thank you for those of you who watch us through social media and shared your thoughts with us. A big thank you to lawyer Andrew Apia Danko. Always a pleasure seeing him. Yes. And to add that today, the man of the match is Adwa. Woman of the match. From the movement of Team Alliance for Revolutionary Change, a big thank you to Comrade Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed for joining us. He is member of Parliament for Tamale Central. Of course, Ansah. This has been in the works for a long time. Nice to see you again, and stay around for a bit longer. Well, and of course, we had Dr. Ishmael Amano Dudu, who is an African human development expert. Thank you very much. As always, the pleasure is always ours, and a big thank you to my crew, who is led by producers Tijani Badamasi, Irabna Frimpong, Latifa Adams, Director Dion Hubert, Sound TT. Thank you to Sewa who started the directing. Thank you all very much. We are back same time next week with another edition of the Matter of All talk shows, live on Pan-African Television, also live on Radio Code. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a fruitful week.
He has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer.
styling it into a hotel. And yet, on no matter say Okakoto Royal Cozy Hotel, affectionately called Jabba Dubai. No,
a Cozy Hotel,
near Papa no Mokokun, Yaya Nansai, in the Upper West region.
Wow, Brian,
yes. And he naturally say, you are good to go.
Yeah.
Where is this greed coming from? Where is it coming from?
Yamina me yeno.
Every neighbor. Abba. Sometimes you look at it and I don't understand. Sincerely, I don't understand.
The greed,
the level of avarice, greed. Wait, look. And same be oha untiminka. But Brian Champong, at the time that he was said no Ministry of Interior, and he called Boo Nipa Bebre in the Ayawaso by-election. So okay.
The National Security Minister.
No, Minister of State at the Ministry of Interior. So, sir, there was a vow. Sam George and others were beaten. Obianim say NDC for. He went by flight. How do you then get to see the deplorable nature of the roads so that you can work on it? As they say, Obia, overfull. Now see, go to the farm, then you go and do fishing. You are in the fish and at the sea. How will you be able to determine whether there is drought or not? You are not the minister responsible for aviation or transportation. You are minister responsible for roads. And for you, in order to ascertain the level of road development in this country, you should go by road to most of these places. So I want to urge Ansah Boache, say, next time so Babeko in the Upper West region, he should go through what we have gone through. Fortunately, Onenekano will be V8, so he will be able to participate in the involuntary dance. The dodge one, get 3 for free, hit 3 for free. Onyana sir, I'm sure sir, he will come and inform President Akufo-Addo, say, some people somewhere in the Upper West region, in the Savanah region, are in dire need of better routes now among young and them, so that the people can get development. And Bobie and Ramibesia from the airport, I went straight to the protest ground and met Miaka say, the turnout was mammoth. It was tumultuous. And
it was what?
Tumultuous. And I'm a bro from Nenya. Oh, Nenya Mesa.
I am Missa, me woo.
Nenya Mesa. Maybe me woo. I don't know. I will overcome but the wound, the me who says here. Me who says here, a mouth. Because you need my fighting spirit.
Sure.
So, yes, see mo efi Labadi Beach. Walk through Nagana for who said the hotels are in shape apart from Lapam. They are doing some rework on it. But they are doing rework so that they can sell. They are doing rework on the hotel.
Not to operate.
Not for them to operate to, so that they can now give it out to Obi.
Almost yes,
Atom. And yes, or Moton, Eddie Ache. Now, you see, all the way, there was no disturbance whatsoever. At the end, Mona Ghana for police. Mona Mokachire Obia say the protest will terminate at the Christ the King. And yes, sir. And you mean American will be. Omwankasa in their release said that the protest will terminate at the Christ the King. And Hereby, no, just in front of the Fiesta residency.
Fiesta residency.
Baby, there is a junction before Obetimiako Christ the King.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, before the National Development Planning Commission on the right and Fiesta residency is to the left.
Sure.
Now, you have barricaded the place. So the crowd, knowing very well that we have to get to Christ the King, were surging to come forward because Munamuka said Christ the King. So, fortunately, which is not normal and usual of me, I was one of the first persons to arrive at the scene, as if I knew that this commotion would come. Mekodru, when the crowd was pushing the barristers, I was one stopping the people, and they were listening to me, Commander. Now, Obia ATM. Then from nowhere, pepper spray.
Oh.
From nowhere, pepper spray. Direct
no
in my
provocation.
face. No provocation. Direct in my face, and of course, it went out. So other persons who were affected now started saying, now they are so they started throwing water around that area. They were throwing. Me, I was affected by the pepper spray. No, I still did not want the thing to degenerate because when you say a planet that they should degenerate the very successful thing. So I started jumping. Me who say Oba to be I jumped and come to you. I was running everywhere, holding people and telling them, calm down. The distance between here and then your friend saying, Christ the King, no. And what they are. So if the police say we should not go there, it's not a problem. After all, the government officials too cannot even drive and come. It's all okay. The person would have also participated. Oh, there's here. So I don't have a problem. Since the Ghana Police Service is behaving like a law unto itself, we should allow them to do so. Massa, this foolishness of some police officers must stop. And the IGP must call his troops. Say if some of us also joined the security services, probably would have been COPs. What do you say? Would have been COPs. They have no better qualifications than we do. They are not older than we are. In some of them are doing, they should know that we have grown beyond it. Some of us, our societal standing is far better than them. But they should know. Say, being a police officer today, you were a civilian before. You retire and you become a civilian. They will retire and become civilians. And if they are not careful, they will have no friends. With this kind of foolishness now, because you are wearing, look, Ansah and Obabe, Greater Accra Regional Commander, no, some people have been there before.
Better people.
What you say? Some people have been there before. So you rising there, go and check the number of people that you see. They are all XXXXS. They are no more there. Have you checked their fate and how they are surviving? You will not be in uniform forever.
Bernard, what makes you think any IGP and instructor?
So even IGP, who IGP? No? Go and check the number of people that have been IGPs before.
I don't go to IGP, I don't Ghana.
Go and check.
I don't go to talk across street and you go.
What do you say?
Disagree.
What do you say? You are not the first to become IGP. And so no position is permanent. Some people sat there before you came.
Yes, of course.
So people should stop abusing their offices. Some ones of the police officers are of us. Yeah. They are just in uniform. And then when anytime you are trigger happy, you want to, because somebody is in power today, you want to use that to abuse citizens. Defied any logic. Will the police start investigating?
No.
Will they start investigating that the near pandemonium was caused by the police? Say, they are keeping quiet. I don't get it. But if the police are happy, say, does the police service generate revenue? Ghana Police Service, do they generate revenue? What you say? The Ghana Police doesn't generate revenue. So revenue must be generated from somewhere in order that the Ghana Police Service is paid. The army doesn't generate revenue. In fact, none of the security services generates revenue.
They are consumers of revenue.
You consume revenue. And some of the institutions that will generate that revenue for you to be paid are being sold. And citizens are rising to protect that, so that you being an expenditure, that expenditure will have a source that will support it. Because you are in uniform and the state has empowered you with pepper spray and what have you, you can just put it on people. Look at the number of casualties that we had. And in Kabua Bako, one policeman, you will see them issuing statements. And you know, I was right there with the Director General of Operations. Sraj, at the time that the commotion started, he was taken away far away from the commotion. When you were supposed to be the person issuing instructions so that the commotion will stop. Now would you Johnny Akojina baby? Do you understand? Your people took you far. He was not near us. Commotion no subsided before they came. So you see how the world is. The persons that have been empowered to help the situation, rather they flee from the point. I was running. If you watch the videos, I was running left, right, and center, holding people. Take it easy. I did not run away from it.
The police security persons
were running away from it.
No, but Suraj and Ganese Osro, or Ganese Yasesha.
I mean, these things don't help.
So the Raj is not running away because he's afraid. He's running away because Lord Kominoma Freno. Lord Komi Yare for no friend from presidency. It is Rajino or Jabia Prepram Keke.
Why not own name Carlos von Brazzi? Own him no. Says our deputy chief of staff.
Von Brazzi.
Deputy chief of staff. Carlos von Brazzi. Your friend Aduma boss man. Oh no.
Unu yes angro for which me sure more because you know them no. Now you say you don't want pay to me never year mu bibi.
I tell you. I tell you. But I don't.
Von Brazzi say me in Von Brazzi. You know them so well that
no, I dare not for me and Ra. Von Brazzi displayed. He displayed show of maturity. Because Obia Owo Hono. I mean, on himself Obia Nimno. Obaye, I saw him. Oh, Honorable Yarga. What do you say? Fifi Kwete. Oh, Okujeto. He
no, they instruct from in there, then they come and play friendship.
You could see that. You could see that. In fact, the first batch of people that they came.
You have never trusted them.
No, of course I don't trust them. But I'm saying that the first batch of people that came, minimo biya wo mumu. So I asked whether these are the people coming to receive the petition, and one of the police officers said yes. So Meko Jina Ablakwa Ayarga, Mama Ayarga Mo, and I said, if these are the people who are coming to receive the petition, let's go back. It was after that and Carlos von Brazzi Ebaye.
Come in the national service for the
Maza, I don't think that they are qualified national service. I tell you.
All the national service for the
Maza Diba Miasa, I said, we mo yam from Mamo Dene. So later, and I'm going Carlos von Brazzi. Of course, and when he came, oh, you know, the way he related, the public imagery was good. But I'm saying that. So what was the stupidity of the police?